things continue as they are, nobody will survive. I want to save the world. It's possible that Kent Korihisa, Cicada 3301, knows how to do that. He might be the world's savior. That's why I must find him, no matter what.
Got any idea where he could be?
He was last seen here in Japan.
So that was why Momo came here. Though...
A savior?
Cicada 3301. I really didn't believe he was anything like that. Sure, his ability as a hacker was, like, monstrous. But if you asked me, he was just some shithead who liked showing off. I did think most hackers were unlikable, but this guy was on another level.
Interesting that you mentioned 2012.
Oz suddenly trailed off, muttering something about how that was when the Pope had suddenly resigned, and the papal conclave had to be held. Okay, can I remember how to get to tips? I remember it was a little weird. Okay, no, we're good, we're good. Papal conclave. A papal conclave is a gathering of cardinals to elect the next head of the Catholic Church, the Pope. The voting is held in the Vatican's Sistine Chapel after the incumbent Pope either dies or resigns. Up until October of 78, the voting cardinals would be locked in the chapel, unable to leave until a new Pope was elected.
Does that have something to do with the disappearance of this Korihisa guy too?
Yes.
Figured. The third secret of Fatima getting leaked has got to be a big deal for the Vatican. And that's the reason they're chasing you?
I imagine so.
Where does the army come in then? They got nothing to do with the Vatican.
The army was planning to take Momo to Haneda Airport and hand her over to the Vatican's people.
Why?
Dunno, maybe they teamed up?
How do you know that?
I could have told him we had both saw it with our own eyes, but explaining it would be a pain in the ass.
I did some independent investigation. Just leave it at that.
Alright. Thanks for spilling. Interesting stuff, but not what I was looking for.
What is it about Guy that you're investigating anyway?
This and that, state stuff. Don't ask me anything else. No, we're leaving.
But I haven't finished eating yet.
Leave it and let's go.
But you told me not to leave anything. Bye-bye, Polly and Momom.
Thank you very much.
Oz kindly paid for the four of us, then walked out. We had just been told some absurd shit, but it looked like he had taken it all in his stride. As I was wondering why, Oz beckoned me over from outside the restaurant.
There's something I wanted to ask you. Yesterday, you spoke like you knew I was going to be there. How long were you watching me?
I wasn't. I got an app that lets me save and load the world.
That got anything to do with Fatima's secrets?
Who knows?
Oz sighed and handed me a piece of paper.
What's this?
My business card.
Whoa, never seen a paper one before.
Come over if you feel like talking again. And extend my invitation to the little lady.
Not even I could tell how much of what Momo had said was true. If it was all an act, though, she was one hell of an actress. Either way, if she wanted to find someone, I would just help her.
What kind of game is this?
The game of life!
Game of Life, a simulation game thought up by British mathematician John Horton Conway in 1970. It is functionally an extremely simplified recreation of the process by which life is born, evolves, and goes extinct. The basis of this game is a cellular and automaton computation model, which was developed by John von Neumann and Stanislaw Ulam. Ulam?
Game of life. I see.
Momo was staring into the screen of a tiny device as she pressed its buttons. She seemed real captivated.
If you like that egg so much, you can have it!
I can?
I got loads more!
Thank you, Nonno.
Hey, Polly! Do you want one too? Do you?
I'm good. You can play Game of Life on your BMI anyway.
You can! Do you know how? Want to hear my lecture? Lecture, architecture.
Maybe some other time.
Oh, we can do it now!
Yo, pull on and cross. This is Tabuchi Motors.
Oh? How are the Graper repairs coming along?
Gonna be finished up sometime today.
Thanks. Put the payment on my tab as always.
No can do. Not this time.
Huh? Seriously? But it was never a problem before.
It involves part replacement, and that ain't cheap. Gonna need payment up front. And pay your tab too while you're at it.
Way to kick me when I'm down.
The only reason you got away with it for so long is because Dub's a nice guy. We're in no position to complain.
I mean, you're not wrong, but man.
No payment, no repairs.
All the past repair bills plus this one? Sounds like a lot.
Shit, I don't have that kind of cash.
I could hand over my whole fee from that recent job and it still wouldn't cover it.
Hey, Dub, weren't we buddies? What's gotten into you? What do you mean?
By what?
Oh, talking to someone else. You're telling me to load so I can pay? That seems kinda unfair to me. I guess it's not like it's a crime or anything, though. Alright, I don't like it, but I'm gonna play your game.
So, Izaki, where are you from?
Portugal? Or Italy, perhaps?
Whoa! Italy! Ciao ciao al dente!
Oh wait, that's an actual thing we can do now in here? Life game? What? Okay, I was trying to remember what the skip button was. Because we can skip stuff we've already seen, right? Yeah, the controls here are just weird, I feel like. I feel like we've done it before, but maybe not.
How about you make some authentic Italian pasta for our boy, huh?
Hey, Cross, you got any unpaid tabs from Graper Maintenance and stuff?
Where's this coming from? I don't abuse mine like you do, so for me, upkeep isn't that expensive. I pay in full, every time.
Really? Oh, that's a shame. If you had any unpaid tabs, I was gonna pay him for you.
Huh?
It's me, Polon.
Good timing. I was just about to call you.
Yeah, I know.
How's Polon's Graper doing?
Gonna be finished up sometime today.
You do that.
But I can't put it on your
Chromoger.
tab. It involves part
Set.
replacement, and that ain't cheap.
Harrow.
Hello, Crow. Welcome on in. I hope you're having a fantastic existence. And I also hope you had a fantastic holiday week.
Pay your tab too while you're at it.
What?
No payment, no repairs.
All the past repair bills, plus this one? Shit, that's gonna be a lot.
Sure thing. I'll pay right away.
What?
You got the money?
Hell yeah, I do. And lots of it. Your boy just won the mini lotto.
Stop lying or I won't fix your Graper.
I'm not lying. Look. This is the number I bought, and this is the winner. See?
Chromoger. Said. You finished Dona.
More or less. I don't have all the CGs, but I more or less completed it, yeah.
Wait, it's...
I did find a web page that explained how you get the different CGs, so I do know how to get them more or less. Apparently there are 2 bad ones, and one is if you take too long to rescue them when they get kidnapped.
Chromoger.
The other is if you just lose.
Said. So what did you think of it?
I thought it was a good game. I like the concept. The concept is pretty cool how they integrate the different aspects of things. And I do feel like, you know, the core concept, the Dona Dona part, isn't really for me specifically, because I don't really like more forced things. But the general concept is pretty cool. There would be a few things I would tweak myself, but that's just a matter of personal preference
Chromoger.
there.
Said. You got all the endings.
No, I just got one ending, I think. Just one ending. I'm not going to try too hard.
The same?
What's up?
Polon won the mini lotto.
Seriously?
Chromoger.
much?
Said. The mistress ending.
No, I got Antenna's ending. Antenna, I think, is probably the best girl. I like Alice's attitude, behavior the best, but I don't like her attributes the best. If we could combine Alice's attitude with Porno's body, that would be the best option, but Antenna's a close second. Although I don't like some of her CGs just because they feel a little weird. The VR ones feel weird. I don't like her CGs as much, but yeah.
About 10 million yen? 10 million.
Chromoger. said. I see the general appearance you like.
Huh? Whoa! Takaoka!
Wow! That's so much!
What the hell's... I mean, how did you...
I don't think I had ever seen Cross like this before.
So, yeah, Dub, I'm pretty rich right now. I'll pay for the repairs and the tab, so fix my ride, will ya?
You... First you get a GF, and now you're rich. Lucky bastard. Sorry, Polon. I don't think I can fix your Graper. Ever again.
Huh? Huh? Why?
You just made me realize I'm never gonna amount to anything. I'm gonna go sulk in bed.
Hey! Huh? What kind of person does that?
I know you're happy about that money, but sometimes you really let things go to your head. It's a bad habit of yours.
Tabuchi was tearing up. Guess I'll have to teach him all about the wonders of VFF.
Chromager said.
Maybe you shouldn't have told
What's
him
the
how much
next
money
one
you
then?
won. Not that you can do anything
You mean
about
the
it
next
now.
type of that game I'm playing, period, or what? Because I don't know at this point. I haven't got anything queued up. I would have to go look. I did play another one after that, but that wasn't a very long one. What was the name of it? Sweet Sweatin' in Summer. That was a Sweet Sweat Summer. I messaged you about that one. I did play that one, but I don't know what's next after that. Did I met? No, I don't think that was you I messaged actually. Yeah, I might be mixing my people up. You know, Slow Turtle. That was the other guy.
I had no idea Dub was so sensitive.
I also went ahead and joined that Ryu Games Discord, because it does seem like they have a constant upload of new games and a pretty healthy chat, maybe. So I don't know, it seems like a good website, so I went ahead and joined the Discord, for better or worse. I really didn't see this coming. Loading had actually made things worse.
I have the money, so I guess I'll get my ride fixed someplace else.
You do that. Although they'll probably have a slower turnaround time than Dub.
Chromager said. I don't know about the Discord, but the site is literally the best site there is.
It does seem like a very good site, yeah. And the the Discord seems pretty useful too. Just because they're constantly posting, you know, the new games they've got. And saving and loading sure wasn't simple. No, it isn't. But hey, at least we're rich now, and that's all that matters, right? We sent Nano home while it was still light outside. She made a tutorial for the game of life before she left, though. Is this an actual game I'm going to have to play, or... And was whining about how she wanted to stay and play with us. Anyway, things had settled down, so I figured it was a good time to put a Korea node on Momo. Giving her access to BMI would make info sharing way smoother.
I'll use this to open a hole in your ear for an electrode. It's just like getting a piercing. It might hurt a little, but you won't bleed or anything, so don't worry. Okay, show me your ear.
Here.
She lifted her hair, showing her ear and neck.
Can I touch it?
I mean, either you touch it or she does it herself. I mean, how else is she going to get it in there? Baka.
Of course.
This was kinda stressful.
Did you touch it?
Not yet.
You needn't worry about me. Go ahead.
Yeah.
I gently touched her ear.
That tickles a bit.
I'll be done soon.
I'm okay.
I put her ear into the device.
Get ready. Here I go.
A piercing like electrode slipped into her ear.
That's it. You okay?
Yes. That didn't take too long.
The early ones were a real pain to put on, though. It was a while before the process got this simple. Now we just have to clip a carrier node onto it.
I had ordered one that afternoon, and it had already been delivered. It wasn't some luxury model, but it would get the job done. Clipping it onto the electrode only took a second. There were people out there with a whole bunch of different carrier nodes they wore as fashion accessories.
There we go.
Her profile was taken care of
Chromager
too. Cross and I
said,
had gone to get her a forged
BTW
one.
that site UCN sort by popular in English titles.
By popular in English titles. That is one thing I kind of don't like about the site, is it doesn't seem like you can combine the English titles tag with you know, that other tag. You can't combine tag searching. So that does seem a little annoying.
Chromager said,
Can you?
You can LOL.
Does it? Didn't seem like it did. I might have to look into that. It didn't seem like it was doing that, but maybe it is. These days, profiles were linked to census data and stuff, so it was pretty hard to fake them. That's why we went to a white hat purveyor company, where Momo could pay to get one made. She had also decided to use the name Momo Izaki.
Chromager
It made sense.
said, You can't combine tags with popular though yet only English-y.
Okay, maybe that's what I was doing. I was accidentally clicking the popular instead of the English. That might be what I was doing. Okay. Good to know, good to know. I was kinda embarrassed that she was actually using that name I had just thought of out of nowhere.
Wait, what are you looking at? If you got something to say, just spit it out.
I was just thinking about how nice you are.
I gotta admit, your handiwork had me worried, but you did a good job.
Wipe that stupid grin off your face.
Izaki, I set it up so you can contact us.
Thank you.
And you can see Yomi now, right?
Ah, yes, I can. Hello. Don't you dare try to seduce my Wendy. I'll try not to. Thank you all very much. I'm sure this will help me find Kent Korihisa.
Momo still wanted to go it alone. Talk about stubborn.
Hey, have you ever seen Cicada's face?
Yes, I saw a photo of him that was taken while he was at the Vatican.
Whoa! You being serious? You saw Cicada's face? That's hella spicy! We could make a killer fortune thread about that.
But I don't have that photo with me.
Why don't you draw him from memory then?
Good idea. You can use the paint app.
Well,
Chromager
I'll
said.
try.
BTW, did you play that Alice game?
No, I didn't look into it really. Is that something important? It looked like it was just like after a game content or something. We taught her how to use the app and she spent about half an hour drawing.
I'm done.
Chromager said. No, I'm talking about the first game you downloaded.
Share it.
Okay, here it is.
Yeah, and you could only access it like after the main game, right?
I think I captured his features quite well.
I see. All right. Well, putting that aside,
I know it's been a week or so since we played, but doesn't that almost look like the little boy that
Chromager
made?
said. Gang, I'm talking about that game you had issues extracting.
Doesn't that look like the little boy that was with the teddy bears? Or am I just losing my mind? Yeah, Dona. I know which game you're talking about, the Alice game. That was in the after. Yeah, you had to beat the main game to get to the Alice game, right? I remember seeing that option on the menu.
let's start looking into Cicada. All of us. If we all come together on this, we're bound to find some
Chromager
trace of him.
said. No, before that game you downloaded another game.
I have very bad memory issues. I genuinely don't remember which game I was trying to download before that one. I'm trying to remember. I seriously don't remember. Yeah, that's how bad my memory is. That was only what, 2 weeks ago. I don't remember. I have no idea. I yeah, that's how a turtle's brain works. Yep.
Chromager said.
I had
Check
no
Discord.
idea. I had no idea. Do. Oh, that one. Oh yeah, okay. Yeah, no, I remember now. Alice's game. Is that like a side game for like? I did get that game to work. Do. Yeah, I mean, I played that game. Yeah, I got it to work. It wasn't a very long game, and it seemed to be part of a bigger universe that honestly I kind of would like to look into. It certainly seemed interesting. It was more like a short that game was just a short snippet of the bigger overall picture, I guess. I'm not sure, but that one was pretty cool. Had very nice CGs. I had no idea how naive that was.
What the hell is going on?
I think the reason I forgot that was the game I played before it was because honestly that one was pretty short too. It was like an hour or two. It wasn't meant to be a whole game. Like I said, I think it's part of a larger story. I think that's why I forgot. It's just because
Chromager
it didn't last
said.
very long.
Yeah, cuz I deleted it as soon as I sent the SS to UYKY.
Yeah, that's fair. 2 hours had passed since we started. There was absolutely nothing on the internet about Cicada 3301 or Kent Korihisa. Obviously, we couldn't find a thing about his time at the Vatican either.
This doesn't make sense. We should be able to find at least a scrap of info. It's like...
He or someone deleted it all.
There's nothing about the Ochanomizu thing either.
Cicada put up the first of his quests in May last
Chromager
year, and it was
said,
supposedly posted from
You
someone
aren't
in
scared
Ocha
to store that
Nomizu.
stuff on your PC.
I've got pretty good antivirus stuff, so I mean, unless the feds decide to actually, investigate themselves, it's probably fine. Probably. That info was discovered independently by someone Momo knew, and it wasn't available anywhere else. And besides, they aren't actually charging for holding onto that stuff anymore, right? At least that's what I've heard. That's why it wasn't too weird that there was nothing about it on the internet. But Momo said she had come all the way to Japan on that one lead. That was actually the reason she went to the Ochanomizu crater before we met.
Not even his birth record.
Chromager said, No man seems shady.
We didn't know where Kent Korihisa was from precisely, but even when we looked into the entire country's
Chromager
records for people with that
said,
name,
Oh Lord.
name born around 1990, we didn't get a single hit. It was always possible that paper records of his birth were filled at some faculty near his birthplace, but finding that would have taken ages.
Hold on. I talked with the info brokers I know. No dice. Apparently, a bunch of others have asked them to look into Cicada's identity before.
That made sense. There were probably tons of people who wanted to make a name for themselves by unmasking Cicada.
But no matter how hard they tried, they found absolutely nothing. So they've all thrown in the towel.
There's not a single info broker out there who hasn't looked into Cicada. Not a single one who knows who he is either. At this point, people are actually saying that if you want to know more about Cicada, you gotta go to 4chan's hacker board. Hack. Hackers the world over go there for a shot at completing his quests.
Chromager
So there'll be a heap
said,
of people on it who want to know more
Discord
about Cicada.
doesn't delete images on its server.
He posts his quests on a bunch of sites, but 4chan's the one with the most people.
How much does Hack know about Cicada anyway?
They don't know zip. Not a single hacker there has ever met him.
It's like his whole existence is a mirage or something.
Maybe he was actually a fictional character to start with. The more I investigated the guy, the more plausible it seemed.
The hackers don't even know his real name's Kent Korihisa. His name alone is actually a real bombshell piece of info. Let's post it. They might help us out.
Is there any way we can prove it's real? I'm pretty sure they'll ask for a source.
I don't have anything at hand.
That's gonna make it hard to convince them.
There was also the fact that the wrong kind of post could put the Vatican on our trail.
We're not sharing it. There's no way to gauge how risky it is for Momo. Anyway, tell us about the quests, Wind. You know more about them than any of us.
Momo probably knew about them too, but I needed a refresher.
Okay, let me tell you everything.
Wind had gathered up all the information he could find about the quests. He was the best resource we had.
Gonna have to look over all this info I got.
As he said that, he started caressing his own arms. It looked like some weird dance.
Excuse me? What are you doing?
Checking the info.
Hmm?
It's Rigmesh. He's not dancing. That's just how he controls his BMI.
A paper-like input device made of silicon, a material used in semiconductors, can be cut up and changed to the user's preferred shape. While the material's high electrical resistivity is an obvious benefit, this technology's true value lies in that it enables electron orbital data to be both planned out freely and printed easily. Normally, electrons bound in atoms are unable to overcome the energy gap, but Rigmesh technology has made it possible through the physical intervention of something as simple as human fingers. Being able to cut the device up as one wishes allows for many creative designs, letting it be integrated into fashion. This aspect is especially popular among young hackers. Another reason it receives so much support from hackers is that sheer input precision stands far above that of all other wearable devices. You could execute the registered commands by touching it with your fingers. It was basically just an input device like my keyboard. It wasn't like you could get the desired results by touching it however you wanted, though. The commands changed depending on how you touched it. Just like her. Wind's input emotions were really exaggerated. That was probably because he thought he looked cool and wanted to show off. Normally, people calibrated these so they would require only the bare minimum movement.
Cicada is a person who, without any prior notice, posts images or URLs in the main internet communities. You can get clues about the incident Cicada causes by analyzing those posts. At that stage, almost nobody can actually guess what the incidents are gonna involve, though. People only notice the link between the clues and the incidents after the incidents actually happen.
We had participated in 2 of the past quests. When they came in, hackers the world over desperately tried to analyze the resources Cicada provided. The quests were so tough that even wizard tier hackers were left scratching their heads, though. We tackled the quest without any preparations. Of course we couldn't pitch into the effort that much.
Anyway, here are the rankings. Hackers that contribute to quest analysis or do stuff that could help prevent the incidents get higher placements. This stuff isn't managed by Cicada himself, though. The people on Hack did it themselves. Cicada's completely uninvolved. They're into all these wild events, and some of them even gamble on them.
Cicada 33-1 would analyze the instance he hinted at, whether they were analyzed or not. Not a single hacker had been able to stop him, and people had died. And then there were these weirdos treating the whole thing like some party.
This is why I hate hackers.
But you're a hacker too.
Don't group me in with them.
I would have switched jobs the first chance I got.
Nobody's actually prevented an incident yet, but the hackers who helped most during the analysis stage can still reach the top of the ranks.
Being up at the top got you attention from fellow hackers all over the world, as well as individuals and companies looking to hire white hats. Knowing hackers, most of them were probably more interested in making a name for themselves than actually completing the quests.
The Nakano Symphony's members are ranked, Takaoka's in 9,487th, and Yumikawa's in 9,709th. I guess Yumikawa's lower because he tends to act as Takaoka's support.
Wendy's 9,381st. He wins.
Well, it's not like I care where I am in the rankings. I'm not even a hacker, unlike you two.
I don't remember putting my name there.
Anyone who gets even a little bit involved in the quest solving has their name put on there, whether they like it or not.
Wow. Well, whatever. The rankings didn't matter.
But why is Cicada doing all this anyway?
Huh? You took part in those quests without knowing any of that? That's actually so cool, in a weird way.
Cicada 3301's first post included a message from him, detailing his motives.
That's so.
I didn't know that.
Here it
Hello.
is.
We are looking for highly intelligent individuals. To find them, we have devised a test. There is a message hidden in this image. Find it, and it will lead you on the road to finding us. We look forward to meeting the few that will make it all the way through. Good luck.
This was posted on Hack sometime after the sad morning. It was Cicada 3301's comeback post. The text here, by the way, is the same as it was in 2010.
Does this mean that if we prevent an incident, Cicada might come to see us?
Maybe. Nobody's done that yet, though, so who knows?
But it's possible, right?
We had looked into Cicada as thoroughly as possible and still found nothing. It was like the quests were the only lead we had left. And Cicada himself was waiting at the end of them.
Huh? It just... Cicada just posted a new quest! Hack is going wild!
Really?
Talk about perfect timing. Looks like Cicada knows about us.
It's gotta be a coincidence. There's no way we're the first hackers to conduct an investigation into him.
Man, you never lose your cool, huh?
He didn't have to spell it out. I knew it was a coincidence.
Can you bring it up for us?
Wait wait. There you go.
Good luck, huh?
The gall to say that when he was planning some kind of disaster. I really didn't like this guy. It's the same thing, okay. If we use some specific method to analyze this image, we could find a hint leading to the incidents Cicada was plotting.
I need to solve it.
Momo was staring at the image with an intense expression.
Then it's decided.
Huh?
Nakano Symphonies is gonna do everything in its power to complete this quest.
Hold on,
You should know by now I'm not the kind of guy who gives up after a couple rejections.
But
It's not like this quest will be a cakewalk, you know.
Yeah, we didn't get anywhere the last 2 times, but I'm not the same person I was back then.
If you're planning to use the you-know-what, I'm gonna go ahead and remind you to be careful.
Momo gave me a little nod. She knew about the saving and loading too.
I won't rely on it too much.
It was still way too mysterious and suspicious, but we didn't have the skill to get to Cicada 33-1 using normal methods.
If no one's ever prevented one of these quest incidents, then I'll be the first.
And then I would drag Cicada 3301 out into the open. He could count on that.
Woo! Our boy is acting all cool in front of his GF. Don't worry, I totally get ya.
Huh?
That's not...
Wynn still believed that Momo was my girlfriend and that we were eloping. But it would have been a real pain to explain the whole story.
You're not gonna tell him the truth?
I'll do it some other time. And I'm not just acting cool here. I mean every word I say. Cicada and all the other hackers everywhere are gonna find out what I'm all about.
Woo! Our boy's on fire!
Chan analyzed the image rapidly. We had tried all kinds of stuff ourselves, but we were pretty powerless compared to the collective knowledge of 4chan. First, Cicada had posted the image of a flower. It had been treated using steganography, and analysis revealed some text in Esperanto. Esperanto, an artificial language created by a Polish man known as Ludwik Laser Zamenhof. It was intended to serve as a second language for communication between people with differing mother tongues. As of 2037, there are said to be 1 million people who speak it worldwide. Steganography, the act of embedding information within other information. When used in IT, this is called digital watermarking, and people have become familiar with things such as image files having additional data embedded inside. Data embedded by digital watermarking can be extracted using dedicated software. The text was a riddle, and solving it produced another riddle, and so on. We had ultimately arrived at a certain mural. That's where we found this image, which contains some letters and numbers whose color made them stand out. JA1037E. It was the number of a passenger plane. It was a regular plane that went to and from Haneda several times a day. After we got the hint, we monitored JA1037E carefully. Nothing seemed amiss, though. Night fell as we watched, and the airport closed before long. JA1037E stopped flying for the day and was currently parked at the Ninoy Aquino Airport in the Philippines. The hackers on 4chan had concluded that nothing would happen that night. With that in mind, we decided to call it a day and go home. I couldn't leave Momo at Symphony all by herself, so I took her to my place. Symphony was safe, sure, but there was no bed there, so it wasn't an ideal place for anyone to stay for days at a time. But, it was really late, but Momo wasn't sleeping. She was staring at her BMI, intently following the quest progress.
Why don't you get some rest?
I'm fine. Feel free to sleep. You needn't wait up for me.
Take care not to overdo it.
I will.
Damn, I left the room to get something to drink. But as I walked, I stopped in front of my dad's room. It hadn't been touched since the day my dad died. It wasn't like I wanted to keep the memories alive or because I thought he might actually come back. I just didn't want to be reminded of him. I was his son, but he had never really paid much attention to me. He had spent all his free time after work sitting in his room, just working on something. That's how he spent his days off too. He always seemed so distant, working away with his back to me. It's his back that comes to mind when I remember those days. He never once turned to look at me.
Man, why am I getting sentimental?
This was the first time I had thought about my dad in a while, and I was just fine with that. I clicked my tongue and went to close the door.
Hey! Get her on the chopper!
That's the Vatican.
God damn it!
I'm not wearing any underwear.
Kabukicho. Bingo.
The next thing I knew, I was lying on the floor. Momo was right in front of me, looking at my face with a worried expression.
Are you okay?
Yeah.
I looked around quickly. This was my house, right?
What was that all about?
I felt like everything I had ever experienced suddenly rushed through my head and flashed before my eyes.
You're all sweaty.
Yes, she was right about that. I was overcome with heavy fatigue, and my heart was beating extremely fast. I didn't know what had happened, so I just sat there for a while.
Exiting VR dive mode.
Asuma opened his eyes. He was seated in a chair. Anyone coming out of a VR dive would be fatigued, and Asuma was no exception. He stood up slowly. Before him, there was the large spherical monitor. It displayed the Earth, at least the Earth according to Gaia's simulation. Asuma looked away from it, spinning his cube-shaped device over and over again. An exact display of the simulated scenery Asuma had been watching appeared on the control room's monitor. It showed the intersection between Loop 7 and Koshu Kaido. It was a place where, 2 days ago, a young boy and girl had an altercation with the army.
Why? What's going on here? No matter how many times I run the simulation, Gaia's results don't make sense. This never happened before. It can't be real. I mean, how? How can the girl just not exist?
Hey, sorry about the late visit.
You're right on time, actually. I just learned something about that woman you almost ran over. Her handle is Juno.
I've heard it before. A hacker, right?
She's the first in the quest rankings. I'm sure you're aware she's considered wizard level by her peers.
Why would someone like that?
I don't know, but she's certainly someone who could do that canvas hack. You mentioned that the meeting with those two didn't go well?
Yeah, it was an interesting chat, but I'm not sure about either of them. I couldn't tell if they were telling the truth or just pulling some smoke and mirrors shit.
I looked into what you said they said, and they might have been more honest than you think.
You found something about the airport thing?
I did. The Vatican really did send some special plane to Haneda secretly.
Is it still there?
No, it returned to Rome this morning. The plane was also visited yesterday afternoon by the Chief Cabinet Secretary, as well as the Ministers of Defense and Foreign Affairs. And all three of them cleared their schedules to be there.
That's one luxury audience. Makes it sound like a real big deal. Does that mean that the Vatican requested something from our government?
Either that, or pressured them.
I'll pass this on to the boy and the girl. That all right with you?
As long as they don't make it public.
All right. That Lucia, though.
I looked into her as well. I still don't have anything confirming her real name. But she arrived in Japan 3 days ago, 1 day before the army caught up with her. She was spotted by a camera on the Oifuto BPTS base.
BPTS, short for Global Ballistic Point-to-Point Transport System, is a ballistic-based movement transport system between 2 points on different continents. Research on the system was started in 2013 by a joint Japanese-European project called Hikari, and it was first put into use in 2024. By using a rocket-like ballistic flight, the system achieves movement transport speeds far greater than that of planes. A flight between Tokyo and Rome, for example, lasts only about an hour. However, BPTS holds a major issue in that it requires specialized bases for launching and landing, which are currently far fewer than traditional airports. Hold up. Are you saying that people in this world-line future are riding rockets? Rocket-like ballistic flight. That indicates to me they are riding rockets. Like spaceship. Okay.
Hold on. BPTS?
Yes. Some freight from Rome arrived 20 minutes before the sighting. Eyewitnesses report seeing her at the BPTS base on the other side, too. This supports claims of the Vatican's involvement.
She smuggled herself into Japan among high-orbit freight? That kind of shit is tempting death. Was she that desperate to make it to Japan? January 19th, 2038. 7 seconds after 3:14 a.m., huh?
Please respond.
If this news report is credible,
I'm getting an error. That's gotta be child's play for Cicada.
this is what's going on. What's the status?
How's the channel?
Now's not the time for jokes. Would take all day.
No!
Hold on, we have a problem.
Sorry. I couldn't do it.
Was that a dream? Or...
We've switched to airband due to STS failure. 302, you are off course. Please correct.
Tell the other planes to stay away.
302, do you hear us? 302, please respond.
Nothing unusual so far. God, I'm bored to death. Guess this flight isn't it either. Where the hell's the quest? It's almost time for the plane to land. What if yesterday's code was fake? Cicada, do your job. Wind wasn't a part of Nakano's sympathies, but he provided us with a load of info whenever there was a quest going on. It felt unnecessary before, but I really appreciate it now. Maybe someone solved the quest already. I totally solved it already. Don't let your guard down just yet. JA1037E, designated for Flight 302, took off from the Ninoy Aquino International Airport in the Philippines at 6 a.m. JST. We had been monitoring it since takeoff, but hadn't noticed anything special or quest-like about it. It was due to arrive at Haneda Airport in 5 minutes. Momo said that she had seen a vision, so we couldn't relax just yet. She was having a sudden coughing fit. She was holding the 7 cup I had given her so she could stay hydrated. I had no idea it could make people cough like that.
You've never had a carbonated drink before?
Don't worry, I know all about them.
Her words brimming with confidence, she took another sip of 7 cup.
You sure you're okay?
I am.
Momo kept coughing for a short while afterwards. Yes, I was pretty sure that was her first 7 cup. Suddenly, 4chan's hackers started going crazy. Wait, something's wrong. Isn't it going off course? An emergency. It didn't land. Cicada 3301 is on. Here it is. The quest has begun.
Is it starting?
Let's do this at last. Can I just roll that back up? No, you're just gonna go too fast for me to read all of them.
Said, "Good afternoon."
Hello, Mora. Welcome on in. I hope you're having a fantastic existence, and I also hope you had a fantastic holiday week. Let's see what Wizard Tier Hacker is capable of. Get moving, quest rankers. Let's check the code again to see if there's any hint we missed. Let's go. He can't shut down STS. can he? Well, I notified the police. Don't take Kata lightly.
It's not clear yet, but something's happened.
Flight 302 canceled its landing. If this news report is credible, the plane's flying away from Haneda.
What's Cicada's plan here?
Flight 302 was almost full, with over 200 people on board. If all those passengers were in danger, there was way more at stake than on this quest than either of the previous ones. I hope that wasn't the case, but we barely even had time to hope.
Is it really happening?
Is all this the same as in your vision?
I'm not sure yet.
She said she was unsure, but her gloomy expression said otherwise.
Don't worry. Your vision won't come true. I won't let it.
Hold on.
Well, that sounds promising.
Whoa! Look at our boy showing off again.
I'm being serious here.
I know. You're always a man of your word, right?
Yeah. I'm gonna be the first person to complete a quest.
And for that...
I'll need your power, so you better not take it away before I'm done. First, I gotta get some info.
We were keeping a close eye on what was happening, but the situation was changing every second. We were looking at the news, social media, and whatever else we could find to get as tight a grip on things as possible. The first thing we had to check was...
Huh? This looks legit, doesn't it? It is, right?
Nice.
You found something?
Look at this.
The URL he sent me had a voice file. It had been machine translated, so I could understand what was being said when I played it. Machine translation. By 2037, every OS comes with a pre-installed machine translation function for both text and voice. The translated spoken words are recreated after an analysis of the speaker's voice, giving the post-translation output the impression that the speaker is fluent. There is almost no lag during this translation process.
We've switched to airband due to STS failure. 302, you are off course. Please correct.
What is this?
Airband. Sounds like talk between Flight 302 and the control tower.
We have trouble. The autopilot is going off course.
Please use the code to cancel it.
Shit! I'm getting an error.
Please try again.
I've tried lots of times now.
302, you are off course. Please correct.
Tell the other planes to stay away.
302, do you hear us? 302, please respond.
The autopilot's out of control, huh?
Was it just a system error, or...
They said that the STS isn't working.
STS, the Sky Transmission System.
The latest method of aviation communication, while the old method used the airband group of radio frequencies. STS connects aircraft and control towers using satellites. Airband wasn't disposed of, however, instead remaining on aircraft as backup communication in case of STS failure.
It was all airband before, but now most planes use the STS lines. It uses different channels, though, to prevent interference with Wi-Fi, and Oh, sorry. I won't confuse you with the details.
It's okay. I'm familiar enough with it, I think.
If he used the STS to take over 302, that would mean he broke through its tight security.
That's gotta be child's play for Cicada.
It's worth looking into anyway. I'll access Haneda Airport and check on the STS status.
Cross took in hand the folded device that was hanging from his belt, then pressed on its handle. It unfolded. Next, he docked the circular unit in the middle. The upper part of the unit rose slightly, exposing the LED lights hidden around it. It began to spin at a high speed. Slightly above the LEDs, Cross began moving his hands like he was both communicating in Morse code and DJing. That was his input method.
I'll keep an eye on 4chan.
Wynn got to work too, striking weird poses and submitting commands with exaggerated movements. And while they were busy,
I'll connect to the plane's Wi-Fi so I can look inside.
I doubt I was the first person with this idea, though. Sure enough, the plane was overwhelmed with access attempts coming from around the world. It wasn't easy to connect under these conditions, but if I could pull it off, I would probably learn something useful.
Hold on. Let me try.
You think you can do it? Didn't you only start using BMI yesterday?
I'm sure I can.
Momo's eyes were burning with determination. She must be feeling a real sense of duty after seeing that vision.
All right, I'll teach you how. So first, connect to the Wi-Fi.
I shared an access tool with her and taught her the basics. She picked it up fairly quickly and got started just as fast. Using STS and Wi-Fi would allow us to know what was happening inside the plane, so I figured I might as well focus on the outside. I chose a contact and suddenly heard some music. Was this one of those ringtones? Right as it stopped, an avatar comprised of a 3D scanned face appeared at the edge of my vision. Avatar. Because Karaya nodes are not equipped with cameras that record the users themselves, the faces displayed during BMI-based communication are not users' actual faces, but renditions based on facial data acquired from a 3D scan. Since the scanning process captures all kinds of expressions, the avatars are capable of displaying any emotion that might be appropriate.
Oz, there's something I want to ask you.
Ask later then. I gotta go to MLIT.
The Ministry of Land, Infrastructure, Transport, and Tourism. Now?
If it's about Flight 302, want to share what we know? I'm looking into it for the quest.
For that game, huh? Man, who plays with people's lives like that?
What are you getting mad at me for? Anyway, you want to share the info or not?
Never hurts to know more, I guess.
I knew you'd say that.
Success. Oh, Paul and I connected!
My bad, give me a sec.
Hey!
I ended the call for now and looked at Momo's access tool. It read, connected.
Awesome. I'll take over from here.
My own connection was being destabilized by countless others trying to connect. It could cut out at any time, so we couldn't waste a second. I ran my fingers over my keyboard. There was no time to target the plane's systems, so instead I went
All right, I'm in.
I hacked into one of the passenger's tablets, then turned its camera on so I could see inside the cabin.
This ain't a good angle.
I could see way more if I hacked into someone's BMI, but their security was way too tight to hack in such a short amount of time. I moved from tablet to tablet, looking for a decent angle.
There.
The whole plane was panic-stricken. Most of the passengers were still seated, but the rest were anxiously walking around or shouting at each other, terrified. People were standing in front of the cockpit door. They were shouting at the purser to let them in so they could speak with the captain. There was one thing I didn't see though.
There aren't any hijackers.
I couldn't see a single person using knives or guns to terrorize the passengers.
It's gone.
There goes the connection. We got enough though.
I uploaded the recording I got to PickDrop, one of the better-known online storage services of the year 2037. It functions as a data storage device that can be accessed from anywhere, provided an internet connection is available. There are many such services, but PickDrop is one of the most popular choices among hackers due to its high security.
Is this from the plane? Takaoka, my man! You're actually competing with the other hackers!
Momo's the one who connected to the plane's Wi-Fi, though.
Woo! Lovey-dovey co-op! You love to see it! I gotta upload this.
Wait, what?
All data found has gotta be shared! It's common courtesy to everyone else on the quest! Oh, but I can't post Isaki's name, can I? I guess I'll just do this then.
He actually used FW Boy. I was going to get the third degree from all the hackers I knew.
So this is what's going on.
Cross had figured something out from his Haneda airport hack.
Both the STS and the plane systems were hacked into and taken over from the outside. And the plane's autopilot is being controlled by guidance data sent from somewhere outside the airport.
So there weren't any hijackers, cause the jacking happened remotely.
That means... this is the first ever hijacking from the ground!
Why does this sound vaguely familiar? Oh right, Steins Gate and that one anime inside Steins Gate. Wynn shared so much info that my whole field of view was buried with text and images. I closed it all and used my own app to check 4chan. The hackers were realizing this was all part of the quest, and going wild. It should be carrying extra fuel, but that'll probably last an hour tops. True, planes often fly to other airports due to things like thick fog. An hour. Really? Could you be any more vague? 41 minutes left. What? You calculated. He probably pulled the math out of his ass. Someone used the remaining fuel to calculate how much longer the plane could stay airborne, then distributed a countdown app moments later.
Man, Cicada can screw himself.
There's never a good reason to mess with people's lives like this, especially not so many at once.
It's going down in 40 minutes.
which will make it 10:32.
Only the greatest hackers could get anything done in such a small window, but quests were never generous with their time frames. We just had to work with what we were given.
Oh yeah, I can just make some time. Hell, I can stop this whole shit show from happening in the first place.
All right, let's solve this thing and complete the quest.
I went back to last night, a little after Cicada 3301 posted.
Wait, we don't have to.
Huh?
What do you mean? You just said we're doing this.
I already know everything about the quest. Listen up, it's...
Hold on tight.
For some reason, I was lying on the sofa.
What was that?
Polon, you awake?
What happened?
1 minute you were talking, the next you were on the floor. We carried you to the sofa.
You can't just put all your energy into showing off to your GF. Gotta save some for self-care.
That doesn't sound right.
The last time here, I had spent hours solving the puzzle and I was doing pretty good. Why had I passed out? And did I just see?
You don't look so good. Are you okay?
I guess I am.
Wait, this was no time to rest.
Let me tell you about the quest.
I told them the details of the high hack and asked them to help me stop it from happening. In this state, though, I couldn't get them to believe a word I said. Not that I blamed them. All I did was invite more worrying about my well-being. I tried to do something about it myself. But Hack treated everything I said as disinfo, and my warnings to Thousand were ignored. I even tried sending a bomb threat to JA1037E, but after the airline looked into it, they decided it wasn't worth acting on.
You really think you could prevent a quest before it happens? I mean, you don't even know if it's actually gonna happen in the first place.
It will! Just think about this seriously, would ya?
I forced Cross and Wind to help me out, and tried some more ideas with them. But things were only getting worse. Still, I couldn't give up just yet.
I guess I'm hungry. How about you?
Yeah.
Stream
Me too.
Elements said. Stay
Finally,
moist, my
I'll be
friends,
able to go
hydrate.
home.
You woke up! What a relief!
Did I pass out again?
Yes, just like before.
Shit.
I shook off my drowsiness and slowly got up. Everyone was looking at me with worry in their eyes, but I had to ignore their concern. I rushed to gather info through my BMI.
Come on, hurry up.
If I didn't do anything about JA1037E before it took off, I would be back at square one. There would be no point in having loaded at all. I had to do something decisive to stop the quest from happening. And I had to do it while I was still conscious. But how? What was the best way to stop it? As I scanned through the reams of text, something caught my eye. I had already shaken up the internet with my bomb threat, so...
Yeah, I should blow it up.
What?
You're gonna destroy the plane?
Cicada won't be able to set up his quest if there's no O-37E.
But that's a crime! That's not like you.
I don't care. It's gonna save hundreds of lives.
I wouldn't let anyone stop me. This was the only way. I hacked into the Ninoy Aquino International Airport. After I had sent the bomb threat, JA1037E was sent to a hangar for inspection. I didn't see anyone nearby or on the plane itself.
Now's my chance.
I hacked a nearby refueling truck and had it gradually leak jet fuel. I directed it towards the plane and set the hangar's maintenance equipment to full capacity so they would heat up. Jet fuel, heat, JA1037E, the moment they met.
Success!
Cicada's plan fell apart. I stopped the quest before it even happened.
Come on, Polon, think. You're not gonna stop here. This is nothing.
What was this place? I was on a bed. The scenery was so unfamiliar, I couldn't even tell whether this was reality or a dream. A sudden headache made me groan in pain.
You okay?
My head hurts.
That's no surprise. You passed out and hit your head.
I must have lost consciousness right after JA1037E exploded. Momo was sleeping in a nearby chair. Had she been by my side this whole time? Life sure wasn't easy when you just randomly fainted over and over. What was that about anyway? A side effect of the loading? I had prevented the incident, but now I was...
Emergency! Flight 114 has been hijacked!
Huh? Flight 114?
Cicada made another post about 4 hours ago. The text we got from it was UA6271B.
You mean...
Cicada changed his target. The quest isn't over.
All that work was for nothing.
Wait, I can just blow it up again.
No, you can't. It's already taken off from the airport.
You're kidding me. Sure thing. I'll pay right away.
What?
Damn it. It happened again?
I rushed to check the quest status. I saw Momo at the edge of my vision. She was looking at me with tears in her eyes.
Hold on! The plane!
A chill ran down my spine. Hesitantly, I opened the news. No one could prevent the incident. I couldn't even figure out a way to stop it this time. Flight 114, carrying over 200 passengers, fell from the sky and crashed in Odaiba, putting an emphasis on the die in Odaiba, putting an emphasis on the diver in Odaiver. My plan had completely failed. Conclusion number 1. Loading too far back into the past puts excessive strain on Poon. It might be wise to seek another way to solve this. Interesting. I mean, that feels a lot like Steins Gate, right? Because the time leap, you can't load too far back or it'll put a strain on you, right? So are we using the time leap? Is that the idea right now? We're using the time leap somehow? An advanced version of the time leap or something? That'd be kind of interesting, wouldn't it? Okay. Okay.
I'll need your power, so you better not take it away before I'm done. Sorry, stuff came up.
I went and contacted Oz again.
Stuff like...
We connected to the plane's Wi-Fi and got a look inside while my buddy was checking out the STS.
I looked at Cross, who instantly joined the conversation.
Nice to meet you, Oz. I hear you've been helping this guy out.
You the one who looked into the STS? What's the status?
It's being hacked from the outside. The culprit is controlling 302's autopilot from outside the airport.
I guess that's who cut the airband, too.
Most likely, yes. The plane's Wi-Fi still works, but it's unusable since so many people are trying to access it.
Hey, are there any other channels? Like, some emergency band that can only be used by the MTIL?
If they had one, they would have used it already. You think you could take back the STS?
Definitely not in the time we have left. And even without the ticking clock, I'm not sure it'd be possible.
Excuse me. Can the STS be cut off? The hack would stop without it, wouldn't it?
Even the MTIL's manuals recommend disconnecting from the STS in an emergency. But if that worked here, we wouldn't need hackers, would we?
So that solution would be too easy.
Easy fixes probably lead to traps.
But the MTIL's thinking of disconnecting, right?
Yeah, that's why I warned him. Got him to postpone the disconnection. That idea came from the Cyber Countermeasures office, though.
That's where the Cyberforce dolls work, right?
They had weird outfits, but they were pretty good.
I'll try a reverse hack. If we find the source of the guidance data, we might be able to overwrite it and help 302 land.
With all the channels dead, that seemed like the obvious thing to do. The other hackers must have been trying the same thing. But would the obvious course of action really solve a quest? If it was that simple, people would have completed one of the others. I had to change my perspective and think outside the box.
Do you have any ideas?
What would you normally never do in this situation?
Bounty Hunter Stereo said, "Hello Unicorn, how are you?" Death God Sira said, "Hey Unicorn, how are you?"
Hello Stereo, hello Sarah. I hope you are both having a fantastic existence, and I hope you had a wonderful holiday week. I am doing fantastic, more or less. I did bite my cheek, so my the side of my face is hurting a little bit, but other than that, I am doing fantastic. Welcome on in, friends.
Excuse me?
Death God Sira said, I'm doing good.
That's great to hear, friend. That is great to hear. I could tell from her expression that she really didn't expect me to come back with another question. Her expression turned quickly from shocked to serious, though.
You'd never do anything unorthodox. Like, well, finding a new way.
Finding a new way?
Since everyone's trying to find a solution using the means already available to them, starting from scratch.
Would be something you'd normally never do.
Exactly.
Momo's input helped me think outside the box. She had a point. Everyone was too focused on existing methods. I mean, we were short on time, so I couldn't really blame them. But that's exactly why I had to throw all those methods aside and restart with a blank canvas. What else can we throw into the mix?
Oh yeah! Oz, you can get the captain's BMI password from the MTIL, right?
Kid, were you even listening? All the channels are dead. Even if we knew the password, we couldn't use it.
That's why we're gonna make a new channel.
Now's not the time for jokes. Even low-flying planes go at like 500 kilometers per hour. Trying to approach one would be absolutely insane.
But not impossible. We'll use our new channel to connect to the captain's BMI and cancel the autopilot.
Putting in the code just shows an error. You know that, don't you? You heard that airband recording too.
That's because all the captain's doing is typing in the code from his BMI. I'm not gonna be doing that. I'm gonna use his authority to hack into the plane's systems. Then input the code directly.
You're actually gonna go with this insane plan?
This ain't a discussion. You in or not? You got nothing to lose.
Get back to me when the new channel's ready.
He ended the call.
Whatever. I'll just assume we have a deal.
Looking for ways to open a new channel, I checked the articles I had been looking at this morning for anything useful. 302 was equipped with an antenna to receive signals from the surface via geosynchronous sats. That meant that signals sent directly from the surface wouldn't reach it. Hacking into a place with antennas that could send signals into geosynchronous orbit was way too difficult, though. While scrolling through the articles, I noticed a diagram that made me realize something obvious. Sats weren't the only things that could fly over planes.
No, I need your help.
If it's a date, then I'm your lady.
I want to borrow one of the missiles you fired at the army.
You mean my Barriere? But that was a drone.
Huh? I don't remember it having propellers.
Anything unmanned and remote controlled is a drone, Polly.
So that's what a drone was.
Anyways, I need one so I can open a channel to reach a plane mid-flight.
Huh? Mid-flight?
Yeah, and then I'm gonna use that channel to hack the plane from the surface. A lot of people are in danger. I'm gonna need a virtuoso's help.
I guess I can modify it to make it work. Can you come help me?
Oz's office, right? I'm coming.
I'll help too.
All right, let's go. Ah!
That was when something important finally dawned on me.
My gripper hasn't been repaired yet.
I had used saving and loading to make bank, but then Dub had dropped the repairs to go off and sold me bad. The only Grapers in front of the building were the ones belonging to Cross and Quinn.
Let me use your Graper.
Didn't you say you'd rather die than ride someone else's Graper?
Mine's broken, bro. I got no choice here. Plus, I used to make a living as an amateur racer. There's no Graper I can't handle.
I'm not sure I follow your logic. But there, I gave you the rights to use it.
Thanks.
Not that you'll listen, but don't be reckless, alright?
I used my BMI to turn on the Graper, and realized the second I jumped on it how different it was from my own ride.
This feels so wrong.
I didn't know how to put it, but it felt hard and kinda cramped. I remembered right away that Cross hadn't liked this thing at all. But this wasn't the time to grumble about his basic ass Graper.
Hop on.
Okay.
I snaked my way through the tight roads of Nakano. I wasn't used to this Graper at all, so getting there felt like it was taking way longer than it should have.
Come on, go!
Wynn suddenly shared some info with me.
Wait!
I closed it so I could focus on driving. Driving this hunk of junk was taking all my concentration, so I decided to look at the info once I stopped.
Right! I should change the traffic lights.
To save a little more time, I used my BMI to hack the light in front, changing it from red to green. That was when...
Look out!
Huh?
A large truck entered the intersection I had just messed with. The change in traffic signals was so sudden that not even its AI automated brakes were fast enough. I hit the brakes as fast as I could, but it was already too late. Whoop-a-doop. Failed to fix your Graper and got into a traffic accident. Wipe out. Conclusion number 2. Looks like Pawn needs his ride for this quest. Try not to hurt Dub's pride and have him fix the Graper.
Yo, pull on and cross. This is Tabuchi Motors.
Oh?
Gonna...
Thank...
Nope. It didn't... Pay...
What?
Leo?
Nope.
Oh.
What do you mean?
By what?
Oh! You're telling... Alright.
How that?
Hey.
Hmm?
Really?
Huh?
Good.
Shit.
I was gonna...
You...
But...
What?
Nope.
Oh, sure.
What?
You got...
You... I'm not... This... See?
The...
Hold...
About...
I don't know how it would choose to stop at a specific point
10 million.
where we would need to if we started skipping.
Wow, that's
Because normally it stops whenever you're at a choice decision thing, right?
You.
I don't think that's really an option here.
Gotta go.
So that is
I know you-
mildly annoying, I think.
Tabuchi was tearing up. Guess
Me?
You're telling me to do it again? Yeah, I guess I'll try that.
so. Aizaki, where are you from?
Portugal? Or Italy, perhaps?
Woo! Italy! Ciao ciao al dente!
al dente!
How about you make some authentic Italian pasta for our boy, huh?
Cross, we gotta talk.
What's up?
I just won the mini lotto.
Yeah? How much?
About 10 million yen.
Say what?
I showed him my number and then the winning one that had just been announced.
Whoa. You actually got it.
Huh? For real?
Wow! That's so much!
That's our super lucky boy!
No, we can't get carried away. This money's gonna go towards funding Nakano Symphonies.
Oh. All right.
Also, we're about to get a call from Dub about the Graper repairs. And, I want you to use these funds to cover the repairs for me.
Sure, that's no problem, but... it actually came.
Yo, pull on and cross. This is Tabuchi Motors.
How are the Graper repairs coming along?
Gonna be finished up sometime today. But I can't put it on your tab. It involves part replacement, and that ain't cheap. And pay your tab too while you're at it.
Yep, there it was. I looked across the eyes. This was the signal.
Dub, I'll cover his costs.
Really? You got the money?
Yeah, it's fine.
I guess I can trust you on that. I'll keep working on it. Later.
Whew, that went well. A perfect recovery.
I got the money. Dub was going to fix my graper, and we could stay friends.
Hey, did you use that saving and loading thing?
Yup, nothing's off the table for your boy now.
I don't know. I wouldn't let it go to your head if I were you.
Right.
I knew exactly what he meant. He was wary of this function. Realistically, an app this insane shouldn't even exist. Even to me, it felt like some kind of illusion, and I was the one using it. It was crazy how useful it was. How the hell did it even work?
conversation left me kind of worried. If I'm gonna load, I'm gonna go all the way to the MTIL and get the password there. This saves the one.
Huh? This looks legit, doesn't it? It is, right?
All right. Good.
I made it back to right after the whole incident began.
Woo! Praise from Takaoka! Feels good, man. I guess I'm becoming a better info broker.
Huh? Praise?
But I praise you all the time.
Hey! I like your praise too! You're my sweet, sweet GF!
Okay, I forgive you.
Now, about the thing Takaoka praised me for.
Sorry, I'm in a rush.
I interrupted him and darted out of Symphony. I passed Oz's place and followed the path leading to the MTIL. If Oz had left his office, he must have come through here.
What the hell is that?
I saw a red vintage car a short distance ahead. Next, I ran a search based on its appearance. The car was from 1958.
Wait, 80 years ago?
It was an ancient, and that could only mean one thing. I got a little closer and saw that Oz was driving the left-hand drive car.
Hey, let me in!
I shouted with my thumb held out.
Sorry, but I got no time to play with you right now.
You're going to the MTIL to deal with the 302 problem, right? I'm gonna help too, so I want to find out more about it.
I got no idea what you're talking about.
Don't bullshit me, just let me in.
I drove my Quaper in front of his car, forcing him to pull over. I hopped into the passenger seat before he could argue.
Whoa, this car is weird.
It had one large seat at the front instead of two separate ones. I had never seen a car like this.
Don't soil my ride. It's a rental.
Oz started driving again. He looked pretty disgruntled.
Huh? You're actually driving it manually?
Can't get too dependent on machines. I don't want to end up rusty.
Damn.
I felt safe swerving in front of him on my Quaper, because I thought this thing was self-driving. But since Oz was driving it himself, I had actually risked my life that thing. And Oz was still driving it manually. I scrambled to get my seatbelt on. Oh dear. Oh dear. As we made our way to the MTIL, I went on the internet to grab some more info about 302.
Oh, there's a clip from inside the cabin.
It was the same as when Momo set up the connection last time. Inside the plane was total chaos. The passengers were either anxious or yelling in fear.
Oz, we got some new info.
I shared the feed with the tablet that was where the sat-nav would usually be.
There's no armed hijackers or anything.
I already know.
Oz looked at the tablet and froze.
No. Don't.
Why? It's important, right?
Stop.
You don't approve of me going into someone's device? But it's an emergency.
Help me!
Huh?
Oz let go of the wheel.
Hey!
I quickly activated self-driving through my tablet.
What are you doing? We could crash!
Feeling my voice rise, I looked at him. Oz was clutching his head and looking down. Oz?
Someone. Anyone?
He was sweating buckets and his eyes were open wide.
Are you okay?
I hid the feed from inside the plane, but he was still in distress. It looked like something had scared him and sent him into a state of panic.
No. Help! Please! Don't lock me in here!
Hey, get a grip!
I shook his shoulder as hard as I could.
Oz!
The light started coming back to his eyes.
I need...
Oz checked his pockets and, with shaking hands, took out some kind of medicine capsule. He cracked it open and poured the powder inside onto the dashboard. Next, he took out a small straw and sucked the powder up through his nose. His breathing was still labored, but he was calming down.
You got some kind of chronic disease?
I was in an accident. This is what happens when I remember it.
So he lost it because that cabin clip reminded him of the accident.
Sorry. I didn't know.
No, don't worry about it. That's just how it is for adults. We all got issues.
Ain't that the damn truth? A suited man was waiting for us in the MTIL parking lot. It was Oz's friend. He worked for the JCAB. Short for Japanese Civil Aviation Bureau, JCAB is a division of the MLIT, Ministry of Land, Infrastructure, Transport, and Tourism, which governs everything related to civil aviation. Its responsibilities include aircraft registration, aircraft worker qualification and education, and air traffic control.
Both Airband and the STS are unusable right now.
And there are no other channels?
Unfortunately not.
Just like Oz had said before I loaded.
Do we know anything else?
We trusted your advice. The forced deactivation of the STS has been postponed. We're still looking for a solution, but for now, we have nothing.
No news. Just in case, I ran a face search on him to find his social media accounts. Finding his name was laughably easy. It was Yutaka Soul. There were a few Seo. There were a few email addresses that fit the bill, but I found his one fast. I looked over his most recent emails while feeling concerned that government workers had such crappy security. Nothing to get excited about here either.
Like I said before, postponing is just a temporary measure. If you've got no solid plan at this point, you might as well deactivate it.
That's true, but I don't believe it's an option.
What do you mean?
The people at the top are disinclined to change the situation. They approved of one of my propositions, but I doubt they would another.
That meant...
So they're okay with letting those people die? Turning off the STS could save them!
There was no guarantee, and it could have been a trap set by Kakeda, but was better than doing nothing.
Letting them die? Yes, I suppose they are.
You motherfucker!
My fist was raised before I knew it.
Hey!
Oz grabbed my shoulder before I could take a swing.
Come with me.
We're not done with that bastard yet!
I argued, but he still took me behind the car.
What the hell?
If you're just gonna get in my way, then beat it.
Huh? How am I getting in your way?
I get that you're mad because the MTIL ain't taking this as seriously as they should. But taking it out on him won't fix shit. All you're gonna do is lose me a source for future incidents.
So you're gonna let people die for the sake of the future?
That's one way to put it, yeah.
That doesn't make any sense!
This ain't your fight. Leave the government people to me. And go do what you're good at.
It pissed me off, but he was right. I wouldn't get much info by beating up some idiots who weren't even looking at the present.
Sorry about that.
Hey, now you know a little more about how society works.
Oz went back to his source. What could I do now? Coming to the MTIL had really set me back. Even if I got to work now, I wouldn't be able to prevent the plane crash.
Guess I gotta go back.
I need to figure out how to configure a new channel. I loaded to the start of the hi-hat and went through the same steps as before, but this time I got Oz to ask for the captain's BMI password. All that was left was to put our ridiculous plan into action. Riding my Graper, I snaked my way through the tight roads of Nakano. The business card listed an address south of Nakano Station in District 2. With a little light hacking, I would be there in no time. Wynn shared some info with me. It said some hacker had found the next hint after the JA1037
Wait, it's from 6 minutes ago. Sorry I'm late.
Other people missed it too. It's not your fault, Wendy.
Yeah, but you know, I'm supposed to be like the quest guy. So, this is kind of pathetic.
How reliable is this hint anyway? Maybe the others ignored it for a reason.
There's no way to verify it right now. That's why I figured we should all work together and try to make sense of it.
I see.
I had to choose between switching my attention to the new hint or concentrating on opening the channel. The best way would be to load, then decode the hint right after it was posted. With such a tight time limit, we needed those 6 minutes. But we weren't sure the hint was legit, so maybe ignoring would be better.
It's worth a try, isn't it? Alright, I'll go back and wait for the post.
Huh? This looks legit, doesn't it? It is, right?
As Wind found the airband recording, I opened 4chan. Jellyfish was about to post. There. I quickly shared it with everyone.
Help me out with this.
What is this?
There's more to analyze. Someone found a URL.
Whoa! So it wasn't over with JA-1037E?
This isn't disinfo?
Could be, but it could just as well be real. I'm betting it all on this, so help me out.
I can't say no to you when you're this serious. What about you two?
Let's try it.
Yeah. I mean, there's no point half-assing it.
I knew you'd say that.
I accessed the URL. A picture appeared immediately.
Steganography again?
Under that assumption, I ran a tool on the image, but it didn't find any hidden data.
No surprises there.
Kakeda had already used steganography on his first hi-hat post, so I didn't think he would do it again. Did that mean that the pic itself was the hint? But finding the place it displayed was a real challenge. We needed more leads.
Shit! I don't get it at all.
In 20 minutes, we had barely made any progress. We didn't know the place in the picture and hadn't found any other hints. 4chan kept talking about some swallow place, but it didn't look like they had completed the quest either.
I tried all the analysis methods people have used in the past, but I got nothing.
I'll start again and see if we missed anything.
No, wait. I think I got it.
You got it?
I was wondering why this pic had these weird dimensions. I thought they were coordinates, but they didn't lead to an actual place. When I switched up the numbers a bit, though.
Where is this?
The name of the place sounds Japanese.
It's Shinsensho. That's in Shibuya.
I checked Google Maps, and the area looks like the place in the picture.
Whoa! Yumikawa, that was awesome! You're a whiz!
I couldn't see anything weird on Google Maps, so...
We probably gotta go to the place itself.
And just like that, I knew what to do.
Hold on, I'm coming with you. You might need help.
Alright, let's go.
I set the coordinates to the place, and we sped over there on my Graper. Flight 302 would go down in 15 minutes. Even if I hacked every traffic light, it was going to be a close shave.
Momo, I'm going full throttle.
Okay.
Here we are.
I parked my Graper near the place in the coordinates. I looked around and saw a scene exactly like the pic.
Hold on. The plane's about to come down.
I know.
Look at this, please.
Momo pointed at a nearby poster that had the Kakeda symbol and a QR code on it. I read it using my BMI.
A phone number?
I called it right away. Someone answered just as quickly.
Congratulations! You are the first hacker to have arrived at the answer.
Then...
As if, you fucking dumbass! I was just having some fun trolling idiots like you.
You're jellyfish, aren't you?
Hell yeah, I am! Now come on! Let's watch 302 crash!
You motherfucker!
What happened?
It was disinfo. Someone was fucking with us for their own sick entertainment.
No. Why would anyone...
Oh no! 302 is falling!
It was 10:32. Just as the hackers predicted, Flight 302 ran out of fuel. And so, Flight 302, with more than 200 passengers on board, fell from the sky and crashed in Odaiba. Conclusion number 3. Jellyfish's post is malicious, and the information in it is fake. Things should unfold differently if we ignore it and seek an alternate solution. Okie dokie. So that's nice. People sometimes, am I right? People sometimes. Doot, 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 doot. Doot, 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 doot. Forget loading. It was better to focus on my channel plan. I could reconsider loading if it came to a dead end.
Wind, learn as much as you can. I'll be waiting on some good news from you.
Okay, let's do what we can!
There it is.
It was a pretty huge building. It was sure bigger than I expected a solo detective's office to be anyway. It was 3 stories high and close to the station too. Looked pretty spacious, like he had a whole floor to himself.
door's closed.
Hey, where are you?
On the second floor. Use the stairs and come up, uppity up.
Wait, this whole building was his? Momo ran up the stairs beside the door, and I hurried after her.
Nanu?
We heard some sounds, but Nana was nowhere in sight. She must have been busy working.
What do we do now?
Look for this. It should be in storage at the end over there.
A repeater.
Okay, I'll be right back. Whoa!
Oh dear. Scratch that.
Do you know where you last put the...
If I did, I'd be looking for it myself.
Good point, but this was tough without any help whatsoever.
Perhaps there's a camera feature or something like that we could use.
Oh yeah, image comparison apps.
I used mine to scan the photo of the repeater, then shared it with Momo.
An AI can help identify what we're looking for. Try to look over every inch of the place.
Okay, I'll be thorough.
We started our search at different shelves.
Hey, Polly. You know 302's flight path, right?
No. Do we need it?
If Barry Airy flies as fast as the plane, it'll run out of fuel right away. You gotta shoot it from the right place for this to work.
Huh? Does that mean that the channel's gonna get cut off fast too?
No worries there. I'll equip the drone with a sticky ball firing system so we can stick the repeater to the plane.
So the channel will stay live as long as the repeater's there? You really are a virtuoso.
I had barely shared any details with her, but she had already thought the whole thing through. We had to figure out the flight path.
Wind, you seeing any flight path predictions on 4chan?
Let me look for posts about the path. We've got posts about its current location, but no one knows where it's going.
So it's not that easy, huh?
Hey, are you listening? Excuse me?
It sucked, but that was pretty much what I had expected.
Oh, but I got some good news. It's real juicy info.
Is it about the post from before?
No, that's still being analyzed. But there's something new on 4chan. Look at this.
He sent me some image file.
A logo? For what?
Flight Plan Garuda. It's a flight simulator.
The package Cross sent me displayed a passenger plane.
Looks like this has something to do with the autopilot going wild.
The other hackers are thinking the same thing. They're guessing that some players' inputs are being used as guidance data.
And there it is.
Meaning our next priority was to find that player.
Momo, I'm going out for a sec.
Okay, leave the repeater to me.
I knew it was a lot for her to dig through alone, but looking into this flight simulator lead could take us right to the flight path. It was important info we needed to complete the quest. Leaving Momo, I went outside to reset my thoughts.
I'll look into Garuda.
Let's both do it. Reverse hacking the source wasn't going too well, so I was trying to come up with plan B.
Can you get info on the players?
I knew you'd ask. I just hacked into the developer's server. Give me a sec and I'll grab the data.
I figured I would get some info too. I was going to use a different method though. I ran a search for Garuda and got an article right away. It was a US-made sim that was published in the West, but you could buy it anywhere in the world. It had sold about 9,000 copies globally. I played the video embedded in the article and saw some actual gameplay.
So you need online verification to start it.
That was a common way to prevent anyone but the buyer from playing games. The gameplay video showed the menu, then the stage select screen, and then a load screen that lasted about 5 seconds. There was a text in the bottom right saying that something was being downloaded.
Here's the list of players. It's linked to their access states, too. I looked into the stage data as well, but there's nothing about JA-1037E or Flight 302. This is about all we can use.
So, 274 people went through online verification right before the plane went out of control.
Looking through everyone would take all day.
There was gameplay footage showing something being downloaded after the stage select screen. Probably stage data from the official servers. But since there's no stage for Flight 302...
I get it. Here, I filtered the list of players who didn't download any stages after verification. It's short enough to check manually now.
Alright, I'll start from the bottom.
I used the player IDs to trace back to the server logs,
Stream elements.
keeping an eye out
Set.
for anything strange.
Stay moist, my friends, hydrate.
The first one was fine, same with the second, third, fourth, fifth.
Gotcha!
There was one ID with a completely different log. This guy was clearly playing an unofficial stage.
He lives in... Tokyo.
An apartment in Toshima Ward. Swallow Apartments, room 201. His name's Lime Nukui.
Let's see if we can hack in.
I tried checking whether there was a device in the room that I could slip into.
Damn it! Nothing but his BMI.
It'd be faster just to go there. It's like 10 minutes away.
Then I'll...
Finding the source is my job. You've got other things to take care of.
Then send me the flight path data as soon as you have it. I need it for my drone plan.
All right, I'll get it to you.
I'm back. You got the repeater?
I've looked over more than half of what's here, but no luck yet.
I'll see if we can get it elsewhere.
I used the model number to check whether any nearby stores had it in stock.
Seriously? Not a single one?
Expanding the range didn't help either. I contacted some local hackers too, but even they were empty-handed. Pretty rare piece of tech, I guess.
Looks like we'll just have to find it here.
I ran the comparison app and resumed the search.
Peter Pumpkin Eater! Show yourself to me!
The repeater was the last thing Nano needed to complete the drone modification. so she joined the search too. It was 10:17. The plane had about 15 minutes of fuel left. We really were running out of time.
We've looked through everything here, so why?
Momo had searched every inch of the storage room all by herself, but she didn't have anything to show for it, and was starting to panic.
No. Can I clean up the things on the floor?
Sure you can, but will that actually help?
I don't know, but perhaps we'll find the repeater once we take care of this mess.
I mean, that would have been the first thing I would have started doing, because if you don't see it with the image, it's obviously under something, right? Momo began picking up things from the floor and putting them into the baskets on the shelves. I went over to help out. She froze. She was looking down at a trapdoor that had just been uncovered.
I'll open it.
As she opened it up, the air filled with dust and the smell of mold. I couldn't help coughing a little. Momo dipped her torso straight through the hatch, though, and carefully looked around.
Really?
I think it might have fallen through the gap.
Momo climbed back up, wiped the dust off the repeater, and handed it to Nano.
Thanks!
Good job, Momo.
Now we had everything we needed. All we had to do was put it together.
I'll help you finish it.
Okay, to my workshop!
We brought Nano the parts she asked for, held parts in place for her, and generously helped out as we waited.
Hold on. We have a problem.
Cross shared his vision with me. I saw an old Showa-style apartment with Swallow Apartments written by the entrance. They were hacker-like people wearing expensive carrier notes out front. Police were holding them back as they tried to get in.
Doesn't look like you'll get in.
I'm too late.
That was when the first door on the second floor, probably to room 201, opened up. And the ones who came out were...
The Cyberforce dolls!
All three gathered outside the door, but Lime Nukui was nowhere in sight.
Looks like something happened.
I couldn't hear them, but they looked dissatisfied.
I'm gonna look into this and see if I can't tease out some information. I'll get you that flight path soon.
I'm counting on you.
Firing system, all good.
Nano stopped working and started the final checks.
Sticky ball, repeater, all good. Power, fuel, all good. Very B2 is complete. Ta-da! Clap, clap, clap.
Hell yeah!
We only had about 8 minutes left until the plane went down, though. Even after we hacked into the captain's BMI, the quest wouldn't be over. The landing would take time, so the whole thing was still touch and go.
When you fire it, start by setting up the launch pad and...
You do that. We're firing it from the roof here.
Huh? But it won't reach!
We don't have any other options. Momo, let's bring it up.
Okay.
You got the flight path?
No. Nobody's getting past the cops.
Shit! I guess we'll have to figure something out.
I went on 4chan to check 302's current location. It was flying south from the Shinjuku area and passing through Meguro. Meguro? It was getting further and further away from Nakano. We set up the drone controls while Nano was finishing her work.
Ready to fire!
I'm praying for you, Polon.
I really hope this works.
Once Nano had moved away from the launch pad, I entered the firing command. The next moment, I was seeing the drone's camera feed. It soared to an immense height immediately and began flying towards Meguro at an extreme speed. I couldn't really tell how fast it was going though, since all I could see was clouds. The drone was tough to control. I could only shift it up. Oh, thank you very much for the head pats, even if they are completely off center here. Thank you very much for those. And we'll do a little bit of cleaning as well for you. I guess at this point we're using the tentacle to clean the horn, right? Is that the idea? Using the barely visible surface landmarks as a guide, I directed it towards 302's airspace.
Damn it, it's too far away.
I entered a command to accelerate the drone, but it quickly started losing altitude.
No, it's out of fuel!
Oh no, the drone slowed down and fell out of the sky somewhere around Shimokitazawa.
Sorry. I couldn't do it.
Tears welled up in Momo's eyes, and she looked down to hide them.
You did your best.
No.
Like Nano said, I should have secured the flight path, then fired it from somewhere other than Nakano.
Got an update. You okay?
We failed.
Damn. I hate to say this, but the situation on my side isn't good either. Apparently some hacker got to Lime Nukui before the dolls did. They found his room empty. That's all I could find out.
Okay.
We couldn't do much in the previous quests, so I didn't really think we were going to complete this one on our first try. Still, this failure made me feel like shit. It wasn't like it was over yet though. As long as we didn't give up, we still had a shot.
I guess we should meet up with Lime Nukui first.
Polon, do you mean to?
Yeah. I'm gonna start over and take care of this whole thing. I can't let all those innocent people die.
And to save them, we had to start by getting the flight path. The quest is not over yet though. Maybe it's a good idea to keep trying until there's nothing else we can do.
Guess I shouldn't give up until it's over.
It was 10:32. Just as the hackers predicted, Flight 302 ran out of fuel. I struggled for nothing. No one could do anything to prevent it. Not the top quest participants, not even the hacker who outpaced the police. As people all over the world watched in terror, and countless hackers gave it their all. Flight 302, with more than 200 passengers on board, fell from the sky and crashed in Odaiba. Again. Conclusion number 4. What must be reached is already in sight. Don't stay to witness the end of Flight 302. Load a save to reach a different outcome.
firing sticky bomb power. When you fire.
We don't. Mom.
Okay.
You got.
No.
Shh.
Ready to. I'm.
Damn it! No! Sorry.
You did?
Got an update. You...
Damn.
Apparently... It's all...
Okay. I guess we should...
Hold on.
Yeah, I can't... Yeah, we gotta do it before 302 goes down. Let's restart.
Huh? This looks legit, doesn't it? It is, right?
Oh, the airband transmission, right?
Huh? You already know about it? Damn, Takaoka! You got this quest in the bag!
Oh, no,
I accidentally took credit for Wynn's contribution to the quest. I wish I could have said that right, but there was no time to explain. I had to be careful with what I said when I loaded.
No. Can you mod your airy drone thing?
Yes! Finally, someone who knows it's a drone! Oz always calls it a missile.
A drone is anything unmanned and remote controlled, right?
I knew you'd know, Polly!
She was the one who had told me that, but whatever.
Can you equip it with a sticky projectile firing system? I want to attach a repeater to a plane mid-flight.
Easy peasy. Oh, but I'll need to find a repeater.
I'll send someone to help you with that. You just focus on the modding.
Roger Dodger!
Cross, go help No. I'll send you the address to Oz's office. Go up the stairs outside to the second floor. She'll tell you to look for a repeater, and it'll be under the trapdoor in the storage room.
This isn't your first time, is it?
Nope, it's not. Go help No.
But what are you going to do?
I'm leaving too. There's a place I want to check out. You're coming with me, right?
Oh yes, I am.
All right, no one's here yet.
I was at an old-looking apartment building I had seen through Cross's eyes. There were no hackers or cops here.
Is this where Flight 302 is being hacked from?
That's what we're here to find out.
I got off my Graper and headed for the building.
Oh, yeah, I gotta talk to Oz.
I scrambled to set up a call as I thought.
When you make it to the MTIL, ask them for the captain's BMI password.
You spying on me?
No, I'm not even into that. I just need your help to save Flight 302. I'm gonna set up a new channel to the plane, and I need you to get me that password by the time it's ready.
I'm gonna need you to explain all this.
There's no time for that. I'm counting on you, bro.
I ended the call before he responded. We were working towards the same goal, so it would probably work out.
I can worry about that later.
I had to focus on what was in front of me. I went up the stairs and approached room 201. It was an old building, but the security was new. All of the rooms had electronic locks. I tried the doorknob, but it wouldn't budge. The place was locked.
I guess we're the first ones here.
It seemed like we were, but I couldn't relax just yet. I had a bad feeling about this, so I went ahead and saved.
Let's do this.
I used a wire to connect my Karaya node to the lock, then hacked into its systems and set it to open.
Too easy.
There was a man through the hallway kitchen area, but it didn't look like there was anyone else here. I gave the lock some security software before I took the wire out. It was just a ready-made script, but it would keep the other hackers busy. Once Momo and I were in the room, I closed the door behind us. There was an AR image of a plane's cockpit in one corner. The man in the captain's seat looked serious as he checked the AR meters and adjusted the levers. It was identical to the Garuda gameplay I had seen online.
Hold on, look outside.
Momo pointed outside the AR cockpit. High-rise buildings towered above the ground. It was clear he was flying over a metropolis. The AR plane was in the same exact spot as Flight 302, which proved the plane was being hacked from here. The man's profile matched the customer data too. It was Slime Nukui. Now we had to figure out if he was taking part in this knowingly. He noticed us and cried out in surprise. The scenery outside the window began to tilt.
Straighten it out! You're flying an actual plane here!
Who are you? Get out before I call the cops!
Please, calm down and look at this.
Momo brought up an AR picture of news. There was an image of 302 banking heavily.
No way.
The man nervously corrected the plane in the simulator, straightening out the real 302 in the process.
You're kidding, right?
What else do I have to do to make you believe it?
He was clearly perplexed by all this.
I just ran the game and this stage started up. All I'm doing here is playing it.
So Kent Korihisa didn't order you to do this?
Who?
Cicada 3301, the man behind the quest.
Good news! I got some awesome new info! There's actually a flight simulator that...
I couldn't be bothered to explain, so I just shared my vision with him.
Huh? What's going on here?
I found the Garuda being used for the hack. I'll get 302's flight path from here.
You found the source of the hack? Whoa! For real? Takaoka, you're on fire!
So, you want to launch a drone according to the flight path and open an exclusive channel with the plane. No other options?
I don't know. I've never been here before.
All right. I'll help you investigate.
Me too!
They both got started. I looked at the Garuda screen again.
It's landing in 43 minutes, huh?
That meant that 302 would run out of fuel 12 minutes before the end of the stage.
What are those rings outside?
Momo pointed at the large golden rings outside the cockpit.
They're root rings. I gotta fly through them, and if I go off course, it's game over.
So we can't do an emergency landing from here.
My intuition told me that trying something like that would cut out the plane's guidance data and send it straight down.
Hold on. I checked the dev servers, but there wasn't any data for this stage. Whether to obtain the flight path or to come up with an alternate plan, we'll need to check out the guy's carrier node.
All right, I'll set up a back door, so you take over.
Cross was better at investigating than I was. I established a wire connection to Lime's carrier node and started transferring the app I needed to call Cross over. I finished setting up the app and created a backdoor exclusive to Nakano Symphonies.
Cross, can you get in?
Yeah, I'm in. Gonna start looking it over.
I'm counting on you.
Suddenly the smell of strong perfume hit my nose. The next moment I felt someone's hand on my shoulder. Momo was sat beside me, but she wasn't reaching out or anything, and Lime was still in the captain's seat, in the coconut. Overcome with dread, I slowly turned around.
Huh?
There was a train coming toward me. Weren't we in a room just now? Was this an illusion? Why was I standing on tracks? Was this real? If it was, then I was about to...
Go back!
Relieved of tension and fear, my body could move freely and I collapsed where I stood.
I made it.
What's wrong?
Things got bad and I had to load. I was suddenly on these tracks and...
Tracks?
There was no way I could explain it.
Oh, don't worry. That won't happen this time.
Before getting transported to the tracks, I had felt someone touch my shoulder. That was probably the trigger for it. It had happened about 5 or 6 minutes after we went into room 201. Knowing that was enough for me to avoid it. I didn't know what the trick was, but I would have plenty of time to figure it out once I dodged it.
Let's do this.
I released the electronic lock just like before, and we both stepped into room 201 again. We explained the situation to Lime Nukui, and I began setting up the back door.
Momo, watch my back.
Is someone coming?
Yeah, trust me.
I had never seen the person, but I knew they would be there. Keeping an eye out, I finished up the work on the app and created a back door for Nakano Symphonies.
I'm in. Beginning the investigation.
I removed the wire from the Korea node and...
Momo?
I spun around and took Momo's hand and pulled on it. A familiar woman stood in front of us. Juno. I searched her face and the name Juno appeared immediately.
Who is it now?
You were in Shinjuku.
Momo's words jogged my memory. She was the one Oz had almost run over.
So she's #1 in the quest rankings? Didn't see that coming.
#1? Would you happen to know anything about Cicada? We're looking for him.
Abandonné. Without restraint.
Juno smiled after she spoke, but there was no joy in her eyes. She began slowly walking towards Momo. I had a bad feeling about this.
Momo, get away!
Both vanished in an instant. I had to find them. I felt something behind me, and when I turned around,
Polan?
I reached out and touched the body trapped in the wall. It was completely lifeless.
What? I...
His eyes were as beads of glass, devoid of any thought or feeling. The fuck? Juno won't hesitate to take lives. It might be wise to find a path that avoids any encounters with her. She legit killed him? How? What? Nani? An intense metallic sound. Tremors stronger than an earthquake. Everything told me this was very clearly real. The next thing I knew, I was lying beside the tracks. Momo was on top of me, and I realized it was thanks to her that I was still alive. I looked through the gaps between the railroad cars to see a man with a baffled look on his... Okay, so she's got some sort of ability to teleport, is that what you're saying? So in the other one, when he reaches out, she teleports him to the wall. This one, she teleports him to the railroad. It was Lime. Next to him was a woman I felt I had seen before. She was... I squinted and tried to jog my memory. But the next moment they were both gone.
Polan, are you alright?
Yeah. What about you?
I'm okay too.
We pulled each other up, hand in hand, then left the area.
You two went outside? I guess we couldn't see you because of the network failure. I lost my connection to Lime, too.
Seriously?
Did that woman take him away?
Was that the Juno? For real? No way!
Huh?
That woman from Shinjuku!
Right, the one Oz almost ran over.
I had never seen her face before, so I didn't realize that was Juno. Never would have guessed she was #1 in the quest rankings.
So she's both wizard tier and a real beauty. I thought the pics on the internet were fake.
Did she take over my vision?
I checked for any signs someone had forced their way in, but there was nothing suggesting I had been hacked. Even the GPS logs were saying I had instantly transported from the room to the tracks.
What kind of trick was that?
Calm down. Panicking won't help.
Bro, I didn't just pop up someplace else. I was also almost hit by a train.
How was I supposed to stay calm?
Seems Juno's known for appearing out of nowhere and leaving without a trace. And so far, not a single hacker has figured out how she does it.
So you're saying there's no point even thinking about it?
Not now, anyway.
Holy! Airy Airy B2 is complete! It's B2 because...
We're not firing it. Couldn't get the flight path.
What? Say it ain't so, Spicy Miso! But I worked so hard!
Fucking Juno just had to get in my way. I'm not letting that happen next time.
Juno must have been the one who arrived before the cyber forestalls last time. We had to figure out how to stop her getting in our way.
Cross, how did Lime's BMI look?
I thought I could overwrite the guidance data, but that doesn't seem realistic. It'd take days, and even then I'm not sure we'd succeed. We'd actually have a better shot going with your crazy plan.
I guess we'll just have to get that flight path before Juno shows up.
I checked the software I had installed in the electronic lock for an alert that might tell me when she arrived. I had set it to go off when its security was bypassed.
Hasn't been triggered. How did she get in?
The one who touched my shoulder must have been Juno, right?
You moved at about 10:05. Juno must have gotten in right before that.
There's no way she was in the room the whole time, right?
Considering she was a wizard tier hacker, I guess she just erased the alert.
We entered the room a little before 10 o'clock.
So we only have about 5 minutes to work with.
Setting up the back door took just over 4 minutes, but if we left right after that, we would just be found by Juno. On the other hand, taking care of the back door later would give us less time to get the flight path.
We need more time.
Why don't you modify the customer data?
Huh? Garuda's?
That must have been how Juno found his address. If we change his data, we might buy ourselves a minute or two.
That's true. But where would we go in that time?
Lime had to play Garuda, so moving him around wouldn't be easy. Putting him on a creeper was out of the question.
A taxi wouldn't be secure enough.
That's like tissue paper, bro.
Thinking back, Juno must have been the one behind the canvas hack in Shinjuku too.
What sort of car would be secure?
A police car or an armored vehicle, I guess.
Good idea.
Which one? The police car?
Will you ask the CCO?
Yeah, the quests are cybercrimes. I'm sure they'll help out.
Police cars could go pretty fast too.
Okay, we know what to do now.
Thanks to Momo and Cross, I was starting to see the light at the end of the tunnel. I had to avoid Juno and get that flight path once and for all. But it was a little too soon to give up. The plane was expected to fall in 20 minutes.
I'll try something else.
It was 10:32. Just as the hackers predicted, Flight 302 ran out of fuel. I tried all kinds of stuff, but it was all in vain. No one could do anything to prevent it. Not the top quest participants, not even the hacker who outpaced the police. As people all over the world watched in terror, and countless hackers gave it their all. Flight 302, with more than 200 passengers on board, fell from the sky and crashed in Odaiba. The next objective is obvious. Don't stay to witness the end of Flight 302. Load a save to reach a different outcome. Okay. Doop-a-doop. Doop-a-doop. And then here.
Cross, can you...
Yeah.
Okay. Hmm? Huh?
Hold on!
You, I get...
See... Huh?
So she's...
What kind of trick?
Huh?
Bro, I didn't...
Seems Juno, and so not...
Harry?
Or not. Cross.
We'd actually...
I guess...
You moved at...
There's no...
We entered the...
So... We need more time.
What?
Huh?
That
That's... But...
a taxi.
That's like...
What sort of...
Good idea.
Which...
Yeah. Okay. We're in the home stretch. Let's do this.
Huh? This looks legit, doesn't it? It is, right?
I didn't steal Wind's thunder this time. Instead, I contacted Nano and asked her to modify her drone.
I'll send someone to help you with that. You just focus on the modding.
Roger Dodger!
Cross, I want you to help No.
As I spoke, I sent him the data from the business card.
Go up the stairs outside to the second floor. She'll tell you to look for a repeater, and it'll be under the trapdoor in the storage room.
Wait. Did you?
No questions. We gotta hurry. Momo, let's go.
Okay.
As I tore down Waseda Street, I made an anonymous call to the inquiry service at TMPD Cybersecurity Division.
This is the Cybersecurity Division. Please state your business.
I have info on Flight 302. The plane is being hacked from Swallow Apartments in Toshima.
How do you know that? Please elaborate.
There's no time for that. Please, just get to the apartment.
That was probably all I needed to share with the Cybersecurity Division, just enough to get their attention. Next up,
Oz, let's team up and take care of Flight 302. I know you're heading to the MTIL. You told me before I loaded.
So you used that app you mentioned, did you? Whatever. What do you want?
Could you ask them for the captain's BMI password? You can send it to me after I set up a new direct channel to the plane.
You know you're asking for the moon here, right?
Nope, just that password. And one more thing.
I rushed through the details with him. then got to work modifying Kabuto's customer data.
Momo, here.
I got off the Graper and went straight to room 201. I was low on time, so I had to ignore the info when sent to me.
Cross, now you found the repeater, you got nothing to do, right? Help me out, bro.
I'm listening.
I need to get the flight path data from the BMI of the hack source. Will you help me if I set up a backdoor?
I'll just ask. There's no other way, is there?
That's what you told me last time.
Guess I gotta trust it then.
I connected to the electronic lock and unlocked it. There was no point improving the security, so I just went straight inside.
Lime Nukui, you gotta help us. Ah! Calm down and look at this.
I did what Momo had before and showed Lime an AR image of the news. Just like last time, the news showed a banking flight 302, which straightened out once Lime righted the plane in the simulator.
Just playing Garuda, man.
I know, we'll take care of this. You just keep on flying.
I established a wired connection to Lime's courier node and began setting up the back door. That was when I heard police sirens in the distance.
This is the place, right? This is indeed Swallow Apartments!
It looks so old. Oh? I think I know that Graper.
Wait, so the informer is...
Just in time.
Polon Takaoka?
The person who ran down the stairs was the same boy who had fooled us with a fake fire alert back at Shinjuku Station.
We're police officers, and you are under arrest.
Arrest? I thought you were only supposed to take me into custody.
What?
The chief withdrew that order.
Oh, right. We might have to take him in if this is another ruse, though.
It's not. We secured the source of the hack, but he's got other insane hackers after him. That's why I need you to take him in instead of me. The plane's gonna go down if you don't.
Hold on, we're here!
A girl and a young man came out of the second floor apartment. The girl had been wearing a pink costume when we last saw her. The young man was using AR on his BMI, and there was a cockpit in front of him. If Polon Takaoka was lying, he was going overboard with the act. Was this a trap? Or was it actually...
So he's the source of the hack? Let's use his BMI to verify all this. Then we can decide whether to take him in or...
There's no time for that!
We need all the proof we can get. Don't forget that you tricked us last time.
If I let him pull the wool over my eyes again, I would be unworthy of my badge. I had to be careful with this Takaoka kid.
Hey, Bambi? The chief's calling.
Yes?
You're currently with Polon Takaoka, aren't you?
Yes. It turns out that he is the informant. We're trying to confirm whether or not he's telling the truth.
Please do as he says.
What? What do you mean?
He might have the key to completing this quest.
You're kidding, right? He's a small-time criminal. I know the evidence was deleted, but still.
We have no choice but to believe him. Please don't take your eyes off of him.
Yes, sir.
Takaoka. Who are you? Not just anyone can put pressure on the police.
You know, it was a detective that arranged for this. I'm just a guy who wants to take care of the problem.
That doesn't even come close to answering my question. And don't go thinking you're innocent just because the evidence is gone.
Calm down, Bambi.
Sorry. Let's get this guy into the car.
Momo and the Cyber Forestalls led Lime Nukui to the car.
Looks like getting Oz to help was the right call.
I figured it would take more than an anonymous call, and since Oz mentioned he had connections in the police, I told him to use them.
Big news! Bad news! Did you check the latest Garuda update?
The latest? As in...
Someone modified the customer data!
That someone was me, and if my actions had come to light, then... I checked 4chan, and the hackers there already knew about the room in Swallow Apartments.
Shit, Juno's coming. Let's get out of here.
I didn't want a repeat of last time. I had to avoid her somehow. I called Momo over and we sped off on my Graper. The Cyber Forestalls weren't far behind. They had to get Lime Nukui away from the area. Swallow Apartments got smaller and smaller in the Graper's rear camera. Thankfully, I couldn't see Juno anywhere, but...
Why are they following us?
I had no clue what they were doing, but the CFD's police car was right behind us. Whatever. I had other stuff going on. I hacked the traffic lights at the intersection so we could speed through and get even further away from Swallow Apartments.
Hey! I could arrest you for that!
This is an emergency, damn it!
I know you want to get some distance, but come on!
It's not just that. We need to cancel 302's autopilot.
I connected to Cross so I could check on the progress.
How's the flight path data?
Copying now. Halfway there.
So we couldn't decide where to launch the drone.
Let's launch it at 10:22. That's in 15 minutes.
The plane falls at 10:32, right? That gives us 5 minutes to hack 302 and another 5 to land it. Then this boils down to how close we can bring the drone to the plane with our remaining time.
He had a point. Transporting the drone was an important step too.
We'll take it someplace around Shinjuku.
When I had launched the drone from Nakano, the plane was heading south towards Meguro, but at 10:22 it would still be somewhere over Shinjuku.
I could fire it myself if the launch site's in the Okubo area.
But if it's any further than that, you pass the drone to me. I'll drive. You tell me where to go. That'd be fastest, right, bro?
Sure would.
Holy! Very Airy B2 is complete! It's B2 because...
Alright, give it to Cross.
We dodged Juno, got the flight path data, and prepped the modified drone. For now, at least, things were going smoothly. Now we just had to stick the landing. Hacking my way through every red light, I went south towards Okubo. There was no sign of Juno, but the CFD police car was still right behind us.
Hold on. I calculated the drone launch location.
Where?
Here's the address. 101 Kasumi Gaokamachi, Shinjuku.
The National Stadium!
That was further away than Okubo. We would have to get the drone from Cross.
Think you'll make it?
Honestly, not sure.
Hacking the traffic lights wasn't buying us enough time. We needed another idea.
Oh yeah! Okubo to the National Stadium as quickly as possible. Give us a hand, will ya?
What? You still need help?
I want to save 302, please!
Think we could close up some roads, Rico? Only partially, I think. We need assistance from other divisions, though. You're actually gonna help him? Yeah, but don't get me wrong. I'm only helping him because it might help someone else. Let's talk to the chief about this. Roger.
Thanks, I owe ya.
The police car changed direction and disappeared from sight.
Cross, we're taking the drone. Meet you at the intersection in Kita Shinjuku, District 1.
I'm almost there. You?
I'm close.
The intersection was only about 150 meters ahead.
We'll take it from you while we're rolling. That'll save us some time.
Got it.
Momo, think you can grab the drone?
Leave it to me.
Got the drone! How's your end?
We did what we could.
Here's a tentative route. I'll navigate and give you updates.
Hold tight, Momo.
Okay. Oz, could you send us the pilot's BMI password?
You're almost there. Start slowing down.
Will do. No. Is this okay?
I used my BMI to give Nano a look at the drone launch pad we had set up.
Perfectly perfect! Launch at will!
I checked the time and walked away from the launch pad. It was 19 seconds till launch.
Momo, count down on 5.
Okay.
I expanded my field of view and held my breath.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1, now!
I input the firing command. Right after it went up, I received the drone's camera feed. This was my second time seeing it, but my eyes still weren't used to the speed. It was easily faster than a Greyhound going at 200 kilometers an hour. But this time, thanks to the flight path data, I knew exactly where 302 was. I adjusted the drone's trajectory with my physical keyboard, guiding it closer to the plane.
There it is.
The distance between the drone and the plane closed way faster than I expected.
Come on, hit it!
I hit the enter key right before 302 disappeared from sight. The drone went past the plane and flew off into the blue sky.
Did it hit?
It did! Bullseye!
How's the channel?
We're connected.
Yeah! Momo, send me the password.
Okay.
Cross, let's get in.
We used the channel and the password to enter the pilot's BMI.
Sir, they're about to break down the door!
A man who looked like the co-pilot was holding the door to the cockpit.
Keep them out! Things are only gonna get worse if the passengers get in here. I can't hold them for much longer! I'll try canceling the autopilot again.
This was my chance to get the code. I had to record it. The pilot set up an AR keyboard and entered a 16-digit code. Next, he entered the 4-digit security code.
Damn it! It's still not working!
Now we knew the code.
I'm in the system.
Can we put in the code?
Give me a sec. I'll put the screen up.
Momo, how much time do we have?
There won't be enough time to land the plane unless you're done in 2 minutes.
I began to sweat. I couldn't afford to mess up after making it this far.
Ross, you done yet?
Just a bit more.
90 seconds left.
Cross! There! All right!
First, I entered the 16-digit code. Then the 4-digit one.
Go!
I pressed enter.
Yeah!
The autopilot was cancelled! I'm taking us to Haneda, right now!
Just as planned, there were 5 minutes left until the plane ran out of fuel. Mission complete. I almost went limp with relief once I got my vision back.
You did it!
Whoa!
Momo suddenly hugged me. I froze in place. I had no idea how to react.
Stream elements.
Momo
Said,
let me go and held my
"Stay
hand with
moist,
both
my
of
friends,
hers.
hydrate."
Thank you so much for saving them.
That's what you wanted, right?
Excuse me?
We got this future because you wanted it. I just helped you get here.
I didn't ask for your help.
You didn't have to. I know what you want.
You're quite assertive, aren't you?
I guess I am.
With a smile on her face, she let go of my hand.
Whoa! History's been made!
A cicada post.
It basically acknowledged that the situation had been dealt with.
I've never seen this before. Someone actually did it!
You did it, my guy.
Well, I knew this would happen. Told you I was a man of my word. I meant it when I said I was gonna be the first person to complete a quest.
Now all I had to do was wait for Cicada to contact me.
I think Wind and I contributed quite a bit.
Yeah, and I mega appreciate it.
Hold on! You're telling me that the one who completed the quest is...
Oh, there they are. We got news that the STS is working again. I still can't believe that you're the one who did it.
What? You think anyone else could have done it?
Ugh, now he's all cocky. The world's full of skilled white hats, you know.
But I'm the only one who completed a quest.
Unfortunately...
It felt nice to be recognized by the police, especially members of the CCO.
I'll give you my contact info. Call me anytime you need my help. I'm gonna be pretty famous now, though, so, might be too busy to pick up.
How reliable. Don't forget that we turned a blind eye to all those traffic lights you hacked.
Hey, I'm grateful for that. I couldn't have completed the quest without you guys.
Try to operate within the boundaries of the law, young man.
Wind sent me a Mewtwo live link. The streamer was Wind himself.
You're streaming the pilot's vision?
Wind was really passionate about quests, so it was no surprise seeing him streaming his heart out. I noticed 90110s in Great Achievement was written in the description. God damn it, he didn't even run that by me.
Oh no! Look! The cockpit!
Huh?
The pilot is in danger!
What?
I rushed back to the pilot's BMI. The co-pilot was now away from the door and holding a knife.
I thought it was over.
With trembling fingers, I used my keyboard to send an alert to the pilot's vision. I sent a clip of my voice to...
The co-pilot's dangerous! Get away from him!
What? In the name of God.
Oh shit. The man swung the knife down. Oh. What? If Kakeda is associating with the people who are doing things in the name of God, does that mean that that one thing happened because of him? Or is it just a coincidence? It would make sense though, because Kakeda didn't they say Kakeda got kidnapped by the Vatican or something? The pilot's blood fell on the floor, but since he was able to put his hand in the way, it was a relatively light wound. The co-pilot raised the knife again and...
Stop!
The passengers broke through the cockpit door. They flooded into the cockpit itself.
Help!
Hearing the captain's distress, the passengers realized what was happening and went to restrain the co-pilot. He was outnumbered with nowhere to go. He held a Bible against his chest and looked straight at the pilot, and the mass audience waited watching on YouTube.
The third prophecy of Fatima will be fulfilled. No one can stand in its way. Not even you, Lucia!
The co-pilot then slit his own throat, killing himself.
Lucia, did he mean...
Momo was completely pale and said nothing in response. A short while later, right before it ran out of fuel, 302 landed at Haneda Airport. And that is a world first achievement, clearing chapter 3.
What's going on? Why are there bodies in here?
This is the end for us. Go forth by yourself, Lucia.
A man was kneeling and praying in a modest chapel.
Pray for us sinners, now and at the hour of our death. Amen.
After crossing himself, he stood and made evident the enormity of his 2-meter tall stature. At that moment, The door to the chapel opened. A short-haired woman stepped inside, her eyes sharp.
We've located Lucia. She's in Japan. We've been ordered to capture her as soon as possible, and at any cost.
Hallelujah! My prayers to Our Lady have been answered. Surely the land will flow with blood.
This is a mission first and foremost. Don't overindulge yourself.
Who are you to speak so pridefully? You do well not to cast aside the spirit of benevolence towards your fellow man. I shall read to you from the Gospel on our journey.
Start packing. We're leaving as soon as we're ready.
Very well.
The man bent down and reached for something on the ground. It was a cross as large as the man himself, yet he bore as though it was no burden at all.
Now begins our righteous crusade.
The Holy Office 513 might have been involved in his death.
Before his death, the co-pilot had mentioned Momo's real name. That was why Wind and the CFD demanded that we explain. We told them about how I met Momo, the end of the world, the third secret of Fatima, and the Vatican's conspiracies, and Kent Koihisa. But that wasn't the end of it.
The Holy what?
I've never heard of them.
That's because they never come out into the open, and don't even exist officially. Regardless, it's truly frightful how much power they have, even at the Vatican. They can even influence the decisions of the Pope himself.
Seriously?
So there was some shady group with the very heart of Catholicism under its thumb.
I can't think of any other group that would have ordered the co-pilot to kill himself.
They forced him to do that? But why?
To send me a message, I think. To tell me that if I got in the way of the prophecy, they wouldn't show any mercy.
Huh? What? Would they actually...
I didn't know if they could force someone to commit suicide, but it seemed pretty clear that this group worshipped the third secret of Fatima.
Why do they think the prophecy's real?
Because it is. I myself have...
Have what?
nothing. They learned that the prophecy was real back in 2012.
2012.
That was the year Kent Koihisa disappeared, right?
Momo nodded.
The Holy Office 513 was formed to meet people who'd come into contact with Our Lady, the Holy Mother, and record the prophecies they received. Because they also thoroughly examined those people's accounts, the members of the Holy Office came to be called Deliberators. Our Lady of the Pillar, Our Lady of Pui. The Holy Mother has appeared in many places throughout history, including Fatima.
I ran a search. Everything Momo had said was true. There were myriad apparitions dating back centuries.
Who exactly is this Holy Mother?
The Holy Office believe that she is the mouthpiece of God himself. They consider her a sacred being who shares God's message with his children on Earth, so as to lead them to a blissful future.
So the prophecies are the word of God.
The proponents of the end use the prophecies to create the Fate Line. That duty has been passed on to the Holy Office.
A fate line? The hell is that?
They say that it's the ideal path towards the blessed end. Fate line is a chain of major future events that culminate in the end of the world. To its upholders, those events are predestined. Originally, only a minority of people within the Vatican supported it. But in 2012, an Earth simulator was launched on Necropilgrimage, the QCDC developed by Kent Korihisa, and everything changed. It allowed people to see the apparitions of the Holy Mother for themselves, inside the simulator.
Huh?
A sufficiently detailed Earth simulator was no different from reality itself. What was true for the simulator held true for the real world.
While this led to the debunking of many legends and accounts, several apparitions were confirmed as authentic. So far, 36 have been verified.
So you're saying Mary's ghost actually exists?
And to think that science is what proved it.
I had always thought religion was unscientific and dubious, but this had me doubting my doubts.
So, are the things prophesized by the fate line actually happening?
Yes. The world has more or less been on track with the fate line. There were some deviations, but none substantial enough to affect the prophecies. All have been within the fate line's tolerance level. If things continue as they are fated to, the world will certainly come to an end.
Kromager said, I am still in shock.
Momo may not have liked it, but I hadn't really believed in the prophecies or the end of the world. But now that I knew there was scientific evidence, I felt like the world might actually end, and we had a little over a month left.
Now that the fate line has been clearly defined, the Deliberator's primary duty is to protect the fate at all costs. They keep a close watch on the world so that it doesn't diverge from its fated end.
Kromager said,
But isn't
you
fate
gotta
like
clear
a
that shit
sure
off your
thing?
PC, dog. The OPP's gonna get you.
It's all good. It's all good. They don't
The Holy Office
know. They
believe
don't
that
know,
those
right?
who learned of the fate have the potential to change it. That's why they are coming after Kent Korihisa and myself.
I had also used loading to change my decisions and arrive at different outcomes. So if you knew the outcome and you based your action accordingly, that would have an impact on the world. Maybe not how it ends, but still.
The agents of the Holy Office have no hesitation to kill. Ever since they began recording prophecies, they have been eliminating all who refuse to cooperate with them. And now, they use the power they have to protect the fate line.
Holy shit, that's scary!
I'm guessing you never told us your backstory because you knew the agents were after you.
Momo hung her head.
I'm sorry.
Her expression was solemn, and she said nothing more. She probably felt responsible for the current situation. I had to remind her that I was the one who chose to help her. She had no business feeling guilty.
I would have chosen to help you even if you told me all this at the start. Don't worry about it, alright? As long as you're in need, I'll be there to help you. You can count on me.
Hold on. I get that you want to show off, but these are actual killers. You could be in serious danger.
Maybe we should take Isaki into custody.
It's not about the danger. My team and I are Anons with bright futures, who can't sit idly by when someone's in need.
You can't be idealistic about this. She should be taken somewhere secure, like the police station. It wouldn't be luxury, but it'd be safe. Safe for her, and for those around her. Please, come with us.
The CFD were serious about this. But Momo only shook her head. Actually, you know what? If it's the CFD hook and Cyberforce security dolls, they can feel free to come after me. They ain't too bad looking themselves.
I can't. There are some things I must do.
But your life's in danger.
I'm well aware of that. I'm sorry.
You don't have to apologize.
Should we give her our contact info?
Especially Iroha. Iroha's really got the attitude I like. She can definitely come after me if she wants.
Oh, yeah, let's do that. Here, we'll send them over so you put us in your contact list. You can talk to us anytime, and we'll help if something happens.
Momo bowed her head apologetically. It's okay, Momo, we got you. Still wondering what's going on with that AR symbol on your cheek, but yeah. Sunlight leaked through the curtains. The equations written on the large tablet on the wall shone red in the evening sun. This was the Victor Condry. Ooh! So another kind of semi-reference? I don't even know if that's a real school. For all I know, that could actually be a real school too. Victor Condria University's Institute of Mathematics in California. And since PST was 17 hours behind JST, the high hack happened sometime in the evening here.
Whoa, whoa, whoa! Is this
Ooh,
actually
new
happening?
lady? New lady? New lady? What's
The
that?
chances of completing this one were the lowest yet, but someone actually did it?
Liddy Kumar, a mathematician of the Institute, abandoned her equations and expanded a sub-window from the corner of her tablet screen. 4chan's hacking board, Hack, was displayed. It was being flooded with new posts.
That's how the quest was solved. It's ingenious to the point of absurdity. What's with you, Polon? You're too good. If this is all real, you're a wizard who rivals Ramanujan. You must have received a revelation from Namagiri herself.
Srinivasa Ramanujan Iyengar. I probably butchered that, but Srinivasa Ramanujan Iyengar. That sounds right enough for me. So Srinivasa. 1887 to 1920 was an Indian mathematician whose genius in the field was sometimes described as wizardry. He claimed that the extensive mathematical knowledge he displayed was revealed to him by his family goddess, Namagiri Thayar. He was invited to the prestigious Cambridge University, and several years later became a member of the Fellowship of the Royal Society, putting him in the same group as Isaac Newton and Albert Einstein. His life is also the subject of a biographical film.
So he lives in Nakano, huh? Maybe Tengen knows something about him.
So wait, does this mean that your meeting with Isaki was fated?
Huh?
Wynn walked up and asked that as soon as we got back. He was obviously hyped.
You met by chance! That's a way bigger deal than eloping with a girl, right?
I'd say they were about equal.
A love that started with a lie! That's some movie shit right there. It's gotta be real 100% fate, I tell ya!
Sure.
My vision was suddenly flooded with messages, so I ended the conversation with Wynn.
Man, what the hell?
This was way too many.
I don't go to any high school and I'm not your friend, damn it.
Got some messages, huh? The Nakano Symphony's commissions page is being flooded too.
Huh? Well, you've been doxxed on 4chan. Huh?
He shared some posts with me showing my name, address, and ways to contact me. I was the first ever person to complete one of Kakeda's quests. The hackers of the world must have been desperate to find and expose me.
Wait.
Feeling anxious, I connected to the IoT at my place. IoT, short for Internet of Things. It refers to objects connected to the internet as well as the services that use them. In recent years, it has become commonplace for various objects to be equipped with sensors that gather and accumulate various pieces of information in the cloud, then use AI analysis to derive optimal feedback from it all. For specific examples, air conditioners may start automatically setting temperatures based on people's body temperatures and preferences, while refrigerators may detect how often they're being used and message the owner to suggest that they should buy more food. Just as I thought, my intercom camera showed a bunch of hacker-looking dudes hanging out. The sprinkler in the garden sensed something too. Man, what a bunch of fuckers. This was why I hated hackers.
I guess I'm living at Symphony for now.
Luckily, this place was rented in the owner's name, not mine. But
Oh, my donuts.
my IoT fridge said that I still had caramel, double chocolate, and cinnamon sugar donuts stocked. It was a real downer to think they would be moldy by the time things would be calm enough for me to go home.
Man, life ain't easy for a top quest ranker, huh?
The rankings got updated?
What? You didn't check them? You're 9th, man! All the way up from 9,487!
I'm not in first! But I'm the first person to actually complete a quest!
But you didn't have much of a presence. You're not much of a quest contributor if you don't actively share the info you get.
That makes no sense.
Frau Kojiro, you don't think that's... I mean, it could be, right? Well, I didn't care much about the rankings anyway. Cross had gone up 100 spots, while Wind had fallen a few.
Did Cicada contact you yet?
No.
I checked the messages with Cicada 3301 in them, but none of them looked like the real deal.
Well, whatever. We can wait.
There was no way he would ignore someone who had completed a quest. Momo looked kinda down though. She must have been worried. Her goal was to save the world, and she believed Cicada was its savior. It was no surprise that she was upset that our efforts weren't paying off. I felt like I had to say something. Shit. I had no idea how to cheer girls up.
Hey, Momo. Wait, what? Is this real?
Excuse me?
Oh, sorry about that. I got a message.
Speak of the devil.
From Cicada? What does it say?
I'll share it.
Surprised by the sudden change in Momo, I sent the message to everyone here.
What? Cicada? Is this actually him?
Maybe, if we could actually prove it. He has no official contact address or anything.
Oh, right.
Prove?
How would Kakeda prove this was him?
Look at this.
Did you post it on Hack?
That's what I thought at first, but the poster was...
A cicada post, and it's seconds old!
The poster's IP address is the same as the one used for the high hack, which means...
IP address, short for Internet Protocol Address. It refers to a set of numbers that identify the communicating parties using the Internet Protocol Communications Protocol.
The one who just messaged me is the real Cicada.
Whoa! Holy shit! A message from the guy himself!
Well, I am the man who did what no one else could.
I know you're hyped, but before you throw yourself a party, why not put your attention where it's needed?
Yeah, I was just about to.
I opened the message and looked inside. I expected a bunch of coordinates or an address we could use to reach him, and then find a way to save the world. Hello, we will be keeping a close eye on you to assess whether you are the one we need. Good luck.
Oh no.
He wants me to solve more quests?
What? But this one was the hardest yet, and you saved over 200 people!
Guess he hasn't decided yet if you qualify.
You gotta be shitting me! This wasn't a fluke. I completed the quest using my own skills.
We don't know his standards, so we have no choice but to play along.
First, I was only 9th in the rankings. Then Kakeda himself told me to do better. And now Momo looked bummed out again. Man, what the hell? I let out a huge sigh, and a wave of fatigue hit me. My head was kinda hazy, probably 'cause I had been through the high hack a whole bunch of times.
I think we should call it for today.
Yeah, I'll worry about stuff tomorrow.
How to meet Kakeda, the whole thing with the Holy Office 513, etc.
Momo, you should sleep here again.
USA's NSF officially abandons project to rebuild the Arecibo Observatory, which collapsed in 2020. Apparently we do get tips off of those thingies. Arecibo Observatory, an observatory located in the U.S.'s Commonwealth of Puerto Rico. Completed in 1963, the Arecibo telescope had a diameter of 305 meters, making it the largest radio telescope until the 500-meter aperture spherical radio telescope was completed in China in 2016. In August 2020, one of its supporting cables snapped, with the same thing happening to the main cable in November of the same year, creating a large crack in the main mirror. Finally, in the subsequent December, the 900-ton platform fell, breaking off the tops of the support towers and destroying the telescope completely. It was dismantled in the years that followed, but plans to rebuild it are being floated around.
No, I've already been here too long, so...
Hey, Don't worry about etiquette or whatever. You won't find anywhere safer than here.
But...
Polon, what are you gonna do?
Huh? I'll stay here with her, and... Oh, wait, I don't mean anything weird by that.
She needs some time alone, don't you think?
Alright, I'll go.
You shouldn't have to.
Don't worry about me. Nakano's my turf. I know how to have a good time. Just call me if something happens, okay?
Okay.
I left Symphony and Cross and Wind followed.
Don't forget that you were the one who decided to help her. Take responsibility and look out for her.
Huh? But you just said we should leave her alone.
First he told me to leave her, and then to look out for her.
You wanted to spend the night alone with her?
It's not like that.
Takaoka, be strong.
Cross and Wind put their hands on my shoulders like they were offering encouragement. And then, without explaining a thing, they just walked away.
What the hell?
I was worried about Momo, so I figured I would just spend the day somewhere close by. That would be enough, right?
5 more minutes.
It was the afternoon of the day after the hi-hat. I was right in front of the building Symphony was inside. Last night I had suddenly asked Momo to meet me here at 1. But...
where the hell were we supposed to go?
Feeling kind of worried, I reminded myself why I had set this up.
You didn't invite Aizaki for dinner? Are you kidding me?
Why would I do that?
She looked really down, man. Don't tell me you didn't notice.
Well, I did. She was sad because Cicada's message was a letdown, right? I mean, there's only one thing we can do. We'll just keep on doing quests. That's all there is to it. Why are you so quiet suddenly?
I'm at a loss for words.
You're really bad with girls, huh? If a girl's down, you gotta cheer her up, or do something to take her mind off her troubles. Seriously, you should make a GF and VFF. There's a lot of girls to choose from, and you can flirt with them as much as you like. I'm telling you, it rules. Want me to find a girl like Aizaki? She'd be good practice, don't you think?
So, I'm just practice to you?
Oh, no. Takaoka's just a rare case. I'm all about you, Yomi. You're the one for me.
Well, okay.
You're always so cute when you're embarrassed.
You dummy.
How about it? You gonna try VFF?
Well, I could just invite her for dinner right now.
No. Girls don't eat at this time of day.
Tomorrow, then.
My man, you gotta invite her on a date.
Date?
You gotta make it up to her for leaving her alone.
No way! We just met! We can't date yet!
Your meeting was fated. It's fine. Go on, call her. But remember, you can't arrange a date for the same day.
Hey, Cross, what do you think?
She's been having a tough time ever since that incident with the co-pilot. Not only does she feel responsible for his death, she must be terrified of the Holy Office 513. She shouldn't be left alone in that state.
Good point. Keeping her locked up in Symphony was a bad idea.
All right. I'll do it. I'll invite her on a date.
Getting fired up was fine and all, but
Hold on.
Hey, you're here.
Did you really find out more about Cicada?
You lied to get her here?
I had to. When I tried to get her on a date, she refused.
if I hadn't lied, she would have just stayed at Symphony.
She'll hate you for this, my man.
What?
Did you say something?
No, I'm just talking.
Talking?
If you're gonna say sorry, you better do it now. Dude, get off my case. This is my date.
I turned on the gripper I had at my side.
Hop on, Momo. I'll take you to the cicada hint.
Where did you find it?
Huh? I can't tell you.
What's it about then? Hold on?
I'll tell you when we're there.
I see.
Under the clear sky, golden sunlight speckled the waves. They shone brilliantly. We were at a park in Odaiba. The water in the Bay of Tokyo wasn't especially clear, but the place was a tourist hotspot and a great choice for dates. It was good, but
Can you tell me about it yet?
Momo didn't even know this was supposed to be a date, so she didn't pay the surroundings any mind.
Why not enjoy the scenery first?
Excuse me? Is it hard to explain? Please, try anyway. I'm ready to hear the truth.
Crap. I couldn't lie any longer. She was gonna hate me, but I had to tell her. I felt like I should have told her I lied before we got this far. Then we could have just had a nice walk around Nakano. Now I was going to be the guy who took a girl to a date spot just to admit he was full of shit. How uncool was that? Damn it. There was no point regretting it, but man, did I regret it. You're telling me to redo this. I didn't think you were the type to get involved in this kind of thing. You're pretty nosy. You've given me the motivation I need, though. Yes, I'll go back and be honest with her.
Hold on. Did you really find out more about Cicada?
Momo, I lied. I didn't find anything new. I'm really sorry. I feel so bad about this.
Why did you lie?
You look pretty down, so the guys told me to try cheering you up. I should have invited you to dinner yesterday. I was too dumb to do it. That's why they said I should invite you on a date to make up for it. It was Wynn's idea, but even Cross approved.
So it's because I turned you down.
It's not your fault. I get it. I know we just met and we're not close enough to go on dates. Actually, the date thing was just an excuse. As long as it could cheer you up, anything would have been fine.
I really didn't know how to handle girls. First, I had tried acting cool and inviting her on a date, but that didn't work out, so I figured I should just spill the whole story. I knew I was being super lame, but it was the best I could do. And ads have started, so I'm gonna go get some more water. Okay, water has been gotten. Make sure to stay hydrated, friends.
Hold on.
Continuing on.
Let's walk around a bit.
You mean...
Had she just okayed the date? I was sure she was going to hate me, so this was a huge relief.
All right, let's go.
I didn't know how much she meant by a bit. 10 minutes passed as I tried to figure it out, and we were now in a park. We were at Nakano Shikinomori Park, otherwise known as the Central Park. It was one of the local hangout spots.
Hold on. You really trust Cross, don't you?
Huh?
Her question was so sudden that I didn't know how to react.
When you were talking just now, I could sense how much you trust him.
Well, we've only known each other for about a year, but yeah, he's already my ride or die. I keep calling Nakano Symphonies a team, but it's actually just me and him.
How did you team up? Why are you so close?
Momo was talking more than before. It felt like this was actually lifting her spirits somehow, which made me kinda happy.
We met through this incident that happened.
An incident?
Yeah.
I felt like Cross himself had to be here for this conversation, so I called him with my BMI.
We're talking about our past. Help me out.
All right.
After my dad died, I started taking jobs from Symphony's owner, and soon enough I was hacking for a living. The incident wasn't long after that.
A local guy asked me to look into the company he was working for. The company developed AI-run disaster prevention systems as part of the city's automation initiative, but their systems were real sketchy. My job was to hack into the company network and investigate the systems. Nothing out of the ordinary, a piece of cake for hackers. The problem was that the person who set up that company's security was a hacker known as Crow.
Is he famous?
Yeah, I was a real newbie back then, but even I'd heard of him. He was a well-known hacker from Nakano who took jobs from anyone. He took plenty of work from shady groups. And I heard that if he snapped, he went completely out of control. A bunch of people told me to drop that job, but I was determined. I'm the type of guy who always helps people in need.
Nice enthusiasm, but you couldn't actually do the job, could you? You didn't have the skills to breach the network's security.
It's not that I couldn't, I just chose not to. I changed my strategy and went directly into the offices. I got the AI disaster prevention system source code, and it was as jank as I expected. Real sloppy. This meant the systems of other companies participating in the project would get dragged down too. So I figured I'd use all this as evidence to get the city to pull the plug on the project. But before I could do that, a certain someone stopped me.
Wait. I know that you're the intruder. You tried hacking into the network yesterday, didn't you? You did a poor job hiding your trail. In fact, you hid it so poorly it's almost like you wanted to be found.
You're Crow!
Crow's real name was Cross Yumikawa. It was Cross from before we teamed up, back when he was a brooding edgelord.
You don't want me to call the police. delete the source code right now.
Do you have any idea how many people will be in danger if this gets released? You're a skilled hacker, there's no way you don't know.
My client's affairs are none of my concern.
What? And that was our first encounter. Polon and Cross, the fated rivals.
Rivals? You think you were a match for me?
Hey, I got out of the building, didn't I?
Followed by me beating you to the ground and making you delete the source code.
Oh! Ugh.
You beat Polon up?
Yeah. I mean, he was actively engaging in trespassing and theft.
Here's the most important thing, though, Momo. I was able to see through Cross. I realized he was actually a good guy. You know how? It's because instead of reporting me to the police right away, he just told me to delete the code. That's why I invited Crow to Tokyo's government offices.
Why there?
Since I couldn't get the disaster prevention system's code, I changed my target. My new goal was to stop the project itself. I wasn't good enough to hack into government systems at the time, though.
So you asked for help from the guy who beat you up. Hell of an idea.
Hey, you accepted the invite, didn't you? I knew you would.
I only showed up to tell you not to mess with my client's partners.
But you helped me out.
In the end, yeah. I kinda respected you for sneaking in there all by yourself, even though you knew you were gonna blow it. It was so brave, it was reckless.
No, it wasn't.
My man, security was on you in seconds. You were completely cornered.
Well, I guess. Thanks for bailing me out of that one. Anyways, working together, we got our hands on that project's shitty plans. We leaked the plans online, and the Tokyo government got slammed. After that, they revised the whole project.
Looking back, that job was real dicey. We could have been caught and arrested at any moment.
All's well that ends well, partner. That gig was the whole catalyst for us teaming up, wasn't it?
And because I wanted to clear my name.
You did?
I couldn't find a way to shake the reputation I gained as Crow, as much as I hated it. I figured I could right that wrong if I teamed up with a guy who was ready and willing to do stupid stuff in the name of justice.
And that's how Nakano Symphonies was born. And ever since, we've been using our own brand of justice to help people in need.
What a wonderful bond. Thank you so much for sharing that with me.
Momo's tone had changed. I figured that was a good sign, but right then, She made a face like her chest was in pain.
There's something you... No. Something everyone should hear.
I could tell she had used her BMI to start a call. She must have had something to say to us. She let out a sigh. She prepped to say something, clearly hesitant. She struggled for a while before finally opening her mouth.
My associates were murdered. They were killed by agents back at the Vatican.
Oh.
The words were so unexpected they just about winded me. I heard Cross and Wynn gasp too.
It happened shortly before I came to Japan. I wanted to save the world, and they offered to help. They belonged to the Anti-Fate faction, the people who opposed the end according to the Fate line. Though I was with them for just a few days, we shared an ideal. They were truly wonderful people. If only I hadn't relied on them to get me to Japan.
I had only met Momo 3 days ago. I didn't know when she had come to Japan, but it couldn't have been more than a day or two before we met. That meant that it hadn't even been a week since she had lost her buddies. Was that why she had suddenly started crying back at the park?
Those Holy Office agents killed them all?
At least 6 of them. They died in front of me. And there's no way for me to know if the other 3 survived.
Her voice was shaking.
I couldn't stop thinking whether it's really okay for me to be with all of you. Ever since I heard that co-pilot's message, it's been troubling me.
We'll protect you, and we can protect ourselves too. There's nothing you gotta worry about.
I believe that from the bottom of my heart. Momo didn't seem to agree, though.
That wasn't the first time I lost someone. I've lost so many people. I'm responsible for their deaths. And each time I was filled with sadness and pain. I couldn't bear it.
Momo.
I can't help but think that I'm cursed.
There's no such thing as a curse. Even if there were, I wouldn't give a damn.
Momo looked right at me. There was no hope in her eyes.
Still, I don't want you to get involved any further. From now on, I'll be on my own.
You think I'm gonna leave you high and dry after hearing all that? It's too...
Hold on. You're pressuring her.
Cross cut me off. But
I want to help you, Momo.
I had let myself take advantage of those words. I had no one left to rely on. I couldn't stand being alone. But it's time to end this.
There was no uncertainty in Momo's expression. She was totally determined. Nothing I could say would change her mind.
All right. Go. But we'll keep chasing Cicada, take on his quests. So if you ever change your mind, come back to us anytime.
She didn't respond.
Polon, Cross, Wind. Thank you for everything.
Stream Elements said. Stay moist, my friends, hydrate.
With heartfelt gratitude, she bowed, then walked away from me.
She's gone.
Polon, you did well there, letting her go.
Bro, no way I'd bitch and moan like some kid.
I see. I'm proud of you.
Actually, I had impressed myself by seeing her off the way I did. If Cross hadn't said anything, I might have caused a scene.
Hang in there, Momo.
I stood at the park alone. I had to cool my head after hearing all that.
Search for Lucia. No. Momo Aizaki.
With the guy QCDC spherical monitor open beneath him, Asuma Soga delivered a command. The next moment, the QCDC's quanta began operating at unimaginable speeds. The Earth Gaia simulated was about as detailed as reality itself. Examining every inch of it necessitated an overwhelming amount of work. And yet, the supercomputer could do so in mere seconds.
Momo Aizaki was not found within Gaia.
And Polon Takaoka?
Found within Gaia.
Nakano Symphonies.
Found within Gaia.
Asuma fell silent. He spoke again after thinking for a moment.
Cicada 3301's quests.
Not found within Gaia.
Asuma's eyes lit up. This was what he had been looking for.
There's the lead I need to figure out her true identity. I don't know if it's just a Gaia error or a distortion in the real world. But I'm going to find out.
Two days had passed since Momo decided to go it alone. We had done some research into Cicada's IP address, but couldn't find anything useful. Cicada himself was still silent, and no new quest had been posted yet. On account of being flooded with spam, Nakano Symphonies was on a temporary break too. I had absolutely nothing to do. That's why I decided to look into a few things.
There you are. That high hack thing sure made you famous, huh?
I don't plan to stay a hacker. I'm gonna be a hero who helps people in need. All this was just the first step towards that.
Parts of this sucked though, like not being able to go back home because I had been doxxed.
The girl's not with you this time.
Tragic. Man arrested for threatening Haneda Airport, center of Hi-Hat crude news.
Nice observation.
I considered telling him that she had left, but didn't see the point, so I kept that to myself.
So, you got any new info for me? Anything about the Vatican?
If I tell you, you better tell me something in return. And no stupid jokes about saving and loading the world or whatever.
Oh, I'll tell you.
I would tell him that my world saving and loading was no joke. I hadn't had the chance to explain it in depth, so this was a good opportunity to level with him. Maybe he would actually know something about it.
Remember how you told me that the army were trying to deliver the girl to the Vatican? I know the deal there. That special plane parked at Haneda was visited by the Chief Cabinet Secretary, the Minister of Defense, and the Minister of Foreign Affairs. It's looking like the Vatican demanded that the Japanese government hand her over. The SFG were just carrying out orders. There's no direct connection between the girl and the Gaia institution.
Oh, I see.
All the different factions showing up had me kinda confused, but it looks like the only ones after Momo were the Vatican.
Couldn't find out why they wanted her, though. If the little lady wasn't lying, I guess it's something to do with the end of the world.
Ever heard of the Holy Office 513?
The Holy who?
It's a group that doesn't officially exist, but
I told him everything Momo had explained.
A secret organization that controls the Vatican from the shadows, huh? There are a load of conspiracies about that place, so this one might just have some truth to it. I guess the 513 refers to the first day.
you know what the numbers mean?
If we're talking about a group that worships Fatima's secrets, 513 has got to point to May 13th, the first day Our Lady of Fatima appeared.
I hadn't given a second thought to the date, but he was right. When it came to this kind of stuff, Oz really knew his shit.
Did the girl say anything about the Mariophany?
Mariophany? What's that?
It's what some people call the periods in the 19th and 20th centuries, when there were lots of Marian apparitions reported. I figured there might be some kind of special meaning there, but if your reaction's anything to go by, I guess not.
You should ask Momo about it. Anyways, about the agents. If they came to Japan, would you know about it?
Doubt it. Pros like that have lots of ways to hide themselves. For all we know, they're already here. I can tell you if I notice anything weird here in Japan, but keeping the girl safe, that's gonna be on you.
Oz, I'm hungry. Take me out to eat.
Declining birth rate remains a concern. MHLW announcement. 600,000 babies born in 2037. A new low. The office door opened up and Nano walked in, accompanied by a woman in a white suit.
I got a guest. We'll go out later.
Is that...
Polly? Polly's here!
Nano activated her berry eyes, then jumped onto its left. Very easy, then jumped onto its left-wheeled arm before rolling rapidly towards me. A moment later, she leapt through the air at me and headbutted me right in the solar plexus.
Was it really that long?
I was pretty sure only a few days had passed since we had last seen each other.
Hold on, Takaoka. I didn't think I'd be seeing you this soon.
The woman in white was right next to me before I knew it. She was jumping for joy with a massive grin on her face.
Who are you?
My name's Liddy Kumar. I'm a mathematician.
Huh?
For an intellectual, she sure dressed with panache. I checked her profile to confirm, and sure enough, she was a mathematician.
Holy, you don't know Liddy Bear? She's got 10 million followers online!
Whoa!
She also modeled for a webzine.
Seriously?
And she debuted as a singer!
What?
A mathematician influencer. A person who has influence over those around them, generally used to refer to people with a large online following, giving them influence on the internet.
What do you need an online presence for?
My goal's to share the wonders of mathematics with the world. Think of me as a math evangelist.
I thought that the only type of people Oz knew were bureaucrats and officers and formal types like that. But this lady seemed pretty chill.
But why does such a famous mathematician know me?
I have a mathematic interest in all this. The codes, the events of the quest, and of course, the process by which you completed it.
She came all the way to Japan to conduct research on you.
The odds of completing the Hi-Hat quest were astronomically low. There must be a reason you were the one who pulled it off. And I took an extended break to find out what that reason is.
A reason.
I doubt you'd believe me, even if I told you. Oz sure didn't. That's how crazy it is. I mean, I can't really say it's my own doing.
Please tell me. I'd love to analyze your methods mathematically.
Are you gonna publish them or something?
Only with your permission. I'm doing this purely to sate my intellectual curiosity. I'm not on the job or anything.
Liddy's trustworthy. I can vouch for her.
All right, I'll take your word for it.
Cautious, aren't you? I can see why Kaoru thinks so highly of you. How long have you known him?
Who's that?
Kaoru Sumezu, chief of the CCO.
That meant he was the CFD's boss, right? I kind of remembered him indirectly helping me out with the Hi-Hat.
Wait, so you know people in the police too? Who are you, really?
You sure like to ask questions. I think it's about time to give you a little math quiz.
Huh?
Oz and Nano sighed.
There she goes again.
You can do it, Polly! I know you can!
Huh? A math quiz? What?
Suddenly, an AR projection appeared in front of me.
There are 3 doors, and one of them has a prize behind it. Which will you open? Oh, sorry, was I unclear? There are 3...
I heard you just fine. It's just so out of nowhere that you kind of lost me. What does math have to do with it, though? All I can do is guess, right?
For now, yes.
So she wanted me to pick one first.
All right, the middle one.
Okay, now I'll open one of the other doors. And just so you're aware, I do know which is correct, and I'll be opening an incorrect door. This leaves only 2 doors. Now I'm giving you a chance to change your choice. Do you think you'll have a higher chance of winning the prize if you change your door or stand by your choice?
So this was where the math came in.
I'm not changing my choice. The chance is the same either way.
So you're satisfied with your answer?
Yeah, because I know I'm right.
Unfortunately, no, you're not.
What the hell?
This is the Monty Hall problem. Changing your choice actually increases your odds of winning.
A probability puzzle based on the US TV game show Let's Make a Deal. Monty Hall is the name of the show's original host. When a magazine article discussed this puzzle, many readers rejected the writer's explanation based on probability theory. As such, the problem is famous for showing how answers intuitively felt to be correct are different from theoretically correct answers.
You're shitting me.
I wanted to refute it, but the internet said the exact same thing.
Well, math is quite fantastic, don't you think?
Honestly, this was kind of frustrating, and I didn't really know the specifics of her relationship with the police either. The internet said the Monty Hall problem was really controversial when it was first proposed, and the lady behind it got tons of criticism. Apparently, it was also fiddled that the person presenting the problem opened one of the wrong doors, while knowing which one is right. It was a pretty old brain teaser, too. I would have gotten the right door if I had known about it.
Can we get back to the matter at hand?
I won't. I'm good, thanks.
There you.
I don't.
The girl's not.
So.
But.
Oh.
Remember how you. That's. It's. Yes. Couldn't find.
Ever?
The.
It's
a secret org. There. Make it.
You.
If we. Did the girl say? It's.
And if they.
Doubt. I can. I gotta get.
Was it?
Hold on.
Who are you?
My.
Huh?
Holy.
What? What do you need a.
My.
But why does.
She came.
The. And.
I doubt. I mean.
Please. Only.
Lid.
Gosh.
Cal.
Wait, so you know? Huh?
There she goes.
Huh?
There are. Oh.
What is.
For.
All right.
Okay. Do you.
I'm not changing my. Yeah.
Hun.
What?
This is the. Well.
To be honest, I was considering it. Redoing a quiz when you know the right answer seems kinda uncool. But if you're going to be my partner in crime, then sure, I'll do it.
There are 3 doors, and one of them has a prize behind it. Which will you open?
The middle one.
Okay, now I'll open one of the other doors. And just so you're aware, I do know which is correct, and I'll be opening an incorrect door. This leaves only 2 doors. Now I'm giving you a chance to change your choice. Do you think you'll have a higher chance of winning the prize if you change your door or stand by your choice?
I'm changing my choice to the one on the right. That increases my chances of winning.
Correct! Well done!
Wow! You did it!
Yes, it was worth loading just to change my answer.
Did you already know about this, perhaps?
Maybe. Now tell me why you have ties to the police.
Of course. Though it's more that I have ties to Kaoru.
Just the chief.
I guess you could say we're comrades in arms.
An officer and a mathematician?
And a detective.
She threw a glance at Oz.
We met met in the summer of 2031 in California. Back then, I was still a college student. And the prime suspect in the Serenius incident.
Serenius incident, a terrorist attack that occurred in the US in 2031. Someone bypassed the security of NASA faculty, broke into it and stole Serenius, the Martian bacteria being kept there. The next day, the person presumed to be responsible demanded that the US cease all space development and threatened to release Serenius if they did not. Liddy was arrested as one of the suspects behind this incident, but she was later proven innocent.
What was that?
An act of terrorism against the US government.
For real?
I looked to Oz, but he didn't deny it. She wasn't joking.
I was innocent, of course, so I tried proving it. Karu and Tengen helped me do that.
And that's why you're comrades in arms, huh?
Back then, Karu was a miserable student who'd been scammed out of every asset. I'd helped him out with that, so he offered to assist my work. And this Serenius incident motivated him to join the police.
So you don't work together?
Unfortunately, no. Our relationship is strictly private.
I see.
It sure wasn't what I had expected, but it was still interesting.
Can we get back to the matter at hand?
What was it again?
It's your turn to talk. When you were chased by the army, you knew I'd be going there, didn't you? How long were you watching me?
Oh, that.
The math quiz had thrown me for a loop, so I spent a moment to recover and began talking.
I wasn't watching you. I loaded the world.
Hey, I told you to quit with those jokes.
Oh, I'm not joking. Hear me out.
I explained it all step by step. I told them how the first time I noticed the app was at the airport. I said I had no idea what it was, but I tried loading and reset the world.
I knew you'd come because I'd seen it happen once before. I escaped the SFG and completed a quest. That's two impossible things I actually pulled off. Come on, you know I'm telling the truth. I'll even show you the screen that appears.
I capped the load screen and sent it to Oz's device.
This is real. Who sent you the app?
Some super hacker out there.
What?
They put this app in my BMI without leaving a single trace. How else can I explain it?
You don't even know their name?
No, but, well, for now, I think I'm gonna call them Anonymous. Or just Anon.
Unnamed, nameless, incognito, anon, often used for users who don't assume a name while posting on online image boards.
I can activate the app just by thinking about it, but sometimes Anon brings it up for me. It's like they're saying, load now.
You're getting support from some mysterious hacker? So that's how you completed the quest?
Yeah.
The app designer must be on the level of Cicada or Juno. What manner of methods could they be using?
She was so excited it was kinda scary. Oz was strangely silent though.
What you've just told me reminds me of this guy. Went by the name John Titor.
Ooh, so he knows about John Titor too. Well, we know the whole thing's kind of intertwined and in the same world, right? So, in November of 2000, a time traveler claiming to be from the year 2036 appeared on a US online forum. This caused quite a stir on the internet, with lots of people flooding to the forums with questions and arguments. He named himself John Titor and posted partial pictures of his time machine, its operation manual, and schematics. This self-proclaimed future person talked about what would happen in the near future: time travel, physics, interference with history, the multiverse, many worlds, timelines, and world lines. Then, 4 months after his first appearance, he posted that he had completed his mission and would be returning to his era, after which he was never heard from again.
John Titor.
I ran a search and instantly found something.
Huh? It's just some urban legend.
Apparently, he was a time traveler that appeared in the year 2000.
As far as stories like this went, his was pretty convincing. If his theory's right, you must be moving between world lines.
Though the term refers to infinite possible worlds, the worlds don't actually exist in parallel, with there only ever being one world line. All that ever happened, is happening, or will happen in one world line is observed and set in stone. Because of this, no matter how hard you try to change the past of a world line, it will always converge upon the same results.
World lines? What are those?
Parallel worlds, basically. Changing the past would create problems like the grandfather paradox. But everything works out somehow when world lines are involved.
A famous time travel paradox that questions what would happen if a time traveler were to kill one of their own ancestors before they had given birth to their parents or themselves. If the ancestor died, the time traveler wouldn't be born, preventing the ancestor from dying, which would in turn allow the ancestor to create a time traveler who would go back in time and kill them, and so on. The cycle would repeat without end.
The concept of parallel universes doesn't apply to the world line as I know it. It exists as one world amidst endless possibilities. You don't move between world lines. The world line simply transforms. In essence, the entire world is reconstructed. Everything from the past to the future is rewritten. Our memories are no exception.
You're both making it sound kind of complicated, but you're basically talking about what-if worlds, right? There are infinite what-ifs, and changing the past creates a world spun off of a what-if. Is that it?
Yes, but there's a limit to these what-ifs. World lines do change slightly, but major events like people's deaths can't easily be prevented. Most events fit within the expected range. It's kinda like fate.
That made it sound kinda like that fate line thing Momo had mentioned.
Are you really a mathematician? This isn't your field of expertise, right?
I'm just saying what my friend told me. Her name's Kurisu Makise. She's a brain scientist. I'm sure you've at least heard of her.
I searched her, and seeing AI in the results reminded me I had seen the name in some article. It was about her Amadeus system project.
Hey, do you have the divergence meter I brought last time? I want to show it to him.
It's on top of that shelf. No. Can you get it for me?
Easy peasy, lemon squeezy.
Nano extended her machine arm and retrieved a weird-looking gadget.
Huh, pretty cool.
I liked how its display was a mix of both analog and digital.
The reading's strange. It's supposed to show a numerical value representing the world line we're in.
Is it broken?
I didn't do it!
I'll have to talk to Kurisu about it. Normally, this whole part would show numbers, and they'd change if you altered the past with your app. It's hard to escape convergence, though, so I imagine the only numbers that would change would be the ones at the end. Oh, but apparently you need a special talent to notice the change, so I doubt we'd even be able to tell.
World lines. I didn't know if they had anything to do with my loading, but it sounded interesting.
John Titor used a time machine in 2036, so it wouldn't be too nuts if you had secretly had one too.
Enough about urban legends. You read too much moo-moo.
An occult magazine first issued in 1979. It covers topics such as UFOs, cryptids, superpowers, the super scientific, and conspiracy theories. Despite the modern dominance of the digital, it continues to be released on paper. One of the shells was neatly packed with Moo mags printed on actual paper. This must have been why he had no trouble believing Momo.
Got any ideas besides time travel?
Well, do you know the delayed choice experiment?
No. What's it about?
Quantum physics, specifically the double slit experiment. It's used to explain certain physical phenomena on the quantum scale. Let's begin with a standard double slit experiment. It's an oldie from 1961, but it's timeless. First, imagine the world we live in. The world of classical physics. Let's say there's a board with two parallel slits. If you throw balls at it one by one, what kind of marks do you think will be left on a board placed behind it?
There'll be marks that correspond to the slits, right?
Correct! Now, what if we use waves instead of balls? These similar but displaced waves interfere with one another, canceling each other out and overlapping, creating an interference, or moire, pattern. Let's switch over to the quantum world next. Instead of balls, we'll be using electrons.
A gun?
An electron gun. Scientists created it so they could fire electrons one at a time. Go ahead, try it. We need more than a single shot. Keep firing!
Huh? It's not the same as with the balls.
Strange, isn't it? That's what you'd expect from the shape.
Oh, it's got a pattern like the waves. If that's the case, what interfered with him?
Good question. Scientists at the time wondered the same thing. So they placed a special detector before the board to observe how the electrons passed through the slits.
What's going on? It's not an interference pattern anymore. They're marks like the balls left.
Fascinating, huh?
Was the detector emitting radio waves or something?
Wouldn't we see an interference pattern in that case?
Oh, yeah. But then, what else could affect the outcome? Was it our observation that did it?
You nailed it! The very act of observing changed the behavior of the electrons. This experiment shows that electrons have a wave-particle duality, and that observation affects the way they behave.
It's like saying electrons got intelligence.
Now that would be interesting. All right, let's get on with our main topic. The delayed choice experiment. So there was this scientist who started thinking one day. What would happen if you observed this experiment somewhere in the middle? And decided to place a detector behind the slits to test it out. Hold on, can you fire some more electrons?
They changed to particles.
It appears so, but in actuality, these electrons are considered to have been fired as particles.
Huh?
If they changed from waves to particles, we should see some marks outside of the slit areas, right? But that didn't happen. Once they were observed, the electrons behaved as if they were particles from the start. In other words, history was rewritten.
Holy shit! That's crazy! So, for the observed result to make sense, the past got changed?
Yes! The past changes the future, but here the future changed the past. This is a quantum-level experiment, of course, but our world is governed by quantum mechanics. I wouldn't say it's totally irrelevant. It could potentially lead to influencing the past without a time machine. Well, pretty cool, isn't it?
You think my app works kinda like that?
It's possible. That's all I can say. There's no shortage of such oddities. Quantum entanglement and relativity are some others that come to mind.
According to the theory of special relativity, as you approach the speed of light, the flow of time approaches zero. This means that nothing moving at the speed of light is subjected to the flow of time. This strange phenomenon is called time dilation. Fundamental particles such as electrons and photons can have an upwards and downward spin simultaneously. This state is called a superposition, which continues until something observes it, making it collapse into having either an upwards or downward spin. Quantum entanglement requires either two electrons or photons in a superposition, and entanglement is the relationship between the two that causes the two particles to always assume the opposite spin. The entangled particles have a strong mutual relationship. If, for example, one of them has an upward spin, the other will instantly assume a downward spin. This relationship doesn't change no matter the distance between them. The moment one of them is observed, the other's state is already set. One of the discoverers of quantum entanglement was Einstein himself, and this phenomenon debunked his own claims that information could not travel faster than light.
It's kinda disturbing.
I felt like everything I knew was crumbling apart. I had no idea the world was so weird.
This universe is a 13.8 billion year old mass of miracles. Mankind's only been around 5 million years. No way we can make sense of it all.
Well, you're not wrong, I guess.
Hey, civilization's only been around for about 10,000 years, so I'd say we're doing pretty good. We even have Earth simulators.
The whole idea of recreating the Earth is pure human hubris. Life ain't that simple a thing.
Oh, come on now, Tengen. Would it kill you to give mankind some kudos once in a while?
Shut up.
We talked some more, and although I heard some wild shit, our chat didn't turn out very productive. I guess it was 'cause it was a holiday, but there were a bunch of families and couples out enjoying themselves. Seeing the smiles on their faces, I felt at peace somehow. A few days had passed since I had left Nakano Symphonies. I had been worried about where to hide out, but surprisingly, there was no shortage of places I could stay. The city had some unmanned hotels without any employees, so I was able to get by just fine staying at those. It was strange seeing machines doing the laundry and cleaning up, but I was spared from any suspicion. It was actually pretty comfortable. But I had no luck with the most pressing issue, the search for Kakeda 3301. I didn't have much on him to begin with, and the quests were my only lead, so I wasn't really expecting to get anywhere. That was why
Momo! Sorry for the wait.
asked the police to help.
Sorry for troubling you like this, Miss Kurashina.
Don't worry, it's fine. I'm the one who said to get in touch if you need me. Oh, and you can call me Bombi.
Okay. Miss Bombi.
You don't have to be so formal, Momo. And just so you know, I changed because it'd be weird to attend a secret meeting in my uniform. I'm dressed for leisure, but I still mean business.
You give off a different impression looking like that.
Yeah. Kinda childish, right? Maybe it's weird to bring this up all of a sudden, but... I spent years trying to be an idol, but I never got past the auditions. I don't think I had the style I needed to attract a lot of fans, so... I'm not too confident about the way I look. That's ancient history, though. I guess I'm kind of an idol now anyway. I mean, I'm doing idol things.
I see. So that's your story.
Oh, but I'm serious about my job as a police officer. I've wanted to be one ever since I gave up on becoming an idol.
I think you're very cool, Miss Bombi. I can tell that you're very serious about your work.
Thanks. Oh, by the way.
Yes?
Where did you buy your clothes? They're really cute, Momo.
I bought them somewhere Polon took me, and... Oh,
Is he your boyfriend?
I'm on my own now.
What? I see. Well, he did seem like the insensitive type.
Oh? But Polon was truly kind to me.
Huh? I'm so confused.
Can we move on?
Oh, right! Let's.
Miss Bombi came closer, probably to make sure no one heard us.
Have you learned anything about Cicada?
I'll be honest. We got nothing. A bunch of us at the CCO tried looking into him, but there was nothing about the guy in our database. Rico figured he'd erased all traces of himself, since someone who hacked the Vatican probably has a criminal record. We asked offices across the country to check local birth records, but there was no trace of him. Digital and paper records were all blank. Either someone scrubbed the records, or he was born in a different country.
I see.
So even after pulling some strings so they could check the paper records, the police had gotten the same results as Nakano Symphonies.
I suppose the only way to reach Cicada is through quests.
That's too risky. If you do that, the people hunting you are gonna find you. We'll take you into custody. You don't have to put yourself in harm's way.
I can't let you look after me.
Oh, that's what you said last time. Why are you trying so hard?
Because this is my mission.
You can't just leave it to me, or someone else.
I'm sorry.
There was no way I could leave it to someone else. Everyone wanted me to complete my mission.
Take this, then.
She handed me a nylon pouch with 3 folded up devices inside.
What are these?
Delta Stunners.
Stunners?
They're awesome. You can knock out even the beefiest hackers with these. Just set him up in the direction the perps are gonna run, then wait for him to get zapped when they turn tail.
So these emit an electric shock?
Yep. The shock's not lethal, but it can knock people out. It's basically a stun gun the police procured for weaker officers. The manual explains how to use them. They're prototypes, but I'm sure they'll come in handy.
Can I really keep these?
Of course. It's not like I snuck them out. The chief himself said I should give them to you. Well, we're gonna continue our cicada investigation, so let's keep in touch. We can meet here again another time. Go ahead and give me a call if you need any more help. The Cybersecurity Division is on your side, Momo.
Thank you.
A long time ago, in a galaxy far away, we bore witness to a miracle. A true miracle.
Wow! I can't believe we were chosen by Mother Mary herself! We're going to save the world?
Yes, she said, please take it upon yourselves to save the world. But I can't. I'm no good at anything. Jacinta, we can do this if we work together. Together? Right, Francisco?
Yeah, I think we can do this.
Then I'll do my best too. Yeah!
As long as Francisco and Jacinto were with me. If the 3 of us were together, we could save the world. I believe that with all my heart.
Lucia, please give that nonsense about saving the world a rest. If you don't, they won't stop overworking themselves. They just can't stop praying to Our Lady. What they need right now is rest. If they don't rest, they'll...
Shortly afterwards, Francisco caught the disease that was going around and passed away. And then Jacinta...
Lucia, I finally get to see you again. How are you feeling? I don't know. It hurts all the time. I see so many scary dreams. You'll be fine. You even made it through that surgery. I'm sure you'll be healthy again, and... I'm sorry. Jacinta? Jacinta! Say something! Don't leave me! Live, Jacinta! Jacinta!
I felt like it was my fault. I had told them that we had to save the world together, and made them take on more than they could bear.
It's my fault. It's my fault there.
Overcome with pain and regret, I wept. And that's where my memories trailed off.
We will lose this war. However, do not fear. In the distant future, mankind will reach an inevitable metamorphosis, and humanity as we know it will cease to exist.
President Kennedy has been shot. That's one small step for man, one giant leap for mankind.
As part of the ceremony to mark the remodeling of the Arecibo telescope, a radio message was broadcast into space.
Nostradamus said that the great king of terror will arrive. The world ends in 1999. This is nothing but the truth.
Breaking news! Lehman Brothers has declared bankruptcy. I repeat.
Look at this crowd. People have gathered from all over the world to witness the completion of the Sagrada Familia.
Due to recent circumstances, we have decided to cease development of the Earth simulator, Gaia.
I've been in line since 2 nights ago! Man, I just have to get a carrier note for myself!
Many believe that the SA-4D have gone haywire, but the details are unclear. Shinjuku, Akasaka, and Ochanomizu have been affected, but there are reports of other areas sustaining major damage.
The next thing I knew, I was in water. I was surrounded by a strange water in which I could breathe. This was probably the future. That notion must have come to me because I had been dreaming for so long. Within the dream, I saw an age beyond that which I had known, and learned many things I couldn't have imagined. My body had also changed. I had grown a bit since the time my memories faded out.
We've deviated from the fate line by increasing the world's entropy, and we have brought about the sad morning. The root cause was us taking the DNA data of the Fatima children from the Earth simulator and transplanting it into artificial brains. And now those brains have incarnated. This is clearly an emergency.
The man pointed at me. My DNA data, as recreated by their Earth simulator, had been transplanted into an artificial brain, and that brain obtained a body? But I retained all the memories of my past, so what was
I would like to see the recording again.
Restarting the recording.
The large monitor played a video. It showed this room with a red revolving light shining on it. Someone's crying was echoing throughout. 3 coffin-like devices were connected to the QCDC Necro Pilgrimage. A man ran up to one of them and opened it. So that's why it's probably called Necro Pilgrimage, right? Because they brought the 3 prophets back from the dead. Necro. A pilgrimage of the dead prophets. Okay. I understand.
What's going on?
No. Why? Why has this happened again? Inside the device were Francisco's remains and...
No pulse. This one's dead too.
The other device contained those of Jacinta.
Why are there bodies in here? Hey, this one's alive. She's the one that was crying. Help me get her out of here.
It was my fault. They had died again because of me. I must have been cursed. Why else would those closest to me die twice?
The remains of Francisco and Jacinta look like as if they're from a 3D printer.
Indeed. Even the slightest mistakes during output create such strange misalignments.
I sense the devil at work here.
If he really was involved, then this was truly a miracle like no other. One more astounding than perhaps even the Holy Mother's apparitions. Behold, I send my messenger before thy face, which shall prepare thy way before thee. Let us believe that this was the Lord granting us forgiveness for straying from the fate line. I'm so sorry. I'm to blame for your suffering, for your lives ending twice over.
I had lost Francisco in 1919, and Jacinta in 1920. And then, after a long dream, I lost them again, and the manner of their deaths felt so horribly wrong. If I hadn't pushed them so hard when we heard Lady Mary's prophecies, things wouldn't have turned out this way. And the people of the Anti-Fate faction as well. They sacrificed their lives so I could escape the Vatican.
Still, I want to save the world.
Though I couldn't stand to bring pain to the people around me, I still longed to fulfill the prophecy. That was why
I mustn't rely on anyone anymore. I have to do this myself.
Two weeks had passed since I was doxxed. Symphony had become my new home. China GDP over 20 times greater than Japan's as growth continues to stagnate in 2037. And it was actually pretty comfortable once I got myself a toothbrush and a pillow and stuff. I was worried about bathing and laundry, but I kinda enjoyed visiting bathhouses and laundromats for the first time. I had been living on restaurant and convenience food anyway, so it was barely a downgrade. I was just about to grab breakfast, actually.
Payment unsuccessful. Please check your balance and try again.
Someone was stuck at the auto checkout by the exit. This was a completely unmanned convenience store without a single employee. If some kind bystander didn't help, this would continue forever. It was probably some senior citizen who didn't know much about electronic money or digital assets. A new term for virtual currency. Virtual currency refers to currency exchanged exclusively using digital data. Unlike fiat currency, it is rarely regulated by anything like countries or central banks. Primarily traded on the internet. With the 2020 revision of Japan's Fund Settlement Act, virtual currency was renamed to digital assets to further differentiate it from fiat currency.
Why isn't it working?
Wait, you?
Stream Elements said, "Stay moist, my friends, hydrate."
You're my prince, right? Did you come to save me in my time of need?
I just came to get some breakfast. What's the problem with the payment?
There's a Ferris Go error. It says it can't get the data from the server.
a biometric verification system that instantly checks both the user's face and iris. Due to its precision, security, and speed, it is the most trusted of all such systems present in 2037. It is used while making electronic payments, logging into social media, performing security checks, and many other similar scenarios. So she had her Ferrisco linked to PIQTOS. Ferrisco. It was standard these days to store your personal info on the BMI-based PIQTOS servers, and then linked it to all kinds of apps. Ferrisco got popular because registering personal info with every app was a hassle. Any problem with the server would be a major issue though. If the server so much as got hacked, all the linked services would be impacted. That was why I registered my personal data with each service separately. It looked like Nano was with the normies on this though. Well, I couldn't blame her. This was the default setting, so I guess she just rolled with it. Unlinking wasn't exactly simple either.
I'll fix it, so do as I tell you.
I took her to the edge of the store and explained what to do.
I'm registered!
You should be able to pay now. Try it.
Holding a can of cocoa, she slowly approached the exit. This time the payment went through just fine, and Nano spreaded right out of there. I grabbed the milk donut I wanted and joined her outside.
That was my first ever error. It was scary.
It was probably just a connection error or something.
PIQTOS was a browser OS that tons of devices used. Its worldwide share rate was over 90%. It had servers all over the world, and they were well maintained, so the issue must have been pretty minor.
I'll tell my friends at school how to do it too.
Oh? Do you go to school in Nakano? Maybe you go to the same one I did. I went to Ozono Daini.
I go to Hota.
Hota? Never heard of it.
Hotarugaoka Elementary. It's in Kagurazuka. I take online classes though, so I'm basically never there.
Whoa, it's private.
So I guess Nano was a high-class little lady.
I heard you live at Oz's place. Are your parents in the countryside or something? Can't you just take online classes from there?
Mommy and Daddy died in the sad morning.
So you're a victim too, huh?
She was just like me. Well, maybe not precisely like me. I wasn't too broken up about losing my dad.
Oz was Mommy's and Daddy's friend, so he took me in.
Nano's smile was tinged with sadness. She looked down at the can of cocoa she was holding. It came with a plastic case at the top with Pa-O, 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 Pa written on it.
Time to open it up!
Nano energetically removed the case to look inside at the bonus gift.
It's not Palpa!
Hold on a sec. I'll get it for you.
I rushed off to the convenience store and bought another can, then handed it to Nano so she could open it. There was a Tanuki-like figurine inside.
Is that the wrong one?
Yeah. Sorry. I only want Palpa.
Who had even thought of random bonuses? What a cruel world. Oh, you want to get Nano her Palpa. You got a kind side. I can't argue with that. But I wasn't going to load this time. I went back to the store instead, then took an extra large reusable bag and filled it with cocoa cans.
Here, open as many as you want.
You bought this many?
This is nothing. I'm a mini lotto winner.
Wow! You're so generous, Polly!
Excited by all the cocoa cans, she cracked them open one by one. At long last,
Polly, look! I found Papa! 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 Papa!
clearly ecstatic, Nano looked at the bear-like figurine.
Is that thing popular?
Yeah! It's the main character of an anime called Pow Pow Palpa.
I checked online and found out that the anime was made by Phi, a group of creative AI. A group of artificial intelligences that operate out of France, an AI producer, an AI writer, an AI animator, an AI voice actor. Phi is a group of AIs that produce animated films from scratch and sell them all without any involvement from humans. Kind of low-key makes me wonder how far we are from that for real. Like, we've got generative AI right now, right? Like, how far away from having this are we? Like, for real. Probably would throw a lot of people into an uproar since there are a lot of people who don't like it right now, but I can understand why too.
I watched it a lot with Mommy and Daddy, and I still love it. This was so nice of you, Polly. You really like me a lot, huh?
I just did it because I felt like it.
Alert, alert! Big news! Cicada posted a second ago. It's a new quest.
Took him long enough.
It's actually the fastest new quest yet. Barely 2 weeks have passed since the high hack.
I guess I lit a fire under the guy.
Ideally, there would be no incidents at all, though.
You good to start the analysis?
Hell yeah.
Call me if you need me. I'll help.
Thanks.
Sorry, guys. I can't help you this time.
Huh? Why not?
I got my end of semester tests today.
Oh, school.
Cross and I were just middle school graduates, but Lin was a regular high school student. He went to a school in Kichijoji. So that's why it was hard to contact him sometimes.
I need a good score to make Mom and Dad happy.
You always try your best to make them proud, don't you?
Yeah, I do. I'll still follow along with the quest as best I can. Can't wait to see you work your magic.
I won't disappoint.
What? A new hint already? If I can just figure out the relationship between the image and the color, I should make it to the next one.
No way. Holy shit. Cicada anticipated every move. Similar problems are happening elsewhere too. What the hell's going on? The entire world panicking! Reporting to us live from Tokyo Station.
Oh no. Is that in Shinjuku?
You manipulative.
Consider it a win.
Let's go help. We can't just stay here.
This is just like with Hi-Hack.
A few hours had passed since Cicada's new post. We were analyzing the hint over lunch. I had donuts with 7-Cup for both breakfast and lunch, but whatever. Boy's secret. Okay, I think it's official. He is secretly a cop. Only a cop would eat that many donuts, right? He has to be a cop. Secretly. You could eat donuts with one hand, and the sugar in them made your brain work faster. What hacker wouldn't love donuts? Not to mention they're tasty as hell. Some of them are, yeah. There are some very tasty donuts out there, but eclairs are probably my favorite. Something with custard.
What's the flickering all about?
Maybe a Morse code? The analysis was going pretty well thanks to the hackers, and we were just checking an image we got linked to by someone named Snow White. The hint should be somewhere in the starry sky, so...
Look, 4chan's doing work.
But they only just found this.
The flickering was in Morse code that provided a conversion key for the image's URL.
And they used that key to get this.
Damn it. The hackers were so far ahead of me.
What's the metadata like?
Doop. Doop. Extra information attached to files, such as author, creation date, and file size.
Checked, but I didn't find anything useful. I'm using an AI to analyze the image itself for other hints.
I guess I'll try colorizing it then.
The photo was monochrome, so that seemed like a decent idea. Colorizing it didn't help much. Maybe a different algorithm would get results. Countrywide electronic payment issues continue. So it's probably something to do with the payment issues. It changed some hues, but again, nothing useful.
The more I look at this photo, the weirder it gets. The angle, the perspective, it's all wrong.
Yeah, you're supposed to center the subject.
It was pretty funny to think that this godlike hacker couldn't take a photo to save his life.
Hold on.
As I stared at the photo, I noticed something off about it.
Wait, could this be...
You figured something out?
Yeah, about this god-awful photo. Maybe the angle and the shitty composition are like that, because the photo wasn't taken by a person.
You mean...
This could be an image from a surveillance camera's feed.
That would explain the angle, the distance, the whole thing.
Maybe we're supposed to go to the place in the photo.
I ran an image search, but there were too many similar photos to pin the place down. I could add more search criteria. Art gallery and a museum might fit, but honestly, those seem way too obvious for Cicada.
This magic lamp looks kinda cheap. Old, too.
Yeah, it's like a toy. Although, it might just look that way because it's monochrome.
Not the kind of thing you'd want to display. Maybe it's a prop from some theme park? A real low-budget one?
I'll include that in the search.
Yeah, add Japan, too.
How do you know it's here?
I'm just thinking that if it's in another country, we won't be able to get there right away. We can try other tags after the...
Nothing. No hits.
Damn, that was fast. And here I thought I was on the right track.
Let's try some other search criteria.
What other places besides theme parks
The
would
Comfy
have
Fox
magic
Den.
lamps?
Said. Licked a jade.
Oh my. That's rather naughty, aren't you there? Welcome on in, Mary Ann. I hope you're having a merry existence. And I also hope you had a fantastic holiday week.
What about concept cafes and stuff?
I felt like those places would use props to set the mood. Slightly cheap ones, but still. Thank you very much for the head pats, friend. Clean, clean, clean. Make sure to stay clean.
Good idea.
There are way more concept cafes than theme parks in Japan, but I like our odds, even if we've got a major hunt on our hands.
Still got Incarnation on your mind?
Huh?
That was a concept cafe too, right?
You dumbass! It's got nothing to do with that! And, holy shit, why'd you have to remind me?
I was just about to forget. Damn it.
Concept cafes in Japan seems like a good place to start. Okay, let's split the work and start the
The
search.
Comfy Fox Den. Said.
Alright.
I wanna eat, but I can't.
Well, hopefully you will be able to fall asleep soon. It is important to get good sleep, but it can be difficult sometimes.
Hold on, check this out.
You already found it?
You had the right idea.
Where is it?
A restaurant called Jin. I'll send you the address.
So it's in Mid-City.
It was 20 minutes away by Grapefruit.
I'm heading out. Back me up.
Huh? What's going on here?
Unlock. You are not a registered user. What? But I live here. Unlock. You are not a registered user. Open up. Warning. Unlawful intrusion is a crime. Please step away from the door immediately. Damn it, just unlock it!
Error. Shutting down self-driving mechanism. Ferris verification failed. Please try again.
What? But I did it when I got in. Just take me to the destination.
Error. Ferris verification failed.
Weird. I'll check the settings. Pull over at the side of the road.
Error. Suspected robbery. Calling police services.
Hey! Do the verification again! I'm the owner!
Traffic jam? You've got to be kidding.
It was the Tokyo Metropolitan Expressway or something. I would get it, but normal roads like this never got backed up.
Did some dumbass switch to manual and crash?
Or maybe the army set up another blockade. Threading the needle between the cars, I drove towards Jin. I couldn't help noticing a load of cars parked in weird places. Just looking ahead, I spot 3 right in the road.
Did they break down?
Or were the drivers pulling some shitty prank? Well, whatever. I could still get past them.
Hey,
Takaoka, everyone's getting flooded with errors. Are you keeping dry out there? Are the errors messing with the quest?
Wind? Didn't you have some tests to do?
They're all postponed. Something about verification errors making it impossible to link student info and answer data. Oh, and I got a verification error when I tried to pay at the school store. I can't even buy lunch.
Huh?
It's a big deal. Check the internet.
Yeah, this seems wild.
I was so focused on the quest I hadn't noticed things had gotten so out of hand. If all this was related to the trouble Nano had this morning, then it meant the PIQTOS server connection issue error was still an issue. Connection errors were pretty rare to begin with. If this one had lasted hours, something somewhere must have gone way off script. Is that why the cars back there had stopped?
Don't get distracted. The quest is more important. The odds are stacked against you, but I know you can set things right. Don't let those errors get in your way.
Don't worry, I got this.
I saw something strange at the edge of my vision.
What's that?
Along the sidewalk were people with weird masks on their faces. That's why there's an error. It's been hacked so everybody looks like that, which is why they can't identify them, because everybody looks like that. I ran an image search but got nothing. Also, it wasn't just one or two people with the mask. Everybody's got the mask, which is why they're having errors. They were on the faces of basically everyone I could see.
What the hell's going on? Cross, I'm seeing some weird shit out here.
I know, and already reached the internet. It looks like someone modified the BMI profile display error.
So they took advantage of the PictOS server connection issues?
Seems that way. Similar problems are happening elsewhere too.
Like?
Some regional banks were hacked. Apparently, the account details and balances were changed.
I don't believe you. No one can get past the blockchain.
A recording system extremely resistant to data alteration, first thought up in 2008 for the purpose of digital asset Bitcoin by a person calling himself Satoshi Nakamoto. The banking blockchain had been connected to QCDCs a few years ago and hadn't been breached a single time since. Even hackers had a grudging respect for its security.
Just found some new details on 4chan. You're right. Apparently they altered the values only on the surface level. The actual assets haven't been touched.
I knew it.
Looks like some posters on a dark web message board decided to use the opportunity to mess with the banks.
Man, you gotta be some asshole to get a kick out of messing with people like that. Sure get a kick out of me, right in the ass.
I bet things will only get worse from here. There's no telling what else is gonna happen before the servers are fixed. Be careful out there.
Jin should be right around here.
I followed the map to the area. That was when I saw 3 black SUVs in the distance. Was this some kind of VIP convoy? The SUVs were moving in single file, and I couldn't see inside through the tinted windows.
Smells like trouble.
I was wary, but that didn't stop me riding down the street they had come from like I was on autopilot. When I reached the end, I found a place with a sign that read Jin.
It's here.
I saw the magic lamp from the photo the moment I stepped inside Jin. And there was the security camera in the corner. Cicada must have hacked into it to get the photo.
I found it, and I'm the first here, too.
Nice. That's a good sign. By the way, they found the glass slipper in the US just now.
Don't rain on my parade like that.
I'm just sharing quest info with you. See any hints there?
I'll take a look.
The lamp was small enough that I could carry it in my hands. It was golden, but it wasn't decorated or anything, so it was nothing fancy.
Damn, it really is cheap.
How's the backside?
Oh, I see something.
There was a strange pattern. It felt like soft plastic to the touch, and it was a familiar texture.
Rig mesh.
It was the same material when used for the input device. Thank you very much for the head pat,
The comfy
friend.
fox den said, I'm gonna try to sleep now.
Okay, friend, thank you for coming by. Thank you for the head pats, and I hope the tea helped you to go to sleep. Assuming you actually had tea and that wasn't just an emote, but stay safe and thank you for coming by. Rig meshes usually had touch-activated commands registered to them, so this thing probably had some sort of command programmed into it too.
I guess I'll try robbing it.
How else would you activate a magic
The
lamp?
comfy fox den
Oh, genie
said,
of the lamp!
I had green tea with lemon.
Wish.
That sounds like a plan, friend. Hopefully that helped. Warm tea is supposed to help. I jumped back in surprise as it suddenly released a puff of smoke.
What is this?
Some sort of
Looks
card.
like a
it
laser
looks like.
projector image, just on the smoke.
A 3-card and a date? No, that's not it. The number changed. No clue what it means, though.
The number 51 seemed important, but what did it refer to?
No way.
What is it?
A hacker on 4chan is saying that JB Morgan is under attack. It's just one poster, though, so I can't verify the details.
JB Morgan? Well, that's a US megabank, right? Why even try attacking it? It's not like you get through the blockchain.
Mega banks and regional banks alike were linked to QCDCs, so no QCDC had ever been hacked, so people assumed they were impenetrable.
But the number we got from Cicada's puzzle is 51. He might be launching a 51% attack on the blockchain.
A type of cyber attack meant to alter blockchain records. It allows fake transactions to be recorded as true, and blockchain developers are constantly thinking of ways to counter it.
Alright, let's look into JB Morgan.
Before that, though, we should figure out what the 3 of diamonds meant. The hint found with the US's glass slipper was a jack of spades. Spades represent swords, and JB Morgan's logo is a sword.
You think other banks are being targeted too?
It's very likely.
If the US hint led to a US bank, did the 3 of diamonds refer to a bank here in Japan? What Japanese megabanks were there?
Mitsubishi.
Mitsu meant 3, the Bishi character meant rhombus, and rhombuses are shaped like diamonds.
Is it the Tokyo Mitsubishi Bank?
That's one of the biggest in Japan.
I'll try calling them.
Hold it. That'd be a waste of time. Banks value their customers' trust. There's no way they'd admit they've been compromised.
Good point. Wait, in that case...
Oz, you know any bankers?
You short on funds or something?
No, I want to find out if the Tokyo Mitsubishi Bank is being hacked. There's no way they'd tell me if I asked them, right?
What's your source for that info?
A quest hint. There's also rumors that the JB Morgan Bank in America is being attacked too.
That's gotta be bullshit. They spent years testing and upgrading their current security. I heard not even them wizardly hackers could breach it.
I know that much.
But you still want to confirm it, huh? Info ain't cheap, you know.
In that case, I can load for your sake.
Man, is this kid even listening to himself? All right. Since it's a cyber crime, I'll check with Kaoru. Wait until I got something.
Electronic payment issues potentially linked to PIQT OS verification errors. I kinda strong-armed the guy into helping me out, but...
Do you really think it's possible?
The experts are saying it isn't.
What's happening now is the equivalent of graffiti being sprayed onto a vault. The actual contents of the vault are untouched.
What's this about?
They're talking about the changes to the bank account names and balances.
Blockchain technology has improved every year since its appearance in 2009, and the security it provides is considered second to none now. When linked to QCDCs, the blockchain is immensely powerful. No hacker would be able to break through it.
That's what I think too.
I figured blockchains were safe too. The ones backed by QCDCs were pretty much unhackable, and the banks were still unaffected. If Cicada was actually planning to attack Tokyo Mitsubishi, I couldn't even imagine how he was going to bypass its security.
Cross, how about we review how blockchains work? Maybe it'll trigger something that could help us with the quest.
I was actually compiling materials just now.
That's my guy.
In a blockchain, the records of any transaction in the network are stored in blocks, and each block is protected by a hash. The hash of a block is based on the data stored inside, so every block has a very different hash.
So you can tell when the data inside a block has been tampered with, because there'll be some kind of discrepancy in the hash, right?
Yeah, and since a hash also includes the hash of the previous block, if even one block is tampered with...
The loss in consistency between the blocks will give it away.
So the blocks are connected, like a chain.
There were other mechanisms involved, but this was basically how blockchains work.
Kaoru wants to talk to you.
Huh?
I'm adding him.
Before I could respond, we were talking to the chief of the CCO.
Takaoka, Yumikawa. I'm Kaoru Samezu from the CCO. We're out of time, so I'm gonna get right to the point.
I just thought about something. In Steins Gate, the anime that's in Steins Gate, the one with the hackers and the UPA, wasn't the episode summary after the, try to think. Yeah, what, wasn't there an episode summary of hacking the bank after that other one? Is Anonymous Code just a revamped version of the anime in Steins Gate? Okay.
Tokyo Mitsubishi Bank has been under attack for about 40 minutes now, and parts of its blockchain have already been rewritten.
What?
You can't be serious.
I wish I was joking, but it's the truth.
How is Cicada doing it?
He's forking the chain.
Forking it?
As you're aware, creating new blocks in the blockchain requires immense amounts of computation, commonly known as mining. Mining is done by volunteers around the world, and they're compensated for it. When the mining is a simultaneous effort, the chain gets forked.
Knowing how the blockchain works, that makes sense. How are forks handled, though?
They're narrowed down to just one. The longest fork is the one that's chosen, and it doesn't matter what's inside its blocks.
So Cicada's tampering with the forks to expand them.
But to do that, you need to get past the countermeasures.
And you need to be qualified to mine for a bank. Proof of stake. It's a system in which only those with assets can participate, and mining is prioritized by the amount of assets. Malicious mining doesn't usually work since the bank itself has the most assets. However, Cicada is slowly wearing down that means of defense.
How the hell is he doing that?
By massively increasing the assets of one particular account. It seems simple, but trying this on a bank with over 300 trillion yen in total assets is simply unthinkable.
Holy shit.
Mr. Sumezu, do you know where Cicada's getting the funds for this?
He is most likely using the Pict OS.
Pict.
That wasn't the first time I had heard that OS mentioned today, but I didn't expect it to come up again now. I had a bad feeling about this.
You can save your personal info in the Pict OS servers, then link your info to various services, including your bank account.
Wait, you mean...
A chill ran down my spine as everything finally clicked.
Cicada was behind the verification errors?
I had thought it was just a connection problem, but even that was part of the... I felt like it was obvious, but okay.
He brought down the Pict OS so he could attack the megabanks? What the hell?
Seriously, even an attack on the servers is completely unheard of.
He took on a company with 90% of the global share. They had spent so much money securing their servers, but Cicada still managed to hack them.
Cicada is using the personal info stored on the servers to transfer the money to a single account. His mining will get priority when he holds 51% of the total assets. He's attacking branches one by one, and some have already fallen.
A 51% attack using proof of stake.
The laser projector was now displaying 2651.
So this is counting up towards the percentage needed to complete the attack on Tokyo Mitsubishi.
Is the main ledger still safe?
Is that different from a distributed ledger?
The ledger possessed by each participant of a DLT, Distributed Ledger Technology Consensus, a network of participants that manage the ledger. Because every participant has the same ledger, any alterations to it can be instantly fixed.
Megabanks have 3 types of ledgers. Distributed ledgers for the customers, branch ledgers for each branch, and a main ledger that compiles the info of every other ledger. The main ledger has a wired connection to a QCDC. And if the ledger's ever hacked, it's designed to borrow the QCDC's processing power to deal with it. But in the worst case scenario, when even the QCDC's overwhelmed, the main ledger is separated from the others to preserve the correct records.
So if the main ledger hasn't been compromised yet, we can focus on protecting it.
Let me guess. Too late for that?
Tokyo Mitsubishi Bank's security system uses the Pict OS, and it had stopped responding to all commands when the server was attacked. Cicada anticipated every move.
If we can't use the ledger, I guess all we can do is stop the attack itself.
We had a few hours left for that. I opened 4chan to see how things were going outside of Japan. It turned out Japan and the US weren't the only places. Well, there were 4 pictures, so there's 4 places being hacked, obviously.
Face hack, huh?
It was a disturbing name, but it fit. Who would have figured that the personal info gave to the Pict OS could be this dangerous?
Tauro, have you told the other ministries yet?
I shared it with the entire TMPD.
Let everyone else know too. We should expect the worst.
Understood.
What do you mean by the worst?
The collapse of the world economy. Cicada's gonna bankrupt countless businesses if we don't stop him. Forget mass unemployment. Our whole infrastructure's gonna collapse. People are gonna have to steal from each other just to survive. And public order's gonna be a thing of the past. If things get real bad, we could even have a new world war.
You gotta be joking.
This wasn't a quest. This was just straight terrorism. Bro? Hijacking a plane and crashing and killing is terrorism too. It was terrorism for a while now. Okay, that line had been crossed a minute ago.
But this isn't a task we can afford to fail. Takaoka, Yumikawa, please, help us. We need your skills to prevent the worst case scenario.
A request from the top of the CCO himself, huh?
Knowing that they had chased me back in Shinjuku, this felt kinda weird. I didn't mind it though. Actually, it was fucking awesome.
Alright, we'll help. We beat a quest before, we can do it again for sure.
It was time to show Cicada what I could really do. I watched the post come pouring
The
in.
magic lamp is inside Jin?
I ran a search for that word. I got results in moments, which told me this was a strong hint.
It's in the city. I need to hurry.
As I checked the route, I stood up from my bed. But as I rushed to the door,
No pulse. This one's dead too.
This is the end for us.
the memories flashing through my mind made me stop.
If I go, someone else might.
The agents would do anything to capture me. If I went outside, I could be putting innocent bystanders at risk. If someone tried to help me, they could get hurt. All because I was cursed. My body froze the moment that thought entered my mind.
But I have a mission. What am I supposed to do?
So what was the right plan of action here? We had already teamed up with the police, so now I could call on them if I needed to. Government authority would probably be a big help if I ever needed a sitrep on the PICT OS servers or the Tokyo Mitsubishi Bank. That was why I had to focus my efforts elsewhere. What I needed to do was...
If you're bringing this up now...
You telling me to go back? How far, though?
Oh, I get it. You want me to get the drop on Cicada.
Since the first step of Cicada's attack on the bank was bringing down the PICT OS servers, I can go back and get in the way of that. Retaking the servers while they're being hacked would be tough, but I could pull some moves before the hacking even started.
Time to go back and turn the tables.
I loaded back to 2 weeks before the face hack, 2 days after Momo left. I was getting ready to go to Oz's place.
Hey, hear me out. There's gonna be a quest soon.
A quest? But we just had one!
Did Cicada tell you that?
No, I saw it myself and came back just now.
Is this an epic troll?
Just let me explain and we'll prepare for it together.
Someone. Anyone?
What?
I was lying on the sofa for some reason.
Polon, you alright?
Huh?
I looked around and saw Cross, but Wind was nowhere to be found.
What happened?
You crashed on the sofa yesterday and slept for a whole day.
Yesterday?
An entire day wasted. It was like I loaded for nothing.
Shit! We gotta stop the quest. The next one's gonna start on December 14th.
Then you should go to the hospital and get yourself checked out. You can't do the quest if your body's not up for it. Am I right?
Well, good point.
It wasn't like I had a headache or a stomach ache or anything, but it was better to be safe than sorry.
While I'm there, could you look into the PICT OS servers? That's the next target.
Alright, leave it to me.
So I'm fine, huh?
I had gone to the hospital, told them my symptoms, and gotten myself checked, but all the results said I was totally healthy. The doctors just told me to sleep properly, which really wasn't much help.
Well, whatever. If there's nothing wrong with me, I'll just go back and do the...
Too late.
The next thing I knew, I was lying in a hospital bed.
Why?
Nothing was wrong with me. Why had I been hospitalized? The door to the room opened up, and Cross and Oz came in.
Oh, good. You're awake.
You look good. Guess I should have brought No-No.
They told me I was fine. Why am I in a hospital?
I asked and they said you fainted while you were waiting to pay. They put you in a bed because you wouldn't wake up.
Any idea what happened?
Well...
I remembered what had happened before I fainted.
I loaded to the 14th after the quest started. That's when the symptoms started, and then I fainted without any warning.
Loaded? Stop joking around.
Huh? We talked about it with Miss Lid, didn't we? Did you actually forget?
Miss Lid? Who?
Liddy Kumar, the mathematician.
You know Liddy?
His reaction could only mean one thing. I had loaded 2 before we had even discussed it together.
Was the load any different than your previous ones? You remember anything?
I guess I came back further than usual. I only went back a few minutes or hours the other times, but this load brought me way further back.
That might be it.
You believe him?
We are a team. Can you recall exactly how far back you came? I want some details.
I'll check.
I couldn't trust my memory, so I opened up the loading screen. The saved data I had loaded was...
Oh yeah, this one. 2037, November...
My consciousness suddenly started to fade. As my body altered, I accidentally loaded the save.
Shit!
And again found myself 2 days after Momo had left. This was the second time I loaded way back into the past. If it made my state even worse, I would...
It's too far away.
I was in a hospital room again. My throat was dry and my whole body felt heavy. Looking around, I noticed an IV tube connected to my arm.
What happened after that?
I couldn't remember anything after the second load. How long was I unconscious for? I checked my BMI to find out, and...
The 29th?
It wasn't November anymore. It was December. I had been asleep for a whole month.
What? So I didn't stop Cicada? Cross, I got a question!
Hold on. You're awake.
What happened while I was out? What happened with the face hack?
Well...
Did the world economy collapse?
That was Oz's greatest fear. He said it could cause a world war.
Yeah. The economy is in total chaos. People lost their money. They're fighting over food and supplies. Some countries are even invading others to get at their resources.
Fuck!
The whole reason I loaded was to stop all this, but I didn't change a thing. I had spent the whole time sleeping like a goddamn baby. I heard a series of abrupt sounds coming from outside.
What's going on?
I'll check.
Lifting my heavy body, I looked out of the window. On the large road in front of the hospital were several soldiers who had just parachuted in. Their uniforms were JUSDF.
What the? Japan's under attack from a foreign force!
The news showed soldiers all over Japan. They were the same as the ones outside.
It's the worst case scenario.
A world war was about to start. This was the very future I had tried so hard to prevent. But I was powerless to change it, and in my current state, it took all my energy just to stay conscious. All I could do was sit and watch as the world fell apart. Whoop-a-doop. Loading too old a save puts undue strain on Poon. It might be wise to seek another way to solve this, Poon. Flashback loaded from a very old save data. Okay. Doop and doop and doop and doop. Okay. Doop. What I needed to do
This
was...
thing in front of me.
It was originally a Jinn decoration, but Cicada had modified it. Maybe he left some trace of his actions. I was the only one here, so I had to examine it myself.
I don't think we'll get much out of it, but let's try the standard approach and do a reverse hack. It could lead us to its source.
I'll check on the country's QCDCs.
QCDCs? Why?
The speed at which Cicada is hacking is abnormally fast. It's possible that he's appropriated some QCDCs to speed things up. We've received several reports from companies and research facilities whose QCDC workload has increased suspiciously. It's worth looking into.
Gotcha.
That was the kind of info you couldn't get from anyone but the police. Gotta give kudos to the civilians who reported it.
I'll help with the QCDC thing. I'm used to legwork.
And I'll go with us!
I'll share the reports with you, so let's split up.
Alright, I had to get to work too.
Hey, about that app.
What?
Don't abuse it. You don't know the risks.
Well, you're not wrong there.
Consider it a warning.
Was he worried about me? No way, right?
Anyways.
Before examining the magic lamp, I walked over to the Arabian shelf with a laser projector on it. I couldn't find any device controlling its output. That could only mean the data was coming through either Wi-Fi or Li-Fi? Lo-Fi. Short for light fidelity, Li-Fi is a method of communication that uses LED. Unlike Wi-Fi, which uses microwaves, it cannot cause much interference. As such, it is often used in hospitals and other faculties where the negative effects of certain electromagnetic waves are a concern.
This looks like it.
First, I hacked into a locked Li-Fi network, then into a PC that was connected to it.
There it is.
I found the data being sent to the laser projector. It was created a few hours before Tokyo Mitsubishi Bank was attacked, but all traces of whoever put it onto the PC had been wiped.
What about the number?
Cicada couldn't track the asset percentage without real-time communications. There had to be something nearby that could lead us to him.
Yeah,
said.
There had to be a catch.
Stay moist, my friends, hydrate.
The hacking pathway was changing basically every second. Following it to the source would take a lot of time.
I guess I'll take the number at least.
It wasn't as clear as the time limit we had for the high hack, but it was something.
Anything else?
I searched the PC for other leads.
The rig mesh was placed after the fact?
The data I had thought was used by Jin had no commands for the rig mesh. Okie dokie, apparently we are not streaming tomorrow. Just so you guys know, I just now learned about that. I was going to post, well, I can't post on the Discord now. We're going to have to change Discord. Anyway, fun fact, either I can't trust someone as much as I thought, or Discord actively tracks your messages, so fun fact, guys. Anyway, but yeah, no stream tomorrow apparently. I've gotta go help my mom with something. Yeah, and we are going to have to change the Discord a little. Anyway. The data I had thought was used by Jin had no commands for the rig mesh.
In that case...
I left the PC and moved over to the magic lamp. I examined the rig mesh on its surface. It had a unique shape, like that of snow crystals, but there were no product names or model numbers or anything like that.
Mr. Samezu, could you use your authority to question Jin's management? I want to talk to whoever put the rig mesh on the magic lamp.
I'll try requesting their cooperation. Give me a moment.
I mean, that could be a gimmick for this restaurant, if that whole thing is part of it, you know? You rub the magic lamp, you get a wish, and all that. That could be the restaurant gimmick. And he just hijacked the system to, you know, put up his own projection. Next, I used the local Wi-Fi network to hack my way to the security camera footage. I went back on the camera that watched the lamp, and...
There you are.
A hairy dude had walked into Jin and done something to the lamp. Verification issues. Tokyo Mitsubishi Bank halts all transactions. He had come in about an hour ago. The guy wasted no time and walked right out when he was done. Going by his outfit, he clearly wasn't an employee.
Takaoka, it appears that not even Jin's employees know about the rig mesh.
Sorry, I already figured it out. There was a suspicious guy on the security camera.
Did you hack into it without permission? Since you're cooperating with us, I'd prefer it if you refrain from that kind of thing.
Huh?
Yes, I just did an unlawful hack out of habit.
I'll be more careful next time. Alright, where'd he go?
I checked the other camera feeds, but I couldn't see that guy on any of
I don't have
them.
enough hints.
All I knew was that he had left
Guess I'll
Jin.
just go after him.
Like the hairy guy before me, I left Jin. Once I left Jin, I was at a loss about where to go. There were too many options.
Any cameras I can hack into?
TMPD street cams would make this easy. If there weren't any around, I would settle for convenience store cams or EDRs. Suddenly, I heard a police car siren. The next moment, the car stopped before me, and two officers stepped out. Had the CCO sent me some help?
Polon Takaoka, I assume. You're under arrest for assault.
Nani?
Huh? Me? Assault? You got the wrong guy.
Don't deny it. This is you, isn't it?
The young officer showed me a tablet. There I was, on the screen, punching a stranger.
Huh? What the hell?
I couldn't remember doing this. What was going on here?
Wait, is this a fake video?
Videos depicting faked content. Fake videos created using AI deep learning algorithms are called deepfakes, and their quality is such that it is easy for people to mistakenly believe that they are real. Understandably, this is a concern. Someone had used AI to change the assailant's face and clothes to mine. Who the hell did this? Someone was laughing. Following the sound, I saw a woman I didn't recognize. She was looking at me, clapping and laughing. There was a high-quality Korea note attached to her ear.
It was her?
I checked 4chan and found a live stream showing me and the two officers.
You manipulative. Mr. Samezu, another hacker's used a fake video to frame me. Cancel the arrest warrant.
Arrest? Please, give me a moment to confirm.
Don't try making a call!
Ah!
The officers took my Korea note and pushed me into the car.
You can talk at the station.
They took me to a police station in Roppongi. They spent what felt like forever questioning me about an assault that never happened. And a few hours later, I heard the news that Cicada's 51% attack had been successful. Now that Paul has completed a quest, many hackers see him as a rival. Try looking for a way to solve things before they get in his way. Damn, people. People acting like assholes, right? That's the way some people are, though. Gotta brush it off and just move on. Don't let it. Load autosave. I'm going to go ahead and test something here. Just out of curiosity, since is mildly getting annoying, but will it auto stop at the point where I'm supposed to? No, it does not look like it. Okay. It does not, in fact. Okay. Because most games, whenever you reach a point where you can make a choice or do something different, it stops the auto skip, but there really isn't that kind of thing here. You either pull it up yourself or you don't. So, in order to get onto new sections, you really have to be careful about the skip and really know where you need to pick up or something. It's not very user friendly. Although I'm not sure how they would sort that out.
I'll help with the queue.
It's sort of like sacrificing usability for novelty, if that makes sense, which I'm honestly okay with. It's not getting too annoying yet. And the novelty of how they have the save system is pretty cool. I am enjoying it, so minor inconvenience, that's okay. We can handle it.
There it is. What about...
Yeah.
I guess I'll take...
The best option probably would have been if we did get the bad ending, the conclusion, to just have the auto skip automatically stop where we're supposed to pull the thing up. Like since that, we got that.
Mr. Cement, I'll try.
That would have been the best option, I think, but it is what it is.
Takaoka. Sorry, did you? Huh? I'll be more careful.
Right?
I don't have enough.
Oh, I knew. Okay, here. You think it's time to load now? I have to chase down the...
Oh yeah, I can go back.
The man was here about an hour ago, so I just have to be here at the same time.
Then I won't even have to look for him.
It would mean ignoring Oz's warning right away, but...
Sure, I'll play along with your idea.
I came back to around when we were analyzing the face hack hints, right after we got the image of the starry sky. Right in front of me was an untouched 7-Cup and a Choco Crunch donut. Oh, yeah, I hadn't eaten these yet. Damn, it felt good to get to eat this twice. My hunger had come back too, so it would be extra delicious.
The PictOS server problems? Our Cicada's doing.
I explained the situation to Cross while eating the donut.
He's taking control of people's bank accounts and using them to split Tokyo Mitsubishi Bank's blockchain.
Huh? What 4chan post are you reading?
My mouth was full of donuts, so I washed it all down with the 7-Cup.
I just came back. Try doing a reverse hack on the PictOS server attack. I'm going to Jin in Mid-City.
Hey, I need more explanation then.
I'll do it on the way.
I got on my Graper and took off towards Jin. I took the same road as before, but I was an hour earlier this time, so there weren't too many obstacles from the PictOS incident yet.
Oz, we got a quest. Tokyo Mitsubishi Bank is being attacked through the PictOS servers. Get help from Mr. Samezu of the CCO.
What's the source for that info?
Myself. I told you I can load. When they confirm what's happening, investigate the country's QCDCs.
What do you mean by...
I ended the call before he could quiz me, then wrapped up my paper.
There he is.
I saw the hairy guy the moment I stepped inside Jin. He was looking behind the magic lamp and putting up the rig mesh at this very moment. I was hesitant to call out to him because I didn't want to scare him off. That's why I made a new save before I spoke up.
Hey, can we talk?
Give me a moment.
The man checked that he had put up the rig mesh properly, then turned to look at me.
You got business with me?
His hair was imposing, but his expression was actually pretty soft. He had tan skin and a wrinkled face. His hair had grown out messily, and he was wearing a worn-out coat and a knitted hat full of holes. This guy was homeless.
Can you tell me why you put up the rig mesh?
Rig what? Sorry, can you say that again?
Was he being serious?
The rig mesh. It's what you just put on that magic lamp.
Oh, that. Someone asked me to do that.
He put his hand into his pockets and rummaged for something.
Huh?
What the heck was he looking for? He looked harmless, but maybe he was about to pull out a piece and shoot me. I backed away a little.
Here.
But all he took out was a piece of paper.
I found this in front of my tent when I woke up today. Came with some booze, so I felt I should return the favor to the supplier.
The paper had printed instructions on it, telling the man to put the included rig mesh onto Jin's magic lamp. There was no signature or address, nothing that could be used as a hint.
You didn't see the person who left this? Does Cicada 3301 or Kent Korihisa ring a bell?
Who? That the fella who left the paper?
It looked like the guy was a stooge, just like Live Nukui had been during the hi-hat.
Sorry for wasting your time.
The guy put the paper away and left Jin.
Cross, how's the reverse hack going?
As I asked, I put up the progress counter for the 51% attack.
Not good. The hacking pathway is changing every second. It's gonna take a while to find the source.
Oz, did you look into the QCDCs yet?
I'll connect you to Kaoru. Talk to him about it.
Hello, Takaoka. This is Kaoru Samezu, Chief of the CCO. Thank you for your information regarding the Tokyo Mitsubishi Bank and the QCDCs. Unfortunately, the QCDC investigation wasn't fruitful. The suspicious workload of those company and research facility QCDCs was caused by outside attacks.
Outside attacks? So it's unrelated to the quest?
It appears that hackers who believed that Cicada was using QCDCs had launched their own DDoS attacks against them.
DDoS, short for Distributed Denial of Service Attack. DDoS is a type of cyber attack. Unlike DOS, which only uses a single device, DDoS is an attack using multiple devices at once, increasing the load on the target many times over. The many devices used in DDoS attacks most often belong to someone other than the attacker. Because the attacker uses other devices as stepping stones, it is much more difficult to identify them.
Seriously?
The news about Tokyo Mitsubishi Bank being under attack hadn't even come out yet. 4chan didn't even know about the JP Morgan attack at this point. And those hackers had still figured out Cicada's target on their own.
You'd need a whole army of bots to strain multiple QCDCs. If it's not a team of hackers, it must be the work of a top-ranking hacker.
An army of bots, huh?
It was common for skilled hackers to hijack other people's devices and use their processing power for actual hacking. If Cicada wasn't using QCDCs to hack into the PictOS server, he might have been using a load of bots instead. If an attack was coming from countless devices at once, the hacking pathway actually would be changing all the time.
What would be a good device to turn into a bot?
I was just wondering out loud.
Anything with enough processing power can be a bot.
Even toys and electrical appliances were getting pretty advanced recently.
Though their security is getting better every year. If something's both high-spec and easily hackable, it's probably from a previous generation of tech.
Office PCs then? Or maybe smartphones?
I'm not sure whether it's related, but my subordinates reported something interesting. It seems that on the internet, a large number of people across the country are complaining of IoT device malfunctions. What's interesting is that these malfunctions started happening shortly before the attack on the PictOS servers.
Where are those devices?
We still don't know. The information is coming from anonymous sources. We'll try to locate them now.
Were they about to check those posters' IP addresses to find out where they lived? If there were reports from all over the country, checking the addresses was going to take a while. It wasn't like we had a choice, though.
I'll check with the CAA.
Huh? The Consumer Affairs Agency?
If these malfunctions are actually happening, could be some people who noticed it and went to the CAA center.
Whoa, nice idea, Oz.
People with connections really did think differently.
Please do that. We'll be doing our part too, but we'll get to the bottom of this faster if we approach from multiple angles.
Yeah, I'll let you know if I find something.
I suddenly heard something outside, followed by heavy footsteps.
What?
I went outside to see what was going on. It was the 3 SUVs I had seen before. They were parked right in front of Jen. A familiar face stepped out of one of the cars.
It's that tatted baldy builder.
It was the guy who seemed like he was the leader of the SFG, the group that was chasing Momo. He was accompanied by 3 or 4 soldiers. What were they doing here? The bald brute was walking towards me. Remembering the pain of his punches, I braced myself, and the next moment, he ignored me and went to stand in front of the door to Jen.
I'll talk to the management. I want you on standby here.
Yes, sir.
He went into Jen alone.
What's going on?
I had no idea what was happening. I thought these guys had come to settle the score with me, but it looked like their business was with Jen.
These guys showing up here? Now? Is this about the quest?
That was when the door of another SUV opened up, and the one who stepped out was...
Asuma Soga?
It was that stuck-up little kid in the bow tie.
We don't have permission from the management yet. Please wait inside the vehicle.
Do you actually think you're in a position to boss me around?
No, that's not what I...
Then you'd better shut up.
Asuma broke into a stroll, and the soldiers, left with no choice, hurried after to protect him. He walked by me just like the bald dude had, but...
I messed around with her location data.
He spoke as he passed.
Huh? What are you talking about?
Perhaps you should be taking the fanatics more seriously.
Was he talking about the Holy Office? Before I could ask, he had strolled inside Jen. By her, he meant Momo, didn't he? Did he mean that he sabotaged their search for Momo? But why would that kid, of all people, mess with them? He was the one who handed Momo over to them per government's orders before. What was he thinking now? That's not who he means, but okay. Oz sent me something.
This is...
A list of IoT devices the CAA got complaints about. You'll probably learn something if you give it a look over.
Thanks.
The list even had the addresses of the IoT device locations. I sure wish I could have hacked them remotely, but their security was probably too tight for me. I had to check them out in person.
All right, let's split up and check him out.
I spent some time suppressing my fear, then left the unmanned hotel. I headed south down the road before coming across an intersection. A sharp sound suddenly pierced my ears, and I realized something was wrong. Police cars, fire trucks, and ambulances were coming and going endlessly in every direction.
What's happening?
Accidents are occurring nationwide. Verification errors are suspected to be the cause. Let's go to Oshima, who's reporting to us live from Tokyo Station.
This is the situation at Tokyo Station. The verification errors are making it impossible for many passengers to pass through the ticket gates. The lines here are stretching outside... We've had these on since right after the errors started, right?
Yeah. We were kinda scared at first, cause we didn't recognize each other.
What caused this accident? There was a verification error during inspection, and we weren't able to control the drainage anymore. We all worked hard to fix it, but the water flooded and started flowing towards the residential area. Do you have an estimate for when the issue will be resolved? We don't. Not yet.
You're seriously gonna break the window? The heating doesn't work. If we stay here, we'll freeze to death. All right, we're leaving.
Shelters are being opened for the many commuters who will probably not make it home. The verification errors have paralyzed most public transportation. Please avoid traveling unless absolutely necessary.
We're being told that the number of 119 calls has been through the roof. As the situation is very volatile, please wait for help if possible. If you feel you are in danger, however, please move somewhere safer. Similar things are happening in other countries, but their relationship with the events here in Japan is currently unknown.
Why is this happening? Is it because of the quest?
As I read through the hacker's opinions, a terrible sense of dread came over me. That was when...
Look out for the bus!
A bus crashed into a streetlight just meters ahead of me. The streetlight was bent from the bottom, while the front of the bus was badly crashed.
Are the people inside okay?
There's no one in there! What a relief.
How could a self-driving bus crash?
This may have been caused by the verification errors too.
Hey, look at that smoke! Is something burning?
Oh no. Is that in Shinjuku?
They were looking at the sky several kilometers away. Black smoke was billowing up.
I found a post about it. It's an elementary school. An army chopper crashed into it and now it's on fire.
A chopper? Are the children okay?
It's been reported, but they're saying that help is taking forever to come.
What are the cops and firefighters doing?
Will they be okay?
Let's go help. We can't just stand here.
The group ran towards the black smoke, but my legs were shaking and I couldn't move. As I rode to the locations of the malfunctioning IoT devices, the chaos I caught sight of was hard to watch. Fires, car crashes, and floods everywhere, as well as assholes with weird marks on their faces stealing stuff. All the disasters had left people scared and confused.
Damn it. You fucking had to involve innocents, huh?
The high hack had involved over 200 people, but even more were getting dragged into this mess. This shit wasn't even limited to Japan. It was just like this in every country that depended on the PIC OS.
Mirage?
I got a comms request from someone I didn't recognize. No one I knew used that name.
This has gotta be close-range comms.
That could only mean it was some other hacker involved in the quest. When I completed the high hack quest and got famous among hackers, I blocked contact from strangers. I did leave close-range comms open though. I looked around. There was nothing ahead, nor to the sides.
So it's them, huh?
I checked behind me on the Graper's camera and saw a bunch of people closing in. One was on a motorbike, one in a sports car, another on an electric scooter, and...
What the hell? Has that guy attached drones to his shoes?
He wasn't even wearing a helmet, and I thought I was being reckless with my Graper.
Hold on, Takaoka!
The guy on the motorbike pulled up right next to me and raised his voice.
Come on, quit rejecting my requests! Let's talk on BMI!
So this was the Mirage guy.
Sorry, but I'm in a hurry.
The quest's going well, huh? Share your info with me, will ya?
Hold on! Forget that loser! Team up with me instead!
Ah! It's the real Bolon! Look at me!
Just fight each other and crash or something! Come on!
Damn it.
I didn't know any of these people. We had never met, but they were acting like they had known me for life. I guess I didn't take long to warm to people either, though.
What do you guys want? Why are you trying to complete the quest?
The prestige goes to whichever hacker beats the quest, right?
Get the fuck out with that bullshit! It's all about the money!
I just want to watch you work from up close, Bolon!
Oh, I'm just a streamer. My viewers are growing like crazy right now.
Man, I don't like this.
So many people were suffering under all the chaos, but all these guys cared about was money and prestige. This was why I hated hackers. It made sense to share quest info, and it was thanks to the other hackers that I had found out Tokyo Mitsubishi Bank was under attack. But I really didn't want to team up with people who were only in it for themselves. Plus, I had made a promise to Momo, and I planned to keep it.
No way in hell am I...
Before I could finish, I noticed a van behind me gunning it in my direction. I couldn't get out of its way in time, and my Graper scraped it a little. I straightened out my ride. The van dropped back to about 10 meters behind me, out of my field of view. Were they about to ram me again? At that moment, the intersection traffic lights changed color. They all switched to green, but their timing was real sketchy. It wasn't just the ones for the direction I was heading. Even the lights for the intersecting roads had gone green. Someone was hacking them.
Dodge it, damn it! God damn!
Cars were approaching me from both sides. It was too late to hit the brakes now. There was only one thing I could do. I accelerated right into the intersection. Front and back, left and right. Multiple cars were racing towards me, blaring their horns. This was crazy. I felt like I was in the eye of a storm. I did what I could to steel my nerves, and I rushed through the small gap between them. My graper scraped a car and leaned hard, but there was no time to stabilize. If I slowed down even a little, I would crash immediately. I pulled out of the intersection. Looking behind me, I saw that the motorbike hacker had crashed while the obstacles had blocked the others. However, the van that had drove into me was pushing surrounding cars aside to open up the path and come after me.
Shh, hold on. A bunch of hackers are working together to take you out. It's all being streamed, too. They know exactly where you are.
So running will only make things worse.
You have an idea?
I'll show them there's no point in messing with me.
I slowed down, jumped onto the sidewalk, then got my graper to self-drive someplace else. Next, I ran up the stairs to Roppongi Hills. I had to make myself as visible as possible. The van that was after me stopped at the sidewalk, and about 5 or 6 people jumped out. The hackers that first approached me caught up too, bringing my audience up to about 10. The guy with the drone shoes set loose a smaller drone from his bag. He probably wanted a better shot of me. The world was going to see whatever I did, and hear whatever I said. Fine by me.
Alright, listen up!
As I raised my voice, someone hacked the AR vision next to me, putting my face on its giant screen. Some of the hackers laughed when they saw it.
You sure are laid back, huh, you goddamn third rates? Money? Fame? Is that all you care about? No wonder you all suck. I'm here to help whoever's in a jam. I always give it my all, no holding back. You say I'm a pain in the ass? That is none of my business? I don't give a damn.
Who do you think you are?
Shut up, you hypocrite!
But you ain't got a clue why I'm like that, huh? Even though it's so obvious. It's 'cause that's what I believe in.
Are you fucked in the head?
You're so cool, Pawan!
Don't talk like you're better than us!
You want your ass handed to you, punk?
I got booed, but I didn't care.
Hey, top rankers, you hearing this? Think you can finish the quest? Over my dead body, bitches! The one who's gonna end the face hack is me! Hold on! Ditch your impossible dreams and give me all you've got! Info, routes, channels, whatever's needed for the quest! I'm gonna solve the shit out of this quest. This is my way of life, so keep your eyes wide open and watch me!
I noticed a massive increase in posts on 4chan. I opened the site and saw that the uproar was down to a URL.
Hold on?
It was a stream showing him, the boy I had parted ways with a few days ago.
I'm here to help whoever's in a jam. I always give it my all, no holding back. You say I'm a pain in the ass? That is none of my business? I don't give a damn! But you ain't got a clue why I'm like that, huh? Even though it's so obvious. It's 'cause that's what I believe in! Ditch your impossible dreams and give me all you've got! Info, routes, channels, whatever's needed for the quest! I'm gonna solve the shit out of this quest. This is my way of life, so keep your eyes wide open and watch me!
He had said that he would still go after Cicada, and he was actually. Poon hadn't changed. Even now he was staying true to his ideals. For his ideals, he would gladly take any risk, and he would do it all filled with confidence. But I...
Whoa! Takaoka! That was so cool! You actually declared war on every hacker in the world! You're a man's man, man! I almost peed myself with excitement!
I'm not sure if that was manly. He just acted cocky and made more enemies.
I can't.
You haven't run that much yet. Maybe you're not as fit as before, huh?
Wait, you're on foot? Did your graper break?
He's got it self-driving to distract the pursuers.
I had assumed I could get them to give up by dropping some truth bombs, but the hackers were more serious about the quest than I had expected. I had had to rely on cross, decoys, and a good old sprinting to finally lose those dweebs.
That tough guy act was the right idea. If you'd come across like some easy mark, I doubt they would have let you off with such a light chase. That excessive self-confidence of yours has got those hackers doubting themselves. You actually made a good decision for a change.
Whatever. Let's just move on.
The video's trending on YouTube.
I always put the past behind me.
Cross's unexpected praise had only made it harder for me to breathe. Honestly, I was in pain. I really didn't want to run any further.
The device is in front of you and to the left.
Okay.
I approached one of the malfunctioning IoT devices, in this case a vending machine. But...
Just... give me a sec.
I stabilized my breathing.
All right.
I looked back to the vending machine in front of me. I connected my Korea node to a maintenance port in the bottom right.
I prepped an entry point for you. Help me check this out.
Cross didn't reply, but the next moment I got a load of data.
This is the comms log. The malfunction happened at
756. It's the only one with a different sender.
I ran a search for the MSC K8100 I found in the data.
A new security camera model?
The data was sent from Shibuya.
What could a security camera in Shibuya have sent to this vending machine?
I'll analyze it.
I looked over the details of MSC K8100 while I waited for the results. This thing was developed by an overseas IT company, and it was released 2 months ago. The local seller was based in Nagoya. It was a smart camera that could recognize faces and automatically identify suspicious characters.
Tell me.
You found something?
Just a theory for now. Give me a sec.
Cross was being cautious. He must have found some pretty significant info.
Just tell me your theory.
The vending machine received a bot virus. It was taken over and made to forward its processing power. That means...
distributed computing.
A method of computing that distributes processing load between multiple computers. The more computers that participate, the faster the processing becomes. The computer that supervises the processing is called the parent, while the computers that receive orders and do the required processing are called children. If a parent computer controlled the processing power of multiple children computers, they could act in unison as a single powerful unit. This was called a distributed computing. In this case, the parent must have been the camera in Shibuya.
IoT devices are pretty powerful these days. With enough of them, you can get yourself a whole lot of processing power.
So Cicada used these...
I'm investigating the parent devices so I can figure that out. It's hacking something outside its network, that's for sure.
So we gotta determine the target.
Cross shared with me a window that displayed the hacking pathway. The line went from Shibuya to China to Vietnam, Russia, and finally
PICT-OS!
It ended at the PICT-OS servers at a Japanese data center.
So Cicada used IoT distributed computing.
Cross's guess was right.
It's so inefficient, though. Early IoT devices barely had any security, but the new ones have tons of anti-hacking measures. I don't...
But it's only been 2 weeks since the high hack.
Was Cicada preparing multiple quests at the same time?
Bad news, blow a fuse! There was a back door!
Huh? In what?
In the IoT devices on the list!
Cicada built a path for himself?
That would explain how he managed to bypass the system's security.
No! It's been there from the start!
From the start? What do you mean?
Some countries put backdoors into the stuff they make, so they can spy on other countries. You know the rumors, right? They all got comms chips made in the same factory.
Chip factories produced chips in large batches and exported them to many countries. If they were cheap and effective, it wasn't surprising they would be used in a lot of
So
devices.
Cicada knew how to get through the back door?
Now we knew precisely what he was doing. He was using the backdoor in the chips to infect the IoT devices with a virus, forcing them to contribute to his distributed computing scheme. These devices gave the parent device processing power equal to that of a supercomputer, and Cicada was using it to attack the PICT servers. Since the hacking pathways changed every second though, there must have been multiple parent devices. This was a step forward. Looking into the IoT devices was the right idea.
Let's shut down the distributed computing and stop the hack. We gotta cut off the 51% attack on Tokyo Mitsubishi Bank.
I finally knew the path we had to follow.
So we just gotta stop all the devices?
No, there's too many of them.
I didn't know how many devices were being used for the distributed computing, but there had to be over 100.
We should look for the parent devices. In general, the children only provide processing power. The actual hacking is being done by the parents.
Think we can find them?
We're gonna need more info to find them all. I want you to check the other IoT devices.
Gotcha.
We already knew what the devices had in common, that they were all equipped with the same comms chip. Knowing that helped us find other devices that weren't on the CAA's list.
What's this?
We contacted some of the makers of the devices with those chips and asked them to share the registered buyers' addresses. We only have information on buyers in the city, but it should be enough.
Wow, you work fast.
We'll look into the ones we've colored. Please investigate the rest of them.
No, and I'll check the ones out in Shuo.
Do me a favor and share any info you get with Cross. Oh, you're back.
My ride was done being a decoy for the hackers. No one was following it, so it must have lost all those dweebs.
Perfect timing.
Now I could go see those devices at max speed.
What? No!
I heard a shaky voice over BMI.
What's wrong?
My school! My school's on fire!
What?
I couldn't stay still. With that as the only reason, I had made my way here. Hotaru Gaoka Elementary was in a bad way. The chopper that had crashed into the roof had broken through to the 4th floor. It had caught fire, and the fire was spreading. The flames had isolated a classroom at the end of a hallway. I could hear children crying inside.
Don't breathe the smoke! Get on the floor and cover your mouths!
Hang in there until rescue comes! It's gonna be okay!
The teachers outside were shouting to the trapped children, but I didn't know if the trapped kids could even hear them.
Twist the faucet some more! The water pressure's too low!
I can't! This is as far as it goes!
Why isn't the fire suppression working? It must have broken when the chopper fell!
Help us carry the buckets! Please! Keep the water coming!
Slow the spread until the fire trucks get here!
Both adults and students had gathered, and everyone was trying to fight the fire. They just didn't have enough water.
What can I do?
People were already doing everything they could, but it wasn't enough to put out the fire. It wasn't even enough to keep it from spreading. Would I even be of help if I joined in? I was just one girl.
Momo! You're at Hota, right?
No. Why?
That's my school! I'm trying to get there too, but I'm stuck in traffic! But I wanted to help, so I was checking online and I saw you on stream!
Momo, you're there to put out the fire, right? What's the situation? Think it can be done?
No.
Momo?
Everyone's doing all they can, but it's not enough. They can't stop the flames.
Calm down.
I hate myself. I know my priority is to save the world, but I really wanted to do something about this.
here I am, being completely useless.
The more I said, the more I hated myself. It made me realize I was powerless, trying to have everything when I can't do anything.
That's the kind of selfishness I like.
What?
If you want to have it all, you gotta make up your mind and rush in there.
He wasn't giving up, not even in a situation this hopeless. How? Was he just optimistic? No, that couldn't be it because...
Money? Fame? Is that all you care about? No wonder you all suck. I'm here to help whoever's in a jam. I always give it my all, no holding back. You say I'm a pain in the ass? That it's none of my business? I don't give a damn.
He had already decided to give his all, no matter what happened. I had come here all the way from the Vatican to change fate. I had sacrificed my associates and done all I could to make it this far. It didn't matter how hard it was. However desperate the situation, I wanted to change it. I wanted to change fate to prevent the end and their deaths, and the curse that haunts everyone around me. If that was fated too, I would.
We have to do something.
I looked around for a means to put out the fire. Empty fire extinguishers were scattered about the school grounds. I couldn't even see lights of the fire trucks, no matter where I looked. But beyond that, I saw it, something that could turn things around. But was it really okay for me to try it? Could I really change fate? Was I really...
Momo, go! Rush in there!
Excuse me! Please help me put out the fire!
Huh? But how?
Do you see that water tank? If you could position it above the school with the crane.
Wait, hold on! That's insane! We should wait for the fire truck!
There's no time! Please, I beg you!
But...
Chief, let's do it.
I'm sure we can do it if we work together.
You're right. Okay, let's give it a shot. Can you two hook cable to the water tank?
Yes! Thank you! Go ahead, raise it up!
All right, let's tighten the cable. An error? Why? Oh, shit! The device isn't responding!
Let's bring the crane back! We'll switch it out! Isn't there another way? We have no time!
The manual control of the device might work, but...
Stream elements.
I'll do it!
Said. Stay
It's too
moist, my friends.
dangerous.
Hydrate.
I have to try! on!
Set the number to maximum, then hit the confirm button.
Come on! Please? Fire's gone. It's all gone. I did it. I saved them. If I'm with Polon, maybe...
All right, next.
After connecting to a malfunctioning IoT AC unit and prepping an entry point for Cross, I took off on my Graper to find another device.
The one closest to here is...
The news.
You put out the fire!
Yes, somehow. Some students did have light burns. Ambulances are coming soon.
Mom! Thank you so much!
Message your friends, okay?
Okay.
Polon, I've pinpointed the parent devices. These 6 are attacking in a cycle. I'll check each one as thoroughly as I can. Hopefully I can find a way to stop it. It'll take time, so you go secure the other parents.
You can't stop them remotely?
This'll get rough if the other hackers start flooding traffic to the parent devices. It'll be like the airplane Wi-Fi during the high hack.
Oh, I get it.
By securing the parent devices, we could block malicious interference too. It was a solid plan.
We need to get to the parent devices as soon as possible. Which ones are you closest to?
We're near Ginza.
I can send subordinates to Oshiage and Marunouchi.
I was closest to the parent in Shibuya, so that left the ones in Nakano and Ogikubo, and since Cross couldn't go anywhere...
Momo, can you go to Nakano Broadway?
Leave it to me.
What about Ogikubo?
I'll go there myself. The parent in Shibuya is just a security cam, so I can just grab it and go.
Probably.
Wait! Ogikubo's got my name on it.
Huh? Don't you have school to worry about?
Not school, tests. And the tests were postponed, so...
The verification error still hadn't been fixed.
Alright, take care of Ogikubo.
Woo! Your man's helping with the quest!
I switched maps to check the parent locations again. Since everyone was pitching in, I only had one to worry about.
Let's go. Force dolls?
I got an unexpected call from Bambi Kurashina.
You picked a fight with the hackers, didn't you?
I wasn't picking a fight. I was just laying down the truth. I'm the one who's gonna clear the face hack quest.
I'm not sure if you're to thank for it, but some hackers quit the quest and started doing rescue work around the city. They're helping people out with the verification errors and stuff like that.
Damn, I got clouds!
Don't get cocky. But, well, I'll just say it's a good change. I can finally focus on my own work now.
You could just say thank you.
No way! You're too deep into the legal gray area. Act within the confines of the law. Got it?
I'm trying.
Try harder!
All right already.
The crowd at the intersection slowed me down. Everyone was ignoring the red light on the pedestrian crossing and looking up at the AR vision overhead.
The 51% attack counter.
Someone had hacked the vision, so instead of displaying ads like usual, it showed the progress of the 51% attack on each country and bank. Every one of them was already over 40.
I got less than an hour left.
Anxiety, irritation, anger, grief, fear, despair. The people nearby were showing a whole range of emotions.
Oh, this is bad! The entire world's panicking! Shit! The internet's saying that banks are flooded with people who can't access their accounts. They're demanding cash withdrawals.
Can banks even do that right now?
They're getting the verification errors. I guess someone could withdraw if they got lucky, though.
If things like this were happening before the blockchain was even breached, what would happen if it was? Were we heading for the worst case scenario Oz mentioned? A world war?
Move! Get out of my way! Come on, I'm in a hurry!
I hammered my Graper's horn and opened a path. Seconds later, I was speeding towards the parent device in Shibuya.
There it is.
I found what we were looking for at the entrance to an old mixed-use building. It was the MSC K8100.
Hey, think we could stop the hack if we just turned it off?
I doubt Cicada would make it that easy. Even if one parent is physically deactivated, I'm pretty sure another would take its place.
You're probably right.
It was a shame we couldn't end this by turning the parents off. It was going to be tough to deal with the other hackers once they caught up.
Guess I'll take it.
Staying hidden from the people coming in and out of the building, I stood on a plant pot and reached out to hook into the MSC K8100.
First, the connection.
Cutting it off from the network would be the same as turning it off physically, so I set it to stay connected even after I took it outside. Next, the power. I took some batteries out of my bag and shoved them into the security cam.
Takaoka, when you need permission to secure the parent device.
I'll contact them if I have to.
Looks like I was too late.
I'll be more careful next time.
I'll temper my expectations.
Finally, I removed the screws attaching the MSC K8100 to the wall.
There we go.
I put it away in my bag.
Got mine?
Momo was the only one without her own means of transport, so I decided to check up on her.
Where are you now?
I'm passing through Shinjuku in a taxi.
I'm coming to you.
Oh?
Taxi's way too slow. I'll grab you and get to our destination ASAP.
Okay.
Momo jumped out of her taxi and ran up to me. I thought of just saying hey or something, but her face was serious.
Hold on, please. Let me join Nakano Symphonies.
Huh?
I believe that as long as I'm with your group, I can do anything. But that's exactly why I have to stop relying on your help. I want to be an Anon with a bright future who can't sit idly by when someone's in need. I want to help people. And you, too.
Well, I guess I don't mind.
Stop being shy, man. You gotta be honest every now and then.
I'm not being shy!
I wouldn't mind having another team member.
Damn it.
I let out a small sigh and looked at Momo again.
I get that you want to do what you can to help us, but first things first, we gotta save the world. That's still our #1 goal. That's something we're doing for all of us.
Okay.
We'd be happy to have you, Momo. Welcome to Nakano Symphonies.
Thank you so much.
Don't mention it.
Woohoo! Welcome, Izaki.
Why was Wind welcoming her? He wasn't even one of us.
Don't get carried away now.
I know! Hop on, Momo. We're going.
I stretched out my hand and she held it tight.
Okay.
She jumped onto the graper and wrapped her arms around my waist. I had missed her warmth on my back. Before I got too comfy, I pulled myself together and wrapped my graper. Wind shared a 4chan window over BMI.
The other hackers found the parent devices.
There they are. Found a way to stop the hack?
I just finished building a patch that'll do it. Sharing it now. Wire the devices and install it.
Still riding my graper, I set up a wire connection between the cam and my carrier node, then installed Cross's patch.
I stopped Shibuya's parent device.
The two we've secured have also stopped operating the program.
We stopped ours too!
The parent devices were being neutralized one after another. The only ones still hacking were the ones in Ogikuba and Nakano. Nakano.
I stopped the one in Ogikubo. I joined midway through the quest, but I'm happy I could help you all.
Hey, thanks. You can join Nakano Symphonies too if you want.
I won't. I'm gonna be Nakano's #1 and only one.
What did he even mean by that?
You can count on me to keep giving you lots of useful info, though. Let's stay pals!
What a weirdo. He had gone out of his way to hang out with us, but he didn't want to be part of the team. Well, whatever.
Ours is the only one left, and then it's over.
Nakano's parent device was here in Nakano Broadway. Floors 5 to 10 of Nakano Broadway were an apartment complex and our target was on the 8th. But man,
It's oddly quiet.
The whole building's closed up because of the verification errors. The people living in the apartments were told to evacuate, too.
so all the residents were in a shelter. That was good for us. If nobody was around, we could get in, grab the parent device, and end this whole thing without anyone stopping us. Mr. Samezu would get mad at us though.
Hey, you okay?
Huh? We're fine. Did something happen?
Got some interesting info. Take a look.
He sent me some pictures of places covered in soot.
Did something get burned here? What am I looking at?
I noticed something extremely off and cut my words short. The images in the pictures were impossible to make sense of.
Are those legs?
Legs from the knees down. They were lying in the burned places, still wearing shoes or socks. One pair was next to a sofa, another next to a public toilet, and a third pair on a bed.
What the hell is this?
This has gotta be paranormal!
Did someone cut the legs off and leave them there? How else can you explain the lack of bones at the scene?
It's not clear what happened here, but these scenes are real similar to what you see after spontaneous human combustion.
Spontaneous human combustion?
It's when burned remains are found in places without any signs of fire. People assume the body just went up in flames on its own. There's been a bunch of recorded cases through the years. The cause is still a mystery.
So it's like an occult thing?
Yeah, but this actually happened. Remains like these have been found in and around the city over the last few days. Cops thought it was an arsonist serial killer. They couldn't prove any were homicides, so they reclassified them as self-immolation cases. They were investigating in secret, but I got this info when restrictions got lifted after the switch.
What do these incidents have to do with us?
All the victims are hackers.
Was this related to the Holy Office 513? I looked to Momo.
It could be him.
Her expression was stern.
You know something about this?
I might. At the very least, I know that such a miracle could have only been caused by an agent.
A miracle?
Do you remember how I said your face flashed in my mind before I met you? That was one of them. One may consider this as a miracle.
Momo had used the word miracle before. I figured it was just a figure of speech, but maybe there was more to it.
We should go. We don't have much time.
Yeah, let's get going.
The 51% attack was almost complete. We took the elevator to the 8th floor.
Hey, can you tell me more about the miracles? What can the agents do?
I asked as we headed towards the room with the parent device.
They have strange powers called sacraments. Clairvoyance, instant weapon manifestation, body hardening, pyrokinesis. They can cause phenomena most would consider impossible.
Huh? For real? Oh, it's like they have manga superpowers.
Pyrokinesis was the creation of fire, so was the agent with that power responsible for the burnt remains. Wait, why was I taking this stuff at face value?
There's gotta be some sort of trick to it, right?
I don't know. Only a tiny fraction of those in the upper echelon know the truth.
Figures.
That was too bad. If we knew how these powers worked, we would have been prepared if we encountered it.
Remember how I told you that their job is to protect the Fate Line?
Yeah, they're doing whatever they can to make sure the world ends like they want, right?
It seems contradictory, but sacraments actually affect the Fate Line.
Huh?
That's how powerful they are. Since they're against influencing the Fate Line, though, they decided to pay a sort of toll whenever they use their sacraments. The nature of the tolls is secret, but I heard that they affect the agents themselves, and differ depending on the sacrament.
So they can't abuse their powers then?
I guess they would have a price to pay for going wild with their abilities.
Hold on, that's the room.
Hearing Cross's words, I came to a stop. We had found the room we were looking for. The last parent device was here. The door wasn't locked, probably because whoever lived here was in a hurry to leave.
Let's go.
I felt something was off the moment I stepped inside. This was a whole new kind of silence, a strange warmth, a vague scent I couldn't describe. I instinctively opened the door wide to secure a way out. I passed the short hallway and went into the living room. It was a large room, about 20 square meters in size. The sun was shining outside, but with the light off, the place felt like an abandoned house in the mountains. There was a red couch set next to the window, and sitting on it was a man. I knew right away he was a Westerner. His face was chiseled with several scars on it. He was obviously bad news.
Agent Davide.
Oh, how I have waited for you, Lucia.
He cheerfully snapped the fingers of the hand he had placed on the giant cross nearby. The scent from before, the smell of something burning, was coming from him.
This reunion is a blessing indeed. Mother Mary, I give you thanks.
Don't speak the name of Our Lady! You're no man of God. You're a murderer!
Vile sinners who dare deny the world of its hallowed end. My trespasses are beneath notice compared to your blasphemous acts.
A sin is a sin! Why did you have to kill my associates?
Those who defy the will of Our Lady shall be judged. To turn my eyes away from betrayers is to invite tragedy akin to our Lord's crucifixion.
Judgment and murder aren't...
Close your blackened mouth! Test not my mercy. Know that your moves are that of Judas, and your tongue the cursed serpent's.
He took a deep breath to calm himself down.
My mission this time is to capture you. However, I was also told that if sacrifices must be made to fulfill that, then so be it. Thus, you will be sacrificed. I can secure your lifeless corpse once the deed is done.
Davide stood up from the sofa. He was gigantic. His head was inches from the ceiling. He bent his hulking frame to pick up the device on the side table, the final parent device, so he could take it with him. The progress of the 51% attack was at 47%. We probably had less than 10 minutes before it was complete. We had to do something now.
You there, whelp. Flee and you will find me merciful.
That's my line. Put that device down and get out. I'm letting you go.
Hallelujah! Such rambunctious prey! Verily, a gift from Mother Mary herself! I thank thee for thy blessing, revered virgin, and partake heartily!
Davide raised the cross as if it weighed nothing at all.
I pray that you are prepared, sinners! The fiery pit of hell awaits!
He spun the cross like a sword. It whooshed as it cut through the air. It scraped against the ceiling and walls, leaving holes behind. Fragments of the destruction scattered across the room, but he didn't flinch. If anything, he was spinning it even faster than before. This guy was unhinged. I heard the sound of several locks activating, then noticed the windows in the room were locking up.
That thing's an input device?
The swinging was how he input his commands. What the hell? It wasn't just the windows. He must have sealed off all the possible exits. We were trapped. And since he did all that in a matter of moments, he has control over Nakano Broadway's security.
Momo, get outside!
We wouldn't stand a chance if he attacked us in here. We ran through the short hallway as fast as we could. Then, outside through the door I had left open. Without slowing down, we sprinted through the passageway.
Cross, take back the building's security!
I started already, but it's gonna take a while.
I'll buy you the time.
I looked around. There were a bunch of rooms, but Davide had locked them all up, so we couldn't use any of them to escape.
Here!
I led Momo down the emergency stairs. We went down 2 floors, then entered the passageway there. Now that we were slightly ahead of Davide, I had enough time to force him into a room. I took the fire extinguisher on the wall and came to a door nearby.
Open up!
I smashed the doorknob off, breaking the lock, and we both hurried inside.
We've got to barricade this. Help me push the furniture.
Okay.
We moved shelves and tables to the door.
Where did you go? Wherever could my prey have gone? Few things are as joyous as the hunt. What a glorious, saccharine encounter!
I heard Davide's cheerful voice outside, but I didn't have time to worry about it. We needed to buy Cross enough time to take over the building's security.
I guess this is the best we can do.
We placed enough furniture to cover the entire door. Even someone of Davide's size would need time to break through. At least that's what I had hoped. We would fight back when Cross took over the security. For now, we could only run, but if we put him in our position, we could set up a plan to take him out.
So, he's the one who killed your buddies?
Momo nodded gently.
I see.
Seeing this guy again must have been pretty hard on her nerves.
His name is Davide Yesue. He's an agent of the Holy Office 513, and his sacrament is pyrokinesis.
Is he the one behind the burned bodies?
Most likely. The remains of one of my associates looked like those in the photos.
Momo's face was twisted in pain. She probably wanted to run, but her will was keeping her right here. She had lost her buddies and was overcome by fear, but she still wanted to save the world. I noticed I couldn't hear Davide's voice anymore. I couldn't even hear his footsteps. Had we lost him? That would get us all the time we needed. Someone was slamming aggressively into the door, over and over. There was a madman on the other side. I took a step back and braced myself. We had barricaded ourselves, but I had no idea how long it would hold. We couldn't relax for even a second.
The sound stopped?
Look! Over there!
Momo was pointing between some furniture. There was a door, and it had a white glimmer about it.
Smoke?
The next moment, something strange happened. A small part of the door turned slightly red, but that part started to grow, and soon the shape of the whole door was changing.
That bastard even melts metal?
No.
The door was softening like cheese as it melted. I could see outside through the part the heat had collapsed. And
found you.
Davide laughed as he reached inside. His pale hand, no longer gloved, touched the pile of furniture. And it started burning too.
Is that his sacrament?
The furniture had caught fire in under a second.
It's gotta be an illusion. Shit! It's actually real!
He had actually created fire from his bare hands.
A flame unbound by mercy is a thing of beauty indeed. It calls to mind the grace brought down upon Sodom and Gomorrah. Have patience, my lambs. These flames will soon seize you.
The furniture was turning to ash around us, one after another. Each piece crumbled.
Shit, we gotta do something!
Did we have to move to the living room? But even if we did, there wouldn't be any furniture to block him with. Davide kicked the door. All the furniture fell apart, and the door we had worked hard to barricade hung wide open.
What an intoxicating scent! That which flame is warped bears the magnificent stench of death. Yet the finest aroma of all wafts from those touched by my burning caress.
Barely containing his excitement, Davide stepped inside. I stood in front of Momo.
Find an opening and run!
But...
Don't worry, I'm not dying here.
Even in the shadow of death, you protect your neighbor. So yours is a self-sacrificing spirit. Very well. You shall be the first to arrive at the gates of hell.
Davide extended his gloved hand. I stood before him, refusing to budge.
Go!
Then shouted for Momo to get out.
I will savor the fragrance of your demise, my child.
He grabbed my left arm with his right hand. His grip was too overwhelming. I would never be able to shake him off. As I struggled in vain, he lifted his left hand to his mouth, then used his mouth to remove his glove. I saw his pale, ill-looking hand, and when I saw did, a question come to mind. Why? Why didn't he just keep the gloves off? He must have known he was going to use his sacrament again. Were the gloves special in some way? I grabbed a nearby vase.
Bastard!
I tried to smash the vase over him, but he blocked it with his left hand, just as I had expected. Next moment, the glass vase melted and fell to the floor. I couldn't see any change in his left hand.
Don't interfere with your divine retribution!
His anger flared up, but he didn't attack me right away. There had to be something to this, something I couldn't see.
What are you hiding?
I suppressed my fear and reached for him. My hand touched his left. It wasn't burning. It was...
Hold.
Looking at his left hand through a thermographic filter, I saw that was completely black. Black represented the lowest temperatures. His body temperature's way down.
You little whelp!
As the black faded, his entire body dropped slightly in temperature. This was the toll Momo was talking about, the weakness that came with his sacrament. His body temperature fell when he conjured fire, and since his hands lost the most heat, he had molded them to keep his weakness secret. Hypothermia was immobilizing. If we got him to overuse his sacrament, we could just about freeze him in place. And if he couldn't move, we could get the parent device off him. The next thing I knew, Davide's left hand was turning white. In thermography, that color represented the highest temperatures. If this hit me, it would be bad news.
Shit! You let me go!
Taste the flame of retribution! Relish the embrace of everlasting fire!
His hand was getting closer. The heat it gave off was warping the very air around it.
Fuck.
He touched my cheek. Pain overwhelmed me. Smoke rose from my face. I could smell my own flesh burning.
There it is! The scent of rapture overwhelming! Hallelujah!
The flames spread instantly throughout my whole body. I could feel only heat, only pain. All thought disappeared from my mind in an instant. My instincts took over as I struggled desperately to escape the fire. But Davide's grip was too tight. The energy drained from my body. Flames engulfed my vision. The sound of burning cut off as my hearing failed. And everything faded to black. Davide's toll has been revealed, but a fair fight against him requires ample preparation. Loading and setting the stage for this encounter should lead to a favorable outcome. Yes, good idea. We didn't have much time left anyway. The 51% attack was at 50%. We didn't even have security yet, and we were probably going to fail at this rate. It was all or nothing. I loaded back to right after I met up with Momo. We were heading towards Nakano Broadway again.
The other hackers found the parent devices.
I know. Hey, keep cool and listen up.
Momo was sitting behind me. I talked to her using BMI.
There's an agent of the Holy Office 513 waiting for us. His name's Davide. You just told me he was the one that killed your buddies.
So you loaded.
Yeah.
I didn't think I'd be seeing him so soon.
As if to hide her fear, Momo clung to me even tighter.
If it's too much for you, I can drop you off on the way. How about it? I can handle Davide by myself.
No, I'm coming too. I won't let him control me with fear.
Got it.
This girl really had guts.
Cross, you completed the patch, right? Take back Nakano Broadway's security once you've shared it. There's an agent there waiting for us. What? You better make it quick, bro. I'm on it.
Agents are powerful. We need a plan.
I know what his toll is, if that's what you're asking.
Really?
His body temperature drops whenever he conjures fire. If we get him to overuse his sacrament, he should get hypothermia and paralyze himself. Momo?
That's good to know, but I doubt it'll be that easy.
Well, then what do we...
I have an idea.
All right. I took over the security. What's our next step?
Watch the agent. Tell me if he does anything.
Roger.
I looked at Momo and she looked back at me.
You ready?
We can start anytime.
Let's do this then. I used the security clearance Cross gave me to make a public announcement.
Davide! You hear me? I know you're in that room, and I know you're after Lucia! Get down here to Nakano Broadway and fight like a man!
Momo spoke up too.
I'm not going to run, and I'm not going to hide. Let's settle this.
With that, we ended the announcement.
The target's on the move.
And the parent device?
He's got it.
So, just like before, if we wanted to stop the hack, we had to do something about Davide first. I took a deep breath to calm down. It seemed strangely loud, probably because we were the only ones around. The Broadway was closed because of the verification errors, and it was so silent that it didn't look like we were in the middle of Tokyo at all. Most shops here had their shutters up with their lights on. Everything looked normal except there weren't any people. I felt like I was in an eerily realistic dream.
He's here.
I followed Momo's gaze and saw Davide at the other end. I had seen him just before I loaded, but to Momo, this was their first meeting since a few weeks ago, when he had killed her buddies back at the Vatican. I heard her take a gulp. Davide looked just as he had last time. His face was chiseled and his body like a statue. A giant cross was hung across his back, and black gloves covered both of his hands.
Lucia! Hearing your voice, I thought the bells of heaven were chiming.
He was walking towards us. Momo said nothing in response. She was on high alert, her face tense.
Did you actually come to take her alone? Are you insane? You won't get her that easily. She's got me. And guess what? I'm the first guy who ever completed a cicada quest.
So you're the one behind that announcement. Splendid work seeing through my deception. I am impressed.
And I'm disappointed. I thought you Holy Office peeps were supposed to be tough, man. Talk about a letdown.
What an amusing child!
Whatever. Be amused while you still can. I'll make sure you'll have nothing to laugh about soon.
Hallelujah! Mother Mary, I thank you for the opportunity to meet reckoning upon the pride of this unruly child!
He cracked a smile, looking something like a deranged clown. The next moment, he rushed forward. He came at us shockingly fast, at a speed I didn't expect someone his size to be capable of. We kept our eyes on him until I triggered the fire shutters and shut him out.
Momo, get back!
Okay!
We ran through the Broadway. Looking back, I saw smoke rising from the shutter behind us. He was melting it with his sacrament. In the blink of an eye, there was a hole big enough to see his face through. It grew bigger and bigger until Davide himself could get through it. He climbed through and came closer. There were about 20 meters between us.
Oh, such a divine scent! The expiration of iron is truly wonderful. Wouldn't you agree?
Davide took a red-hot fragment of steel in hand and inhaled its smell.
You ever thought of working at a crematorium? Seems like your dream job.
He dropped the metal and ran again.
He's coming!
I took off at full speed, telling Momo to do the same.
So fast!
He closed the distance between us in seconds.
Slide!
I triggered the next shutter before we were on the other side. But we slid under it, barely getting through. The shutter stopped Davide in his tracks again.
To the next!
Yeah!
We stood up and rushed ahead. The shutter I had just brought down was already starting to melt.
Come on! Make it!
The Broadway stretched far ahead, and each door had several shutters. Davide's body temperature would really be low by the time he had melted through most of them. It turned out he was way tougher than I could have imagined, though. Honestly, I wasn't sure if we could pull this off. There was also the chance that he would figure out what we were planning.
Hold on, something's not right.
Momo was looking at the shutter I just closed. It was melting moments ago, but the heat wasn't coming anymore.
What's going on?
Surprised, I stopped and stood still. Had he realized what we were doing? No way, right? It was too early for that to happen. Suddenly, a siren pierced my ears.
What?
It's the fire alarm. He activated it.
But why?
Was he trying to distract us? At that thought crossed my mind, the water sprayed down from the sprinklers above. I wiped my face with my sleeve, keeping my eyes on the shutter. But the shutter wasn't melting at all. Momo was looking and not at the shutter, but somewhere ahead of the spreading Broadway. She was looking at the rising pale fog filling the area.
Smoke?
It spread silently and had covered my sight in seconds. It was weirdly hot, like I was in a sauna.
It's mist.
He was using heat to turn the water into steam. He must have realized what we were planning, then put up a smoke screen. I used my clearance to force stop the sprinklers and activate the ventilation, but the mist wasn't fading.
Cross, do you see him? No, I lost sight of him.
I activated a thermographic filter, but the steam turned my whole vision red. Davide could have been right in front of me, and I wouldn't have seen him.
Momo, let's get to the next point, but be careful.
Okay.
Straining my eyes, I monitored my surroundings as we ran for the next shutter.
Just saw a silhouette move past one of the security cams. He's coming for you.
I looked behind me as I ran. I didn't see anything in the mist. The only footsteps were ours. It was a blurred silhouette. He was right behind us.
Momo, move!
I took her hand and jumped to the side. A red light rushed through the spot where she had stood. It was Davide's burning hand. It passed us by and disappeared into the mist ahead. Her footsteps stopped. He had turned around. He was going to attack again.
I'll buy us some time. Can you go by yourself?
I can.
I grabbed a coat from a nearby shop, then stood in the middle of the Broadway.
Bring it on, Davide! Show me how hot your fire really is!
Momo was lowering her body at the edge of the Broadway, looking for a good time to move. There was a light deep in the mist. It was growing brighter as the sound of footsteps grew louder. He was right in front of me. With his right hand a flame, he charged at me.
Go!
Momo ran full speed in the direction Davide came from. I used the coat to seize his hand, then twisted my body. It was the kind of move a bullfighter would use. But he was way faster than me, and his burning palm smashed my chest through the coat. It felt like I had been rammed by a car. My body was sent flying like a rag doll, and I landed on my back. The coat was on fire. Fighting the pain in my chest, I threw it aside. Without that coat, I would have been the one burning.
You gotta work on your aim.
I shall take my time incinerating you once the mist is lifted.
Davide smiled and turned to run in the other direction. Shit, he was going after Momo.
Stop fucking running. I'm not done with you yet.
I croaked the words out, but he completely ignored me.
Damn it!
Clenching my teeth, I stood up. My chest was throbbing with pain. I could barely breathe. My back was hurting too, but this wasn't the time to worry about it.
I gotta go after Momo.
I put my hand on the nearby pillar and pushed, forcing myself to stand up. I heard sounds and a scream coming from the mist. Shit, I had to hurry. As I ran, I displayed Momo's vision inside my own. I thought I could use her sight to figure out where she was, but the mist was too
Stream
thick.
elements.
All I could tell was that she was
Stay
crouching
moist,
on
my
the
friends,
floor.
hydrate.
Are you prepared to witness hell?
With those words, Davide's outline appeared. It got clearer and clearer, until there stood a man with a warped smile on his face.
Stay away.
Momo backed off, still on the floor.
I will retrieve your husk, expunged of all life.
But you were only ordered to capture me.
Don't kill me! Killing me will disrupt the fate line! Your job is to protect it, isn't it?
So, the sinner pleads for her life! Bending her ideals simply to survive.
Momo stopped moving backwards. There was a wall behind her. She no longer had anywhere to run.
Hallelujah! You're cornered, Lucia. Now, open your arms and welcome my flame's embrace. Render unto me the scent of your death and sink into hellfire!
Davide removed both his gloves, and his palms grew red with heat. He licked his lips in anticipation of the smell her burning would give off, and took a step forward.
You're the one who's cornered, Davide Yasue.
What?
White lightning struck from 3 directions. It wrapped around Davide. I was wondering when the hell she was going to finally pull that thing out. His hulking frame twitched, then collapsed on the spot. That made it easy for me to find them, after all.
I have an idea. Use me as bait to defeat Davide.
That's too dangerous. Why would we do that?
Bambi gave me something. We can knock him out with the Delta Stunners.
Momo getting cornered was part of the plan. We couldn't get Davide to abuse his sacrament, but we could lure him inside the range of the Delta Stunners, then hit him with their maximum voltage. And now that he was on the ground, we could tie him up.
That was mighty indeed.
Davide was still conscious. He slowly started to stand.
Momo, shock him again!
I can't! They need to charge!
Shit!
Our trap had worked perfectly, but it wasn't enough. Were we really about to lose now? Davide stood up and reached for Momo.
Like hell!
I sprinted toward them. A large silhouette stood beyond the mist. My body hurt all over, and I could barely breathe. But I gathered my strength and pushed myself to run even faster. The moment Davide came into view, I threw myself at him. He lost balance and reeled backward. A few meters ahead was a shop of glass display cases. If I could just push him in there.
You rats!
He grabbed my arm. His hand was bare. He could use his sacrament at any moment, and if he does, a moment later, I realized that his hand was cold. I could tell from his groaning that the sacrament was taking its toll on him. There was only one thing left to do. I tackled him by the waist. His giant frame fell backward, and the back of his head smashed into one of the glass display cases. Shards of shattered glass fell like rain. He was buried beneath the shattered display, and this time he didn't get back up.
Hold on! You defeated him!
Yeah. Somehow.
I took out the cable ties I had prepared and approached him. Before he woke up, I bound his arms and legs a bunch of times.
Alright. Let's stop the parent.
I checked Davide's body. The tablet device I was looking for was in his coat's inner pocket.
It's at 50%!
The 51% attack was almost ready. I quickly wired my Caria node to the parent device and installed Cross's patch.
Come on, stop!
Officer Bobby Kurashina! We've received another request for aid from the Picked OS Data Center repair team!
Tell them we're coming. Ah, wait, stop! But we are going there, aren't we? No, I mean the car! Stop the car!
What?
A Roja who was at the wheel hit the brakes, bringing the self-driving police car to a stop.
What's up with you?
Sorry, I'm just gonna get out for a sec.
Everyone around was standing in place, looking up. They were watching a large AR vision. It was showing the live progress to the 51% attack everywhere in the world.
No, it's about to start!
The progress of the attacks on each bank and country was nearing 50%. Tokyo Mitsubishi Bank was actually already there.
Not good. We're too late.
I heard the people around us wailing with grief. Unable to bear the pain, many were crying or shouting in anger.
Please, I beg you, stop!
Suddenly, the vision changed.
Wait, what? Is that 4chan?
It's a cicada post. It says that...
The hacking has stopped?
So,
The face hack's over. Someone stopped it!
people nearby had started clapping and cheering. The same ones who looked so anxious before were now crying tears of joy and hugging each other.
Do you think they pulled it off?
Probably. The chief asked for their help. Looks like he skipped a few legal steps and got into some mischief, though. Oh, I asked him not to break the law!
Such a naughty boy, that one.
Should we contact him and give him a lecture?
Okay, that's enough. We have to get to the data center. We can't just drop our duties when the city's in chaos.
Section Chief, it's Semezu of the Cyber Countermeasures Office.
The chief of the cybersecurity division had been waiting for a call from Kaoru Samezu, who answered immediately.
The attack on Tokyo Mitsubishi Bank has been stopped. Yes, the 51% attack wasn't completed and all assets are safe. The details will be in the report. Until next time. What a relief.
The mist had cleared, and after seeing the post I had been sent, I finally felt like I could relax.
It's over.
Yeah, it looks like everything worked out.
We had only stopped the hack here in Japan. It was Cicada himself who pulled the plug on the hacks overseas. Considering his goal, it was clear he would end the quest the moment someone completed it, but there was still the slight chance he wouldn't.
This couldn't have happened without you.
It was thanks to her bait idea that we beat Davide and finished the quest.
I knew you were stubborn, but I didn't think you'd do something this reckless.
It was thanks to you. Nakano Symphonies. I couldn't have done any of this alone. It's great when your team's got your back, huh?
Momo smiled shyly.
Let's call the cops and have them take Davide downtown. We can head back and rest.
The fight had left my whole body hurting. Honestly, even walking was kinda hard. Momo didn't look so hot either. She had helped put out that fire and fought an agent too. She must have been exhausted, mentally and physically.
What?
Davide was conscious. If he was regaining strength, he could have used his sacrament to escape custody. Were we going to have to break out the Delta Stunners again?
Hail Mary, full of grace, the Lord is with thee.
Huh?
Our Lady's prophecy will be fulfilled.
What are you talking about?
You have overlooked a crucial detail. Did you truly believe I was the only one?
What?
Did you honestly think I was the only one who was dispatched on this mission?
What?
I heard someone approaching, and when I looked in the direction of the sounds, I saw a woman.
This is the end.
Without a sliver of hesitation in her eyes. She pulled the trigger. Flames extinguished. Clear chapter 5. I'm not sure that really counts as clearing, but the second the gunshot rang out, I realized my eyes were closed. I must have shut them on instinct. I couldn't bear to face the threat in front of me. Some part of me knew the gun was real, and I could sense some crazy malice in this woman too. My eyes were closed, but somehow I could tell that the life was leaving someone's body. But I was still standing. The gun was smoking, and I could smell the gunpowder from here. She had definitely shot someone. That was when I realized the gun's muzzle wasn't aimed at me. No way.
Momo!
I spun around.
What's going on?
Momo was still there, standing where I had last saw her, completely unharmed. Which meant the person the woman had shot was Davide. Blood oozed slowly from a bullet hole in his head. He wasn't breathing. The shot had killed him instantly.
But why?
I was pretty damn sure she was on the Holy Office's side. Did Davide do something that pissed her off that much?
Rosario! It's really you?
Momo jumped joyfully at the woman.
I see you're unharmed, Lucia.
Huh?
I couldn't keep up with the situation.
Hey, is she...
Rosario is one of my associates. She helped me escape from the Vatican.
That explained just about everything. Momo had said some of her friends were killed, but she wasn't sure about others, so it looked like she was one who survived and made it here. There was one thing I still didn't get, though.
Are you... an agent?
Yes, at least officially.
She belongs to the Anti-Fate faction, meaning her goal is the same as ours.
I was undercover as a proponent of the end, and use that role to inform my allies about the actions of 513.
We went outside, letting the CCO clean up the mess at Nakano Broadway. The chaos from the face hack hadn't totally subsided yet, but we had stopped the root cause, so things would sort themselves out soon. As long as the hackers, the police, and Google fixed their the picked OS would go back to normal.
Oh?
I already got a message from Cicada 3301. There was a 4chan post too, so it must have been him.
I've completed 2 quests. Surely now he'll...
Who is observing you? The message was so short, it didn't feel like Cicada wrote it. Hell, it looked like something some kid would send as a joke. Observing? What? Wynn sent me an article. So I was in 2nd place now. The quest rankings didn't mean anything though. They had nothing to do with Cicada. I wasn't good enough yet. That's what Cicada himself said. Honestly, I really didn't want to be treated as a hacker. My goals and attitude were completely different from those assholes.
Rosario, what happened to the others?
Momo looked serious, and there was an air of tension around her.
Diego and Homero. Are they okay? They were alive when I fled, but...
No. They were captured and tortured by 513 agents. There was little I could do but put them out of their misery.
That's terrible.
Things would have been different if more of us had acted. Too many of the anti-Fate faction have lost their hope and urge to stand up.
I cannot blame them. The Holy Office 513 are a terrifying force.
Momo sighed, a sullen expression on her face. Rosario gently stroked her back.
For now, we should be thankful we were able to see each other again.
That's true.
I was surprised when I heard you were participating in those quests, though. You've now completed 2 of them. 513 must be dumbfounded.
This is all thanks to Polon, and his Nakano Symphonies.
Nakano Symphonies?
It's the name of our team. There's one other guy in it.
I joined them, and we're now working together to save the world.
You have new allies, I see.
I haven't forgotten how much you all helped me back at the Vatican. Actually, it's because of what happened that I've learned to trust others.
You made the right call. Saving the world is too great a task for one person. Polon. Now that I've dealt with Davide, I cannot return to 513. Would you mind if I stayed here and helped with your efforts to protect the world?
You mean...
If you're asking to join the symphonies, you got it. Any friend of Momo's is a friend of mine.
Cross would be for it too.
Momo. So that's what you're going by.
Yes. I'm Momo Aizaki now.
All right then. Polon, Momo, let's save the world.
Asumo seated in a chair with his head rested on the desk. A tuning terminal was on the desk too. The cube-like device had been tossed carelessly onto the flat surface. It was shortly after midnight. The boy had fallen asleep and looked like any other child his age, and yet...
I... Not...
He shouted suddenly, waking himself up.
I fell asleep.
Are you okay, Asuma? It looked like you were having a nightmare.
Asuma's expression twisted into one of deep disgust as he realized Awen was with him.
Why are you here?
You were working late into the night, weren't you? I came to check on you. Passion is all well and good, but only in measured doses. Why not get some rest in your room for once?
If I could rest, I would do so. I don't need you to remind me. Use your head for once, imbecile.
Ewan nodded as he placed a mug down on the desk.
I knew you'd say that. That's why I made this.
What?
It's hot milk with honey and vanilla extract. My grandfather used to make it for me. It has something of a relaxing effect.
Are you done here? Get out. I'm hard at work, as I'm sure you can see.
Very well. I'll see you tomorrow.
Asuma reached for the cube-like device, but after a moment of hesitation, took the mug instead. After drinking about half of the milk, he picked up the terminal and resumed his work. It was early morning, shortly before sunrise, and two men stood in a park. One was Oz, and the other Kaoru. Kaoru held in his hand a tablet displaying the name Riku Kaburaki.
I hear that you contributed during the face hack.
I see you're as abreast of events as ever, Mr. Kaburaki.
We're the younger generation of government officials. Information is both our sword and shield. You have my deepest gratitude for saving this country.
The one you should be thanking is Polon Takaoka.
Anyone who contributed even a little deserves recognition.
That's nice and all, but you don't have much time today, do you? Let's get to the point.
That's true. Give me your investigation report.
The first one to hear rumors of Project Gaia being resumed was a young politician currently serving on the ruling cabinet, Riku Kaburaki. An extremely precise Earth simulator could be more dangerous than nuclear weaponry. Some said that one could even spark World War III. With such fears in mind, Kaburaki had discussed the matter with Kaoru and then requested that Oz investigate it further.
The JUSDF suddenly conducted a military drill on Tsushima in March. An unannounced East Asian maritime exercise was then postponed. As you thought, the JUSDF drill was planned using Gaia's predictions. The ministry scheduled it to prevent an intrusion by East Asian forces. There's also the accidental death of that terrorist before the G7 summit in May. And the capture of a foreign agent during June's joint military exercise with Russia and Kunashiri. Gaia was involved in those too.
So it was all true.
And here's something extra. Last year, a major foreign cyber attack targeted Japan's medical institutions. It turns out the MOD staged that attack to procure extra funding. All that extra cash is going towards operating Gaia.
To think they'd go that far. So that's what they're willing to do, to take back the 50 years Japan lost.
It's tough to make up for lost time within the confines of the law these days. Does the Prime Minister know about this?
Most likely. They're playing it safe. making sure they never leave any evidence. They're being real crafty. I can't help but admire that.
Do you think we can prove that the PM's involved? If we want to turn Gaia off for good, we'll need to attack the source.
During the SFG's operation to capture Lucia, the people involved with Gaia held a few meetings. Those get-togethers helped me narrow down who we're dealing with. Won't be long before we've got the evidence we need.
I see.
Look forward to the good news.
I believe in you, Ozutani. We're going to change the world, and we're going to do it the right way.
Polon! You went crazy on that quest yesterday, didn't you? I heard it was even harder than the High-Hack one. Ugh, I shouldn't have come to Kyoto for the academic meeting.
Whoa, Miss Lid?
I was in deep sleep when an overexcited woman suddenly woke me up.
You made a delayed choice again, didn't you? The loading, I mean. Did you hear anything from that mystery hacker?
I loaded, yeah, but...
Oh, and congrats on getting to second place. It's crazy to think that you're right behind Juno now. You're awesome. Did you fight her yet? She's also a real wizard, isn't she? I still wonder whether people are being literal when they say she's a phantom. I'll follow the next quest as it happens, so promise me you'll work your magic then too. I've got an interview now, though. See ya!
What the hell?
It felt like I had been caught in a sudden downpour while on a walk. I was now totally awake. And damn, she seemed pretty busy, and on her day off too.
You're finally up.
Cross?
I finally realized that I wasn't in Symphony.
Why are you surprised? You're the one who asked to stay at my place.
Oh, yeah. I let the girls have Symphony.
The security there was pretty good, so I had figured it was the safest place for them. And since I didn't have anywhere else to sleep, I went to Cross's place.
You're gonna talk to that Rosario woman about the Holy Office 513, right? Shouldn't we get going?
I checked the time and realized it was already past 10.
I'll get ready.
When I reached Symphony, both Momo and Rosario looked kinda confused.
Is there a traffic jam? Or maybe it's something to do with the face hack.
Morning. What's up?
Polon and Cross are here. We ordered delivery for breakfast about 2 hours ago, but it's not here yet.
That sucks. Is the place nearby?
Yes. It's a sushi restaurant downtown. I saw a social media post saying they delivered norimaki and miso soup sets by drone until 11. The natto and kanpyo look delicious.
You can eat sushi?
I'm sure I can. I know what it is.
She said something like that before she choked on the 7 cup.
We should complain. They advertise 10-minute deliveries, but they've made us wait 2 hours. It's simply unforgivable.
Rosario steeled herself, then used a Bible-like input device to control her BMI.
Is this all the Sushi Nakano branch? I want to speak with your manager. I'm Rosario Rosalini. I made an order 2 hours ago, and it still hasn't come. Such slovenly business deserves divine punishment.
Damn, she went hard. I complained myself from time to time, but never like this.
What? Say that again, please? Really? Truly? Honestly? I'm so sorry!
She sure sounded meek retracting her complaint.
What happened?
I forgot to order.
Huh?
Seriously?
No wonder nothing got delivered.
I'm so sorry.
It's fine. There's still time to order it.
I'll do it right away.
Rosario used her BMI again. Her serious expression combined with the way she handled her Bible-like device made her look pretty cool and kinda holy. But that style didn't count much, considering she was trying to fix a breakfast order she had messed up.
There.
Thank you.
Would you mind if I took a look at the bill?
You doubt that I ordered successfully? I swear to the Lord that I most certainly did.
Where's this front coming from? Please, don't get me wrong. I just want to check it.
Very well.
Rosario used her BMI again, properly.
What's the problem now?
It's the amount.
No!
If it's not enough, we can just ask for more.
It's not that. She ordered too much.
Well, then we can eat with them.
It's 20 sets. 20?
How do you mess up that bad?
How could I? I can't believe myself.
I'll call him about it.
Rosario was acting like a sad puppy.
Was she really a badass agent of the church?
Of course. She can be a bit careless outside of missions, though.
A bit.
I changed the order to 2 sets.
Thank you.
I'm terribly sorry for my trespasses. I must seek penance. Is there a church nearby?
It's not that big of a deal. You just be more careful next time, that's all.
Ross is right. It's fine.
Momo patted Rosario's head. I felt like I was watching a little sister taking care of her big sister. It was kinda strange. The Rosario I had met the day before was a fading memory at this point. Momo and Rosario struggled with the Natto, but eventually they finished their breakfast. After that, we got down to business.
I will tell you everything I know. But please be aware that there will be no going back once you've heard it all. Are you sure you want to?
I've been ready for a long time now.
I listen too.
Please begin, Rosario.
Very well. The Holy Office 513 dates back to over 100 years ago. It has roots in the secret society known as the Illuminati. At the time, it was only a small group with little influence, but that changed in 1917 with the miracle of Our Lady's appearance and the third secret of Fatima she bestowed upon us. The prophecy of the world's end bolstered their beliefs. They decided to analyze more miracles, such as Our Lady's words and other apparitions. 513 became a real organization. They added details to the original Illuminati fate line to create a more complex series of events.
So that's their origin story.
Their actions grew increasingly extreme over the years, especially once they'd used the Earth simulator to verify the apparitions of Our Lady. In 2013, the Pope resigned from his post while still alive. It was a rare act, and 513 was involved with that too. The Pope was already dead. 513 assassinated him since he was anti-fate. The resignation was tendered by a body double.
They killed the Pope? Isn't he like the boss of the whole church? What the hell?
They'll do anything that wouldn't be traced back to them. They're especially proactive about eliminating whoever stands in their way. Rumor has it they were involved in the deaths of well-known individuals, such as Antoni Gaudí and Nikola Tesla.
Illuminati, a creation of 18th century German philosophers. The Illuminati is a secret society that championed putting an end to the machinations of the purveyors of injustice. The concept spread among the rich and wealthy of multiple countries, and had 2,000 members at its prime. The Pope eventually declared the Illuminati heretical, forcing them to dissolve in 1785. But to this day they remain a major name in all kinds of conspiracy theories. Antoni Gaudí, 1852 to 1926, was an architect born in Spain. Between 1984 and 2005, UNESCO declared several of his works, such as the Sagrada Familia, Park Güell, and Casa Vila, cultural heritage sites. His Sagrada Familia was recognized by the Pope as a basilica, putting it above regular churches. Nikola Tesla, 1856 to 1943, he was alive until 1943? Didn't realize he lived that long. I mean, that's almost... Math is hard. 7... Okay, so that's not that old, 77. I thought he was a bit older than that. Was an electrical engineer and inventor born in the Austrian Empire, now Croatia. He discovered the principles behind alternate currents when he was still a student, and eventually went on to the US to work at Edison's company, only to resign about a year later due to disagreements with him over the matter of alternating and direct currents. In 1888, he invented the AC generator and AC motor, and now, in the 21st century, Tesla's AC is the standard method of energy supply. His surname, Tesla, is used as the unit for magnetic field strength.
Gaudí, of Sagrada Familia fame?
Yes, its second architect.
And Nikola Tesla is known for his work on alternating current. Damn.
These are the kind of people you see in textbooks. Apparently, the Holy Office's influence went way beyond the Vatican.
The anti-fate faction faced its gravest ordeal in 2026.
What happened?
Back then, the faction was led by Pietro Bertone, the Cardinal Kent Korihisa trusted more than any other. Ever since Kent Korihisa escaped in 2012, Pietro had sent him information about 513's actions and the situation at the Vatican.
He must have been a real pillar of the faction.
Indeed. He was a great man. But he was asked to deliver a speech during the Sagrada Familia completion ceremony. And when he approached the altar, an agent assassinated him. The ceremony was streamed worldwide. People all over the world witnessed the moment of his death.
I remember seeing that.
Yeah, me too. What happened to the Anti-Fate faction after Cardinal Bertone's death?
They were shut out from the centers of authority at the Vatican and lost the power to resist 513. Since then, 513 has had complete control over the Vatican. The current pope is more of a figurehead than anything.
Momo had said that the Holy Office, 513, were a secret group pulling the strings of Catholicism, and it seemed like she was telling the truth. I had fought one of their agents just yesterday. I didn't have the luxury to doubt anymore. A crazy powerful group that wanted the world to end. That's who we were up against.
Pietro was my father.
Huh?
That came out of nowhere.
The cardinal they killed?
My foster father, to be precise. I was an abandoned child, and he took me in as his own. I was only 11 when he died, and I didn't know anything about what had happened. That's why I sought the truth. After I searched my father's study and talked to his friends, I learned about 513 and swore revenge. From then on, I spent years training my body and studying to be an assassin. I was appointed as an agent 2 years ago.
So you were Anti-Fate from the get-go?
Yes, I did everything I could to deliver unto 513 the punishment they deserve. Though, I wasn't even bestowed a sacrament. All I could do was gather information about the agents I was paired with.
Her smile seemed self-depreciating.
I owe everything to you, Rosario. If I hadn't met you, I'd still be in...
Momo. Indeed. Saving you is something I can be truly proud of.
So Rosario's one of the people who helped you make it to Japan, huh?
Momo nodded gently.
Momo?
There's something I haven't mentioned yet.
Huh?
After she had told us about the fate of her buddies, I felt like I knew everything. But it looked like there was more.
Before I came to Japan, I was part of the Holy Office 513.
You were an agent too?
I mean, honestly, I kinda assumed that. Your miracle is the one to catch glimpses of the future. I kind of assumed already.
No, not like that. I was created by them.
What do you mean?
It was in early 2035. The Holy Office used their Earth simulator to recreate the 3 children of Fatima: Lucia, Francisco, and Jacinta. They took that data and transplanted it into 3 artificial brains. One of them, artificial brain Lucia, was me.
Huh?
Momo was an artificial brain, data from an Earth simulator. None of that made sense.
But you're right here, just like us. You're not an artificial brain.
I was told that I suddenly grew a body, that I had incarnated, several weeks ago. Rosario, do you have the recordings?
Here. Initially, this case only contained an artificial brain. But one day, someone heard crying coming from inside it. And when they opened it up, they found Momo.
No way.
An artificial organ became a person.
Not a single person of the Holy Office knows what caused it. Of course, neither do I. All we can ascertain is that transplanting data into the brains greatly increased the world's entropy. The world strayed from the fate line when they did that. And this is what caused the sad mourning.
What? What?
I was at a loss for words. The cause of the sad mourning still wasn't clear. There must have been some major mistake that everyone overlooked. That was the official explanation. But in reality, it was rooted in Momo's origin. The Holy Office recreated Momo and the other kids for whatever fucking reason. And my dad died because of that.
I'm sorry.
I remembered how she had apologized back at the Shinjuku crater. That explained it. It was 'cause she knew the actual cause.
I'm so sorry, Polon.
It's not your fault. It's the goddamn Holy Office that's responsible.
I didn't know what they were planning, but I did know that Momo had no business feeling guilty about it. And I also knew that she didn't have to apologize to me.
They wanted their factors.
Huh? What are you talking about? What's a factor?
513 thought that there's a reason certain people are exposed to, or chosen by, miracles like the apparitions of Our Lady. That these individuals have a special, inherent quality, a factor. And if it granted total control over such miracles, such power would be invaluable in their defense at the end. That's why they resurrected the children of Fatima, children whose brains they reasoned would contain factors.
So that's why. The artificial brains.
Do these factor things actually exist?
The agent's sacraments are all the proof you need.
Wait, so those are real miracles?
Davide's power. So that's why.
Well, that explained why I couldn't figure out how his pyro shit worked.
What happened to the other two? There are 3 children of Fatima, right?
Well...
Francisco and Jacinta's artificial brains failed to incarnate, and they died.
Their remains were disposed of. 513 tried to obtain factors again, but they switched from artificial brains to IC chips to prevent the world's entropy from increasing. You saw the result of the IC chip processing with Davide's sacrament. Their new method seems far less effective than the original one, though.
I could tell from Momo's expression and the way she was breathing that it wasn't easy for her to hear this stuff. I didn't know if people recreated in Earth simulators were technically living beings, but I had no doubt that this girl, right here, was alive.
I was blessed that I met Rosario and the people of the Anti-Fate faction after I became incarnate. If I hadn't escaped that place, I would have abandoned my mission as Lucia.
Momo, you remember meeting Mary, don't you?
Yes, like it was yesterday.
When Momo said she wanted to save the world, I didn't know what to think, but I understand now. It's no wonder she was so determined. She actually remembered meeting the Mother of Christ and hearing her prophecies. Momo wasn't the original Lucia, but the memories she had inherited were real.
The Deliberators were tasked to attend to Momo after her incarnation. I was appointed as one of such agents, and I gained the opportunity to talk to her directly. At first, Momo was frightened. She wouldn't let anyone get close to her, saying she was cursed. But after I confessed to her that I opposed the end, she opened up to me. She said she wanted to save the world. It completely contradicted 513's goal. You can't imagine my shock when I heard that. 513 accepted the third secret of Fatima as their dogma and sought the end, while the one who received that prophecy wished to avert it. I believed my meeting with Momo was fated, so I provided her with all manner of information despite her fear of being cursed.
Rosario was quite pushy, but I'm grateful for that now. She helped me make sense of the situation. And that was when I learned about Kent Korihisa from her. Hearing about his past and what he'd done, my instinct told me that meeting him would be crucial to saving the world.
The Anti-Fate faction took a great risk helping Momo escape. Many lives were lost, but I now know that they didn't die in vain. Momo met you, and as a result, she is getting ever closer to Kent Korihisa.
Rosario wasn't putting up a front. She believed all this from the bottom of her heart. The bright smile on her face was proof of that. After our chat, we wasted no time getting to work. We wanted to find a way to reach Kent Korihisa that was separate from his quest, but there were things we had to do first. Improving security to prevent the Holy Office 513 from tracking us, and coming up with a countermeasure against their sacraments. According to Rosario, they used surveillance cams and satellite imagery to analyze Momo's actions for their Earth simulator's prediction. Apparently, Momo didn't exist in the simulator because of her incarnation, so they had to gather her fresh data in order to simulate her. Its accuracy was still pretty low, though. They lost Momo multiple times during FaceHack, and in the end they completely lost track of her. But that didn't mean we could relax, so we decided to beef up our security to keep our movements from being tracked. Rosario and Cross would mess with their surveillance by doing things like deleting traces of Momo and planting fake ones. As for Momo and I, we had come to Oz's office to find a way to deal with the sacraments. First things first, though.
The door's locked.
Momo was standing in front of the door on the first floor, confused. We had come here once during the high hack, but that was before I had loaded.
No-No's workshop is on the second floor. Go up those stairs.
Mom, you want some cocoa? How about a marshmallow on top? Oh, there's corn soup too!
No, I'm fine. Thank you.
No, Buffalo! You're the hero who put out the fire at Hota!
I didn't do it alone.
You're not saying no to my cup of cocoa!
Robotic arms jumped out from under Nando's skirt, then reached into the cupboard and took out a mug and a can of cocoa. The arms poured the cocoa into the mug, then added hot water, stirred it with a spoon, and dropped a marshmallow on top. Human hands would struggle to prepare a mug of cocoa with their precision.
Connie and cocoa with the bear-marked marshmallow on top. It's my bestest combo.
Wow. Thank you.
Do you want something to drink too, Polly?
Got anything carbonated?
I got enough fizzy to make you dizzy.
One of the arms reached into the fridge, took out a 7 cup, and handed it to me.
Nice.
There was nothing like a 7 cup.
So, what did you want?
We want you to make a gadget we can use against the agents. They use these things called sacraments, and I'll send you the details.
I shared with her a recording of Rosario talking about sacraments. I opened the file myself too, to refresh my memory.
People who have witnessed Marian apparitions or similar miracles are known as contactees. Momo is one of them. 513 have considered these contactees a threat, as some choose to oppose them using the power of the miracles they received. That's one of the reasons they wanted factors for themselves. Almost nothing is known about factors or how they work. But by incorporating them into Kent Korihisa's QCDC, Necro Pilgrimage, 513 gained access to powers akin to true miracles. Which they now refer to as sacraments.
What do you mean by incorporating?
Establishing physical connections, using things like electric cables. Special changes seem to happen when outputs are processed through factors, but the principle behind it is a mystery.
So that's why I was connected to those machines.
Agents can activate their sacraments by accessing Necro Pilgrimage remotely. The powers they receive depend on the agent, and sometimes no powers manifest at all. Post-incarnation, Momo's factor was so potent that the sacraments had become significantly more powerful. Only 2 icy chips are left now. They're still a very real threat, but luckily for us, they can't match the power of the artificial brains.
She said they need to access the computer to use their powers. Does that mean they need internet access?
Yeah.
So we just need to cause a little electromagnetic interference.
Well, I'm glad it's not that much of a problem.
Hacking Necropilpa would be the bestest, though.
Yeah, but that's out of the question for us. I guess our interference strategy isn't too reliable either, though.
It's gonna be hard to concentrate if you're gonna keep being all negative about the plan.
Oh, sorry. I'll make it up to you by...
If they're your gadgets, no, I'm sure they'll work wonderfully.
Huh? You think so?
Of course.
She's right. No one in the world is better at this than you. You're our girl genius.
And you're really cute, too.
Alright, you can count on me. The cutest, geniusest girl in the world. I'll make you the specialist gadget you've ever seen. Get excited!
Stream Elements said. Stay moist, my friends, hydrate.
After our talk with Nano, we went up to the rooftop. Oz was there and he seemed to be building something.
What are you doing? That's a telescope, right?
I'm getting ready to stargaze.
I didn't think he would be into that kind of thing.
You like the stars?
Yeah, not just the stars, though. I like everything about the universe.
That's wonderful.
Oz stopped working, charmed by Momo's comment.
So what do you want?
I need your wisdom. I want to know who I am.
I take all kinds of jobs, but, I can't help you with your philosophical problems.
This isn't philosophical. I think it's more biological. I don't need a clear answer either. A hint alone would make me happy.
The Holy Office 513 had used Momo for her factor, but she only found that out this morning from Rosario's explanation. Knowing that had given her an idea. She thought knowing about herself could be a good tactic against the Holy Office. She could use her factor and her origin against them. I was the one who suggested she talk to Oz and Miss Lid about it. They had told me some interesting stuff about my saving and loading, so I figured they could help Momo too.
Come on, Oz. It's important.
You owe me one for this.
Sure. Miss Lid, join us for a sec.
I mean, I don't mind, but...
I shared my vision with Miss Lid and encouraged Momo to open up.
I was born under unthinkable circumstances. Honestly, I sometimes want to turn my back on it all and forget about how I came to be. But I feel as if I need to know why it all happened and who I am.
Momo explained to Oz what she had told us this morning. How she was one of the children of Fatima, created in an Earth sim and transplanted into an artificial brain so her factor could be used. Then she talked about how all this caused the sad mourning, and the way she had incarnated and gained a body several weeks ago.
And the saving and loading was amazing, but this is quite extraordinary too.
Is there anything you can tell me about this?
The world line might have changed.
World line?
You said that an increase in entropy interfered with the fate line and led to the sad mourning, right? That line of phrasing had me thinking about world lines and how they diverge.
You're saying that a world line where the sad morning didn't happen was overwritten by one where it did?
Yes, the concepts of fate lines and world lines may well be intertwined.
Momo was struggling to follow the conversation. She didn't know about world lines.
World lines are basically what-if worlds. Some events trigger changes across both the past and future, changing the world to a different what-if world. Our memories change too. Apparently, only people with a certain something are able to notice the changes.
In this scenario, the cause of the world line change was the increase in entropy.
But didn't you say it's got something to do with time travel?
They said last time that my loading and changing the past was reconstructing the world or something.
You don't need time travel to change world lines.
Really?
The world line has a predetermined path. But if you resist it, if you can change that path, the world is reconstructed. Basically, even an increase in entropy would be enough to change it in real time, as long as that increase was substantial enough.
So that's how world line changes work.
Wait, you gotta talk about Momo. That's what we came here for.
World lines and their connection to the sad morning were interesting to hear about, but Momo's origins were more important.
Factor that lets you create miracles, huh? Interesting idea. Earth simulators can probably recreate something like that too. Can't much say I believe she made herself a body, though.
You don't believe her? She showed you a video.
It doesn't show the time she incarnated or anything. And we live in an age of fake videos. Doesn't seem like proof to me. That's why I got two hypotheses. Either the girl had memories from the simulated Lucia transplanted into her hippocampus, Or she's possessed by Lucia's ghost.
Her ghost? You're getting way too occult there, dude.
Maybe asking a Moo reader about this was a mistake.
Your idea does make sense, but it doesn't quite align with my situation.
Momo, don't take him too seriously.
Huh? But...
What do you think, Miss Lid?
Honestly, the incarnation doesn't seem realistic. Artificial organ research is progressing, but the best we can do is grow individual parts. We are years away from creating a whole person.
Really? Not even you believe it?
Though I can only deduce based on tech that's been revealed to the public. It's possible the Holy Office is hiding more advanced technology. Momo may in fact be an artificial life that was born in their Earth simulator, and whose incarnation was enabled by their technology.
That reminds me of Earth simulator development.
Oz had told me that the development of Earth simulators was forbidden, but everyone was still making them behind the scenes. And apparently, the Gaia Institution was one of the places building one.
Do you think that Earth simulators can create life?
The entire human genome was sequenced in 2003. If you put that into an Earth simulator, you could probably make a person.
The DNA information of the human body. The project to sequence the human genome started in the US in 1990 and was completed in 2003.
So you consider people of the material world and those of the digital world to be the same?
Do you know about the Amadeus system?
An artificial intelligence system developed in the US at the Victor Kundry University's Brain Science Institute. It scans a person's brainwaves, turns their personality and memories into data, and transplants both into an artificial intelligence, recreating the scanned person within the system. It is expected to be able to offer some assistance with the treatment of cognitive impairments.
What's that?
It's basically an AI system that real people's memories can be transplanted into. Its technology can treat cognitive impairments, but the AIs it creates are amazing. They behave just like the people whose memories were used. You need to see them to believe it, but it's almost impossible to tell whether the Amadeus versions of people are material or digital. The only difference is the lack of body.
Damn, it's that realistic?
So you think Amadeus is a living being?
John von Neumann had an idea for how to define life. It goes roughly like this.
John von Neumann was a Hungarian-American mathematician. He is known for his vast contributions to game theory, physics, meteorology, economics, computer science, and many other fields. In computer science, he is known for creating the cellular automaton model and has been referred to as the father of artificial intelligence on occasion. He was also involved in the Manhattan Project, which developed the nuclear bomb. Rumors abound that a certain movie character is based on him.
Life must have the ability to self-replicate. He even proved it by creating a program that self-replicated. It's the cellular automaton that's famous in the Game of Life and whatnot.
Game of Life?
Momo reached into her pocket and took out a small device. It was the one Nano had given her at the welcome party. It had a version of the Game of Life called Life Game installed on it.
Von Neumann proposed that there is no spirit, life force, nor some divine power behind self-replicating programs. If we extrapolate from his theory, then things born from data are life too. It's not like we have a way to prove they're alive, though. Unlike material life, they don't have beating hearts. If you really did incarnate, we might be able to prove that digital beings can have life too.
I see.
So, depending on the definition you went by, even digital things could be considered life. According to that Newman guy, anyway.
We might manage to solve the Ship of Theseus paradox at the same time.
A paradox related to identity. It questions whether an object whose every part has been replaced can still be considered the same object. There's also a derivative thought experiment that wonders whether the same object rebuilt entirely from those replaced parts should be considered the original.
Huh?
I was just about to ask her about the paradox when I noticed Oz was breathing heavily. He was all pale and his body was trembling. He looked like he had seen some kind of terrifying monster.
Life is a physical wonder. Not some data or figment of imagination.
Hey, are you okay?
Advanced science, my ass! That participatory universe theory is total bullshit!
A theory proposed by American physicist John Wheeler. It posits that, just like fundamental particles of the quantum scale only collapse into a certain state upon being observed, the entire universe itself may also be formed by human observation. John Wheeler was the one who proposed the delayed choice experiment.
I'm alive. I exist in this material world. My passion for space, the fear I felt, it's all right here.
Space? Fear? What's he saying?
Tengen used to be an astronaut.
For real? I thought he was a detective.
You're not entirely wrong. He was the first officer ever assigned to work on a space station. But during one spacewalk, he was thrown out into space, and nobody came to help him.
It didn't make mainstream news?
If people thought space was dangerous, research would stagnate, wouldn't it? Multiple countries worked together to bury the story.
Holy shit.
That's just awful.
It really is. Drifting around in space is unimaginably scary. You're in a vacuum with metal from discarded satellites and spaceships shooting past at high speeds. There's death everywhere you look. Tengen took shelter inside a small rescue pod he was connected to. But once he got inside, he didn't come back out for 14 years. He used the pod's cold sleep function before he went insane.
How did he make it home?
A private company found him by chance and saved him. Imagine how unlikely it was that they'd encounter him in the vast expanse. The odds were astronomically low. I may be a mathematician, but I know a miracle when I see one.
That reminded me. Cold sleep, slowing down of the body's biological function by greatly reducing its temperature. Oz had a panic attack in the car when we went to the MTIL. That must have been caused by the trauma he experienced in space.
Tengen, are you feeling better?
My yearning for space. The pain. The experience that made every inch of my body shudder. It made me who I am. I'm right here. What I witnessed wasn't some damn illusion. This sky, that universe, it's my everything.
If I'm an artificial life... Is there some way I can take advantage of that? Like stopping an Agent Sacrament or interfering with an Earth simulator. Something along those lines. It's just an idea I had. I haven't thought of anything specific yet.
Even if Momo had been born inside an Earth simulator, she was a normal girl now, but maybe she could find a way to use her factor. Still,
I think it's great that you're coming up with ideas, but even if you were created artificially, you're still a person, just like us. So don't throw away your life, alright?
I said that 'cause I had a bad feeling. I felt like Momo was planning to do something crazy.
Okay. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Her response was kinda off, but she was smiling, and that was good enough for me. I didn't say anything else.
Are you Cicada 3301 on Discoded? Sorry, we use your IP address to locate and contact you. If you're the real Cicada, I'd like to meet you in person. I'm looking for a way to save the world and... Wait! Don't hang up!
Another fake?
I don't know. I'll try calling them again.
After we had gotten Nano to build the anti-sacrament device, and spoken to Oz and Liddy about artificial life, Momo resumed her search for Kent Kurihisa. She was working on that every day, from early morning until late evening. I admired how dedicated she was. We weren't making any progress, but damn, it wasn't for lack of effort. I was helping her, of course, while...
I planted fake traces all over Chiba. I'll leave some more in Ibaraki next.
I'll drop some around Yamanashi.
Several days passed like this, with Rosario and Cross either working on our security or helping Nano with her work. The problems the face hack had caused were gradually being resolved. Progress varied depending on the company and country, though I heard the IRL accidents were taking longer to deal with than the online ones. But the situation had recovered to the point where you could actually say things were peaceful.
Hey, you free?
Huh? Oz?
We hadn't talked since that discussion about artificial life.
Are you well?
Don't worry, that was an irregular attack.
Who is Oz?
An associate of ours.
Again, you free?
I'm kinda busy, but I guess I can hear you out.
I got a job for you. We need someone to set up the AR show for a live concert. I want you to build the system.
Oh, a live concert. I know those.
I didn't think you provided services like that. When's the deadline?
Friday, this week.
Friday? What day do you think it is?
Monday?
Are you insane? I can't build an AR system that fast. Sorry, but go ask someone else.
Seriously, I didn't even have any experience with that stuff. There was no way I could finish in time.
The request comes from the CCO.
Huh? Huh? Why?
Oh, perhaps it's for the Cyberforce dolls?
Yeah, the three of them are gonna do a mini-concert. They figured AR would spice up their disaster prevention event and get people to show up. Karu's desperate. If you do this, he'll owe you.
A time limit, though.
You owe me from the thing with the little lady, right? Time to repay the favor.
Damn it.
Well, whatever. It couldn't hurt to get on the CCO's good side anyway. It really was too much for me to handle by myself, though. And since Cross and Rosario had security to take care of...
Momo, help me out.
Huh? Huh? May I?
I didn't go for her just 'cause she was the only decent choice. She looked like she was interested in all this.
Let's rush in without thinking of the consequences.
Wait. Our goal is to save the world. We cannot simply abandon our search for Kent Kurihisa.
We'll see him as long as we do the quests, won't we?
That's no reason to stop the search.
Saving the world is just one of Nakano Symphony's goals. Also, the search for Kent Kurihisa isn't really going anywhere. I think I'd rather help someone than continue with that. I'll still look for him whenever I can, though.
And if the quest starts, we'll drop the job. That good with you, Oz?
Of course. If a quest starts, not even the CCO will care what happens with their concert.
Very well. I will abide by your methods.
Anyway, go here. The Cyberforce dolls are doing an inspection. Talk to them and ask what needs doing.
Okay. Oh, and put in a good word for me with Mr. Semezu.
Sure thing. Try not to disappoint him.
Paul-On and Momo left their base at Symphony. A woman atop a neighboring building looked down at them. She kicked the metal fence and its clanging echoed out across the surrounding area. She kicked it over and over, each blow channeling rage.
How does she know Kit?
The clanging came to a sudden stop. Juno clicked her tongue in frustration before swinging the open umbrella in her hand. And with that, she disappeared. Yeah, she's definitely got whatever, like a miracle probably, I guess. So does that make the
Anyway,
save system a
I'm
miracle?
looking forward to your
I
work.
don't.
You can count on us.
What did he call you for?
They found a contractor who will help with our concert.
Whoa, really? That's impressive. You'd think everyone would be too busy this time of year.
The chief sure loves making use of his mysterious connections, huh? He said they're coming to see us. A contractor who does the legwork instead of sticking to BMI conferences must be really diligent and dedicated.
Oh, there you are.
Ah, speak of the devil?
Oh? This voice.
Hold on, Takaoka?
Isaac is with him too.
Hello. Hey, Bombi. We're busy right now. If you got nothing to say, then go away. Oh, I don't mean you, Momo.
Mr. Sumezu didn't tell you?
Tell me what?
We're the ones taking care of your concert's AR.
You... What?
That's what I thought. You two were very busy during the face hack, weren't you? That's 2 quests you've completed now. Most impressive.
It's no big deal. Nakano Symphonies is just that good.
But you ignored the chief's warnings and did an illegal hack. You even took an IoT device without permission, didn't you? When we went to question them after the face hack, we're the ones they complained to.
We didn't know that.
Come on now, we had to complete the quest.
You hackers really have no morals, huh? I told you to work within the confines of the law, but did you listen? Of course you didn't.
Oh, that kind of stings. I like to think I'm different from other hackers, but when you lay it out like that, I guess I'm not.
If you're gonna feel bad about it, then don't do it in the first place. This concert is part of a disaster prevention event, so your work better be above board.
I'll try.
Trying's not...
Don't worry, we won't break the law. You're working together?
Yes, I'll help Polmon as best as I can.
Hey, Momo, did you get back together?
Yes, I'm with Polon now.
What? I think you can do better, Momo. What's so special about him?
Well, I like that he doesn't think about the consequences.
Wait, that's a bad thing!
But I feel like I don't want to think about the consequences either.
He's a bad influence. Don't let him taint you, Momo.
Huh?
Hey, Bombi, stop chatting. Let's get to work. Just let me...
Bombi.
Sorry.
All right, let's talk about what we're gonna do.
I'm looking forward to working with you all.
Time really flew after I took the AR job. Before I knew it, it was 3 a.m. the morning before the evening of the concert. I had pulled 2 all-nighters and was still racing against time.
Shit, I'm about to shut down.
Sleep was coming over me. I felt like my body was being pulled to the ground.
No, damn it. Oh, stay awake. Oh, yeah. I'll watch that vid.
There was a recording of CFD's first concert on YouTube. It wasn't an official vid. It had been recorded and uploaded by a fan. They had held a crime prevention campaign in Edogawa in September. It was supposed to double as the CFD's debut, but a typhoon hit the day of the event. But that didn't stop them. The winds were blowing hard and nobody was there, but they held their concert anyway. The stage collapsed after their first song, though, so they had no choice but to call the whole thing off. The CFD hadn't done a single concert since then. They had their police duties, of course, so they didn't have many opportunities to perform. But I could tell they had put a lot of heart into that first show and were disappointed with how it turned out. That was why Momo and I wanted to help make their second concert a real success.
Alright, now I'm motivated.
I went back to work. Right now I was debugging. Once this was taken care of, all we would have to do was adjust the stage.
That's the last bug. If this works, then... Done!
Asking for Cross's help during the design stage was the right idea. I would have wasted a lot of time handling that stuff alone. Momo had worked pretty hard on the direction too. She had been chatting to the CFD and secretly telling me about what they wanted for the show. I was pretty sure the result was going to be great.
I'm gonna sleep a bit.
I lay down on the sofa I was sitting on. I saved, just in case, as my mouth stretched into a huge yawn. If something went wrong, I would just go back here.
Good night.
I went to Symphony early so I could meet up with Momo. I had slept a lot, so my mind was pretty clear.
Good morning, Polon.
Morning.
Symphony's door opened and Momo and Rosario walked in.
Hey!
They weren't staying at Symphony anymore. Now that our security had been improved, they figured it was safe to stay in hotels around Nakano. Symphony didn't even have a shower or a washing machine, so this must have improved their QOL by a whole lot.
How was the job?
I made it somehow. Had to stay up till 4, though.
I'm sorry. If only I could build systems too.
Hey, I wouldn't have finished on time without you. It's because you were taking care of production that I could focus on the system. The production turned out great, too. I couldn't have done it better myself. You were the perfect person for the job.
Thank you.
Takaoka! Can't wait for today's concert, man!
Oh, you're going?
Hell yeah! Gotta see the fruits of your lovey-dovey cooperation. Plus, this is the first actual job you've had in a while.
Yeah, I guess so.
We had all been doing odd jobs to get by, but we hadn't gotten real work like this in about a month.
By the way, did you give it to Izaki?
I mean, considering you won the lottery, unless you know you're really being strict about what you use the money for, you shouldn't have money problems for a minute.
Give what?
A Christmas present? It's Christmas today!
Oh.
Bruh, did you forget? This is why I told you to get a VFFGF. What kind of BF forgets something like this?
I'm not her BF.
My man, this is so cringe. A present would have made her real happy.
I'll get it later. There'll be plenty of time after the concert.
That's not gonna cut it! You gotta give Christmas presents on the morning of the 25th! Actually, you gotta be with your girl from Christmas Eve. You can't leave her side.
For real?
I had no idea.
Here's some advice then. A Christmas present's gotta be expensive. You gotta get something like a glamorous accessory or a sweet bag.
Oh, I see.
All Wind had was a VFFGF, but he still knew way more about this stuff than I did. A nice accessory. An accessory would probably suit her. Shh! How did I forget about such an important event?
Oh yeah.
If you hadn't mentioned this, I would have totally forgotten about it. Damn, I feel dumb as hell. I've got the save I just made. If I use it, I can get Momo her present in time. Yes, this is the way.
Good morning, Polon.
Morning.
Symphony's door opened and Momo and Rosario walked in.
Momo, here! Take this.
Okay.
I gave her the thing I had ordered. It arrived just a while ago. I had asked the place to wrap it nicely too, obviously.
Open it.
Momo carefully unwrapped it, revealing a black box the size of her palm. Inside it...
A necklace.
I thought it would look good on her.
Thank you. But what's the occasion?
Oh, sorry. I forgot to say.
I cleared my throat and
Merry Christmas!
spoke with a great big smile on my face.
Huh?
That wasn't the response I was expecting. Actually, there was kind of an intense air about Momo. It wasn't like her at all. What the hell?
Polon, sit.
All right.
I went to the nearby chair.
I meant on your knees!
Right.
I dropped immediately to my knees.
Why would you give gifts on the day of Jesus Christ's nativity?
Christmas is all about the presents, right?
Deposit that notion in the trash where it belongs! The Christmas of today is a mockery. The meaning of Christmas has been ravaged by the depraved and greedy beast that is commercialism. Giving children toys, giving branded gifts to lovers? What does any of that have to do with our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ? With God! It's entirely, undisputedly unrelated to him!
Someone forgot about the 3 wise men, obviously.
Momo, I think you've...
Be silent, Rosario! Do you wish to be complicit in the commercialization of Christmas?
I'm sorry.
I'll protect the meaning of Christmas. I'll tell everyone what it's about!
Shit, I felt like crying. I could have figured this out if I had just thought about it a little. How did I? I hurriedly picked up the necklace Momo had dropped on the floor. Anon. Yes, I've got the chance to redo this. This shitty Christmas has to go. I'm going to do things differently and make things right.
Hold on. Good morning.
Momo and Rosario looked around Symphony in surprise. I had updated Symphony's regular decor to make it more Christmassy. The decorations were all AR though. Physical ones would have been nice, but there was no time to grab any. That's why I bought an AR decoration set online and set it up around the place. I could honestly say that I had tried, but to be real, it felt kind of rushed. If it wasn't good enough, I would just have to load again and...
Wow. This is all AR, isn't it?
As Momo touched the Christmas tree and the decorations, she smiled.
It's so beautiful.
Agreed. Really?
Yes. I think it suits Symphony wonderfully. It feels somehow nostalgic.
Oh, now that you mention it.
I hadn't noticed it while I was putting up the decorations, but they matched Symphony's retro interior. It felt like an authentic Christmas. Well, it wasn't like I knew what a proper Christmas was like.
Even though your hands were full with work, you found the time to do this. It's wonderful, Polon.
Her reactions to this Christmas and the last one were like night and day. I had kind of rushed it, but I'm glad I did all of this.
I feel like the concert preparations will be a breeze now. Let's rush in there and get everything done.
Yeah!
Rosario went back to working on the security, while Momo and I went to the concert venue.
I tried increasing the size of the text.
It's much easier to read, but now it overlaps with the accessories in the background.
Oh, my bad. I'll bring it down.
We had started doing the final adjustments at noon, and we had reached the final stages now. When we actually put the AR onto the stage, the look and feel of some parts were a little off. The concert was going to be an open air too, so the sunlight was something we had to think about carefully. We had to adjust a bunch of details to ensure everything looked as awesome as possible.
And we're done.
We should look everything over one last time.
Yeah.
We ran the AR in our heads again. The park was full of families, but we were running the AR in privet mode, so nobody else could see what we had set up. The kids were preoccupied with the mascots and the activity tents that were set up. I hope they had still enough energy left for the concert. Oh, kids have tons of energy, boy. You ain't gonna wear them out that quick. No excuses. If we did our job properly, it would make kids happy no matter how tired they were.
I think it looks good. How about you, Polon?
Yeah, looks fine to me. I think we did everything we could.
We then shared the final version with the CFD. The concert was in 10 minutes. We had ended up working to the wire.
Takaoka! Aizaki!
Wind waved as he ran over. He wasn't alone.
Sorry about that. It took some time to round everyone up.
Weren't you coming alone? Yo, I came to check out the fruits of your labor.
He invited me too.
Wow, I'm glad you made it.
It's not just them.
I'm Dai Ando, but folks call me Undo, like the function.
Name's Dub. How's it going?
You haven't met these guys before, right, Momo? These two are our friends. They're mechanics who take care of our grapers.
We're from Tabuchi Motors.
Polon and I enter amateur graper races every now and then.
So you're Graper buddies. Oh, I should introduce myself as well. I'm...
Momo Aizaki, right?
You're Polon's GF.
You two are together?
No, it's just a misunderstanding.
Stop lying.
I'm not!
Hey, all you good boys and girls out there! It's time for the Cyberforce Dolls mini-concert! Okay, I want everyone in front of the stage!
Let's learn how to prevent cybercrimes together!
After hearing Rico's announcement, the kids scattered around the park gathered in front of the stage.
We gotta find a spot too.
Hold on, let's stand here.
Sure. Huh?
I'd romp through the digital woods, splashing water on every hacking blaze I see. My sweet honeypot is gonna trap all the baddies. I'm your cheery, frisky fawn, Bombi Kurashina. Next up, Rico!
How'd you like some medicine shots? Viruses? Data tampering? Nothing goes under my radar. You're not leaving till you change your ways. I'm the cool-headed girl that all hackers fear, Riko Sawai.
And here's Iroha!
Are you bad-mouthing someone? That's a no-no. Selling or buying illegal stuff? Sharing naughty pics and vids? Absolutely not. Are you bad-mouthing someone? That's a no-no. Are you bad-mouthing someone? That's a no-no. Are you bad-mouthing someone? That's a no-no. Selling or... Be good and you'll get a reward from me. I'm your warm, gentle big sis. Iroha Kyogoku.
We're TMPD Cybersecurity Division's Cyber Countermeasures Officers! The Cyberforce Dolls! Wow! Hey, this is cool! They're so cute! Thank you for coming to the Disaster Prevention event!
We're gonna teach you how bad cybercrimes are and how to prevent them. And we're going to learn through song.
Okay!
Are you ready to see the AR? Switch on all your tablets in BMI.
The audience enabled AR. Most of the kids had tablets, while the adults had both tablets and BMI.
Get ready for our first song! Uppercase, lowercase, symbols in my password phrase!
The AR appeared right as the song started. Cartoon characters based on tablets, PCs, and other everyday electronics popped out and bounced toward the kids. They danced and acted out the phrases CFB were singing. All the lyrics were displayed on stage in a large font so the kids could learn about cyber crimes. Of course, since just displaying them would be boring, we had made sure to make the entrances and exits more dynamic. Some lyrics fell from the sky, others drove off in cars. We had added as many transitions as we could. We had made it so flower petals and bubbles floated around the stage every now and then to keep the kids from getting bored. Everything seemed to be going well. The AR stuff was behaving properly, and kids were having fun. The whole venue was filled with smiles and laughter. Even the parents were having a good time enjoying the vibes. The CFB were really putting their all into their performance too. They had busy schedules, but they must have been practicing whenever they found free time. They were alternating between these cheerful but kind of goofy movements and cool looking poses. Watching them was fun. A sense of relief came over me. I was so relaxed I almost forgot I was on the job. We had really nailed the AR and the concert was so fun. Man, it sure felt good to help people. There was no better feeling in the world. And so he discovers the Good Samaritan High. I had never seen a live concert before, only recorded ones. I had no idea how fun they were. The music reached my soul. The stage performance was passionate. The AR direction was lively and intense. And all the children had smiles on their faces. There was applause and cheering. Before I knew it, my body was moving in time with the rhythm. It was just too fun. I heard the phrase, like a dream before, but truly, that's how this moment felt. I was so proud of the work we had done. From the bottom of my heart, I was grateful that I had the chance to be part of this. I was utterly clueless about so many things before I started, but working together, Paul On and I had accomplished something amazing. He was the first person who encouraged me too. Paul On was standing next to me, watching the concert with a smile on his face and a sparkle in his eyes. He glanced around audience's reactions a few times, but for the most part, his eyes were fixed on the stage. He looked so pure that I couldn't help but smile. I doubt I would have felt so at peace if I stayed alone. This was all because I had met Paul. His words were what inspired me to change. I was sure of it now. Our meeting was fated. The CFD's concert was a roaring success. The kids seemed real happy. I heard them humming the songs and telling their parents they had fun.
That went well. Good job, Momo.
I raised my hand for a high five. Momo didn't leave me hanging, but it was slightly awkward.
It was a great success, wasn't it?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that made up for the disaster last time they performed.
I'm glad to hear that. Let's go and congratulate them.
We went backstage where the CFB were joining hands excitedly.
That was so fun! It couldn't have gone better! Yeah, even the weather turned out great this time.
So this is what a real concert's like.
I know what you mean. We were just like real idols today. We are idols, though. Of the CCO, I mean. Oh, yeah!
Good job up there.
Oh, Momo, and, hold on, Takaoka.
Hey, what's with that attitude? It's thanks to me that the concert was a success, right?
Who do you think you are? It wasn't just you. Though, I'll admit that the AR was good.
It was so much fun.
Well, I must admit that it's clear you took your job seriously. Looks like you can work even within the confines of the law.
Damn right I can. Don't go down on my skills. Momo really pulled her weight too, though.
But only with the direction.
It was really good, though. I'm so glad you put in all the stuff we wanted.
And I'm glad it made you happy.
Momo smiled bashfully.
The concert was actually fun. I'll be in the audience for the next one.
What?
Anyway, we can't stick around too long, so we're out of here.
No, wait! Goodbye! There they go.
I'd been so focused on the concert, I didn't realize how starved I was. Let's grab something to eat with everyone before we head home.
Good idea. We should thank them for coming too.
That was when I realized Wind and the others were nowhere in sight.
Cross, where are you? I was just thinking we should all get something to eat.
It was you and Momo who worked on the show. Don't mind us. You two go celebrate.
But... He's right. You worked non-stop this whole week. It's mandatory break time for you.
Huh? Mandatory?
Enjoy the last Christmas of the year. Hey!
A chance like this doesn't come around often. Take it easy.
What did he mean by the last Christmas of the year? There's only one Christmas a year.
Did you find out where they are?
No. They're forcing us to take a break.
Huh?
Dudes, they are obviously trying to get you on a dinner date. It's pretty blatantly obvious here. Momo was perplexed too. I wasn't surprised. Actually, that helped me relax.
Well, I guess it's fine. You worked sunrise to sunset the last few days, didn't you? You should take a breather.
You worked just as hard yourself, Polon. You were up all night last night.
Well, doesn't look like we've got a choice. Mandatory break time.
Indeed.
We both nodded, then walked into town. The Sun Mall shopping district was AR decorated in red, white, green, and gold. All the colors of Christmas. No, not all of them, you don't have silver there. Every job, stall, and cafe were open for business. The workers were wearing AR Santa hats and shouting to customers as they sold Christmas chickens, cakes,
Stream
and presents.
elements.
Every store was overflowing
Stay
with
moist,
customers.
my friends, hydrate.
I felt like I was at a theme park or something. But everyone seemed more interested in having fun than desperately trying to get their shopping done.
So this is a Japanese Christmas. They don't know the true meaning of the holiday, but they all seem so happy. It's a little strange.
Well, we got some unique customs here. Corporate marketing makes this stuff popular, but you only give presents to people you're close to or appreciate. Japanese people don't give gifts unless there's an occasion, so I think the Christmas spirit is alive in its own way here.
Yes, this isn't so bad.
Momo and I walked down the crowded street. New AR decorations kept appearing every few steps, and Momo looked at every one of them.
I kinda miss the Christmas I knew. There were a lot of dishes we only made for Christmas, and one of my favorites was this thing called bolore.
Bolo Hore? I've never heard of it.
It means king cake, and it resembles a crown. It's covered in crystallized fruit that looks like the crown's jewels. I rarely got to eat sweet things back then, so I always looked forward to it. I remember when I ate all the fruits myself. My parents weren't impressed.
Momo sounded kinda bashful, but she looked happy too. I bet she had lots of good memories of Christmas.
Do you have any memories like that?
I only spent Christmas with my family until I was 5. That's when my mom divorced my dad and left. I've spent Christmas by myself since then, so I don't really have many memories of it.
Hold on.
But just walking around and talking to you is really fun. I feel this is the first time in ages that I'm enjoying Christmas.
I have fun when I'm with you too. Maybe that's why I'm talking more than usual.
Glad to hear it.
She did seem more relaxed than she normally was.
Oh yeah, let me know if there's somewhere you want to check out. We can go wherever you want.
Wherever I want?
She looked around, but then a crowd came between us. I heard an employee in one of the stores up ahead announcing a Christmas sale. Damn. Obesity, a rampant epidemic. 40% of the world. You know what though? I would prefer an obesity epidemic as opposed to a bunch of rampant starvation like we have in some countries. So you know what? I'll count that as an improvement. At least people are getting fed. As long as the other 60% aren't starving just to make the others fat, you know, of course. But as long as people are getting fed, even if they're getting overfed. The masses went wild. Momo and I were like ships caught in a storm as the surging crowds kept changing speed and direction.
Hey, stop pushing!
People came between us, and we were separated even further. I tried getting back to her, but the crowds were too crazy. Momo weaved through the gaps and reached out to me. I managed to grab her hand. I pulled and brought her close to me.
You okay?
I think so.
Let's get out of here.
Okay.
Still holding her onto her, we fought through the flood of people. Damn, her hand was so small and soft. It was so dainty, I felt like I was going to lose grip on it any moment. It was almost like she could tell, cause she was holding my hand really tight. I squeezed it back to make sure we didn't get separated. And they're even holding hands now, so yeah, you guys are definitely on a date. The crowds were so wild that we had struggled to get out.
Oh, no. And Oz too.
Nice work on the concert. Kaoru and I watched from a distance, and it looked pretty good.
Hey, if you were there, you could have said hi. Huh? What's this about?
Only lovers hold hands like that, right?
Oh.
Momo and I suddenly let go of each other's hands.
Sorry.
You're mistaken. I'm the one who took his hand. We almost
just got lost in a crowd, so...
So you're not lovers?
No.
Then when are you confessing to me?
Confessing? Confessing what?
You're as tense as ever, aren't you? There's only one thing you can confess, and that's...
Come on. Let's head back before the food gets cold.
What are you doing? Let go of my hand! I have something important to tell him! Let me go! Let me go, Oz! Oz!
There they go.
We should head off too.
Yeah. Let's go somewhere without many people.
We made our way through Nakano, avoiding the crowd on our way to the Nakano Sun Plaza viewing platform. There were lots of AR decorations here too. There were a few couples and families, but it wasn't as crowded as the other places.
Let's go to the edge. The view should be nice.
Passing through the AR snow, we moved to a quiet corner. The scenery the other side of the handrails wasn't too bright, but there was a certain charm to the subtle lighting we could make out.
Wow, it's so pretty. I can see lights so far away. Are they all from buildings?
Yeah, this view isn't too special compared to some other places, though.
Really? But there are so many lights. Tokyo is a wonderful city, isn't it? It's brighter than the stars in the sky. Speaking of stars, I remember when my family went stargazing at Christmas, and...
Momo fell silent. She looked kinda sad.
What's wrong?
I just thought of Lucia.
You mean the original?
Yes. She died in 2005, at the age of 97. But now I'm here, her copy, living as a teenage girl 30 years after her death. I always knew it was abnormal, but I tried not to think about it. I had a mission to focus on. But now that I've had some time to relax, the ideas caught up with me.
Momo's origins were complicated. I couldn't blame her for dwelling on them.
Who am I?
Momo looked down and fell silent again. I didn't know how to cheer up a girl when she was sad. But Momo was different. She wouldn't want half-assed platitudes, and that's why I knew what to say to her.
I only know you, Momo. Even if I wanted to, I couldn't tell you the difference between you and Lucia. Nobody else can either. You're the only one that knows both of you, so you're the only one that can decide who you are. You need to decide the answer yourself.
She looked down as she spoke.
Just like Lucia, I want to see the mission through. I want to save the world. That's why I came here.
Yeah, you said that before. But what else?
Well, that's not enough anymore. If I see someone in need, I want to help them. You encouraged me to help people.
She looked up at me.
I guess I'm not Lucia.
Why do you think that?
Because she wouldn't have joined Nakano Symphonies. The pain from losing Francisco and Jacinta would not have subsided. But I met you and everyone else. These experiences and the feelings they inspired have changed me. I'm completely different from the original. I couldn't go back now, even if I wanted to.
I could see strength welling up in her eyes again.
Can I take Momo Aizaki as my name? Not as a fake name, but as my real one. To prove that I'm a new person. That I'm no longer Lucia.
Sure, go ahead. If that's what you want, I'm all for it.
Thanks, Polan.
Momo blushed as she smiled at me. She looked away and down at Nakano, at the world celebrating Christmas, a world of innocent people having fun, all of it a single moment in their peaceful lives.
One more month, huh?
Not even a month. The end of everything was right around the corner.
This world is in our hands now. We have to save it.
Yeah, no matter what.
We're just about done here. Time for us to...
Chief! The morgue just contacted us and... it... disappeared!
Calm down. What disappeared?
Davide Yesue's body!
What?
So you were successful. Well done. Now, please tell them to bring him to us.
But he's only just woken up.
His next mission awaits. Make the arrangements immediately.
Very well.
The priest walked away, but stopped for a moment. He seemed perplexed by something.
Felino Arcana, may I have your thoughts? We've been faced with a great deal of unexpected events. Is the Lord testing us? Or could it be that he does not desire that the end...
Behold, ye despisers, and wonder and perish. For I work a work in your days. A work which ye shall in no wise believe, though a man declare it unto you. Acts 13:41. Do what must be done, and wait for the time to come.
Thank you for your words.
The priest expressed his gratitude and excused himself. After seeing him off, Felino took out a tablet and played a video. It displayed something from an age long past, but the quality was clear, for it was a simulation generated by Necro Pilgrimage. It showed October 13th, 1917, the day of the final miracle of Fatima. An unnerving sound resonated all around. Somebody pointed at the sky, and those nearby looked up at once. Something abnormal was unfolding above. The sun was revolving with great intensity. It was akin to the wheel of a train or a spinning firework. Suddenly, as its rays danced downward, the sun seemed to split apart. Brilliant fragments scattered to the surroundings like the juice of a fruit. Each was an arrow of light. Over and over they flew to the distant horizon. Oop, mouse, get back here. Mouse. Stupid mouse, thank you. Rather than cowering, the people cheered at the miracle taking place before their eyes. Their voices grew louder until the cacophony overwhelmed the unsettling sound of the darting fragments.
No mere mortal can understand the true meaning of the acts of God. They could not have known that this sound was binary, static noise, nor that it was counting down to the end. Lord, I express my deepest gratitude for this sign.
After Paul and I had dinner, he walked me to the hotel I was staying at. We were staying at hotels in around Nakano, and this was tonight's accommodation. Rosario was already in the room.
I just called Rosario. I'll stay with you until she comes down.
I'm sorry for the hassle.
No worries. We can't take our chances with the Holy Office.
Security had been tightened, but that didn't mean we could relax. We were still being as cautious as possible.
Hold on. Thanks for everything today. I had a very nice time.
Glad to hear that. I had fun hanging out with you too.
The automatic door behind me opened up. I turned around.
Rosario, thank...
Intense pain seized my back. The next thing I knew, I was being forced against a wall, nowhere near the front of the hotel. I had no idea why this was happening, but I could smell perfume. Following the scent, I looked ahead. I saw her.
Tell me. How did you learn about Kent Korihisa? I know you've been snooping around, looking for him. Just what are you to Kent? I said tell me! Answer me!
Her eyes were full of vitriol.
What will you do with that knowledge? And what about you? How do you know his name?
Pretty much only those associated with the Holy Office 513 knew about Kent Korihisa. Was she an agent too? I had a bad feeling about this. Yes, I could call Paul on using my BMI, but before I had the chance...
Of course I know his name. I'm his little sister.
Huh?
Oh shit. Oh shit. Sudden family connections popping up, eh? Merry Christmas. That's literally the name of chapter 6. It's all the Christmas event. Mildly worried about how fast we're getting through the game, this one does not appear to be as long as the other Science Adventure series games, by a long shot. The sturdy gate opened and a luxurious black car passed through on its way out of the residence grounds. A moment later, a hooded man stepped in front of the vehicle. Two members of the hired security police jumped out to confront him.
Out of the way!
Having identified him as a threat, the officers raised their handgun.
Don't move! Put your hands up or we'll shoot!
You won't.
The hooded man maintained a calm expression. Next thing they knew, he had passed by the officers and knocked on the window at the back of the car. What? The window opened up. Inside sat Secretary General Shunjin Nimura, advisor for the ruling party's leader. Nimura commanded immense political authority.
Are you with the Holy Office 513?
I am.
This man's a guest of mine.
The officers relaxed their guard.
State your business.
I have a message from Felino Arcana. It is now your turn to lend us a hand.
The coordinates lead here.
I'll look around.
Momo got out of Rosario's car and went into the alley. I parked my Graper and followed her with Rosario. It was December 31st, and Tokyo was in an end-of-year mood. Its residents were either deep cleaning or heading home with bags of shopping. In another 3 hours, 2037 would be over. Through the bustle, we had made our way to Shibuya to do some crypt analysis. We weren't analyzing a code from Cicada 331, though it was a challenge set up by Juno.
There you are!
Momo had vanished while we were waiting in front of the hotel, and I found her in a nearby back alley. Momo was standing with her back to the wall, with Juno right in front of her.
Of course I know his name. I'm his little sister.
Let her go!
I shouted as I sprinted toward her, and Juno readily released her.
You okay, Momo?
Yes.
Juno. Are you really Cicada's sister?
That has nothing to do with you.
We're investigating the guy. Come on, tell me.
Tell you? The one who took the quests from me? The one who wrecked my plans? Why? 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 Oh, if only you didn't exist. You ruined everything. Unforgivable. I can't stomach the sight of you.
Everyone's free to join the quests. That's what Kent Korihisa wants.
Don't you dare speak his name, you psychotic stalker! Kent's mine. Stay away from him.
I think someone is a bit of a bro-con.
I'm going to meet him no matter what. I want to save the world with him.
And you think you're qualified to do that?
Of course.
All right then. Prove it.
Prove it? This is...
Momo shared an image of a painting with me.
Solve this. If you make it to the final place, you'll have my approval. I might even tell you Kent's secret.
Secret? What do you...
Juno was gone before Momo could finish. There's gotta be some sort of limit to her powers though, right? She can't just teleport wherever or something, right? Since that day, Momo had been leading us around as we solved the codes Juno had left. Solving codes yielded coordinates that led to more codes leading to more coordinates. This cycle was still going, and this time it had brought us here.
Oh, the sign!
Momo pointed at a flower crest. This was the AR sign we had found at all the coordinates. When Momo touched the crest, a speech bubble appeared. Text floated inside it.
It says, "This is where, on July 2nd, 1999, Kent treated the wound I got when I tripped over."
She sure loves hyping up her bro, huh?
All the other cohorts led to text saying similar stuff. We came to realize that Juno actually was Cicada's sister, but honestly, I was pretty tired of her going on about him.
The date's gone down again. This might be over soon. Now, for the next code...
I found it. It's on that wall.
When Momo turned to look where Rosario was pointing, she froze.
No, that's...
She raised her hands to her temples as her pupils twitched wildly.
Hey, you okay?
I just saw a vision. So many people died.
Do we have another quest?
Wind shared a 4chan post with me. It had been posted by...
Cicada posted a new quest.
Yep, we got a new quest. Third one.
Right on cue.
I didn't think he would post any more quests this year, but he found the time to squeeze in one more.
Juno showed up too.
Still, I was obviously going to be the one who had ended up solving.
Whoa!
4chan's hackboard was suddenly being spammed by Juno's words.
Fuck! She's being a pain in the ass. I can't see any other posters.
Juno showed no signs of stopping, though.
What? 4chan went down? That cheat!
Did Juno do that?
Yeah, she overloaded the server with all her posts. It's sabotage. That woman.
Hey, you checked 4chan?
I was there when it went offline. Let's use some other site.
We can't. All the hacker hangouts are down.
What?
Does this mean we gotta solve it by ourselves?
In the worst case scenario, yeah. I'll look for a way to get in touch with other hackers.
Can I leave Juno's code to you? We're gonna try to solve cicadas.
The quest is the highest priority, isn't it? We should work on it together.
But we can't ignore Juno's code either. It could lead us to Kent Korihisa. We should work on this too.
Not to mention, if Juno actually does acknowledge you for solving her riddle, you might be in league with the, top hacker. So you would get, the best asset you possibly could on your side. It's pretty much like getting a toolkit to complete the mission.
Very well. I'll help you as best as I can.
You got the gadget, Momo?
Yes, right here.
Momo took out a cylindrical device about the size of her palm. It was like a hockey puck. This was what Nano had made for us to use against Sacrament's, her berry Glocky. It created electromagnetic interference across an area 4 meters in diameter and could nullify electromagnetic waves of any intensity. Momo and I both had one. If the agents attacked us, we could at least use them to buy ourselves time to escape. Maybe they could even neutralize the agents' powers too.
Good luck, Polon.
You too, Momo.
Okie dokie, another quest. Let's see what we got going on.
They're all down! Even the social media sites that aren't for hackers are gone.
The info exchanges on the dark web are offline, too.
She's so annoying.
Two hours had passed since Cicada 3301 posted his new quest. Juno used DDoS attacks to bring down all the social media servers, including ones unrelated to hacker-centric sites.
Holy luck! The comments on this video! Hackers are talking!
Whoa, nice! Wait, it's down already?
And I just found him! Juno is a meanie!
I took a sip of 7-Cup to cool my head. Despite what was happening, hackers were putting their heads together and actually making progress on the quest. The hint from the first image was a number, and searching that number led to a different image. On top of that, Juno's DDoS attacks weren't letting up, and Nakano Symphonies had only found 2 of the 3 prime numbers. The 3301 and Cicada 3301 was a prime number, but it wasn't the right one. Knowing what the other hackers were thinking would have helped, but that was out of the question.
Look at this.
The source code?
Yeah, they're leaving comments in the source code of a news site. Someone here found all 3 prime numbers.
I'll try him out.
We had noticed that the image dimensions were prime numbers, but we had overlooked its file size. Multiplying them together got us 37617191. So if we switch that figure in for
404 error.
What does that error mean again?
It means that a page with that address doesn't exist.
we tried redoing the calculation and accessing the site again, but the result was the same.
I guess we were wrong?
Yeah, the other hackers are already looking for more prime numbers.
The hackers exchanging info through the source code had already given up on the 404 page. In that case...
I'm gonna investigate the page a little more.
Huh? But it's the wrong place.
I feel like there's more to it than we can see.
Honestly though, I wanted to check it out because I knew there was no point just doing the same thing as all the other hackers.
So...
I looked at the page again. It didn't seem different from any other 404 error. The spelling was the same, the text was displayed normally, there were no hidden images, nothing about it was special. Maybe there was something in the source code.
Hold on, you might be onto something. This page was made a year ago.
Huh?
There were two types of 404 error pages. One type was automatically produced by the browser, and the other was prepared by the home page's creators. Since this error page was made a year ago, it had to be the latter, meaning that Cicada himself might have made it.
Wait, what? Bad news! You should close that page right now!
Oh no.
Huh? Why?
A bunch of people are saying that the page made them feel nauseous and made their children collapse.
Wait, what? Something's making the hackers queasy?
Huh? No, it's just happening to kids.
A phenomenon that only affected kids and did nothing to adults.
Cross, does the page have any sound?
Sound? Let me check.
He moved his hands over his input device.
Found something. It's an audio file.
Thanks.
I played it and...
What the hell? Nothing? That's some scary shit!
No, it's not nothing. We just can't hear it.
Huh? What do you mean?
You remember those toys from a while back? The ones with audio comms? The little remote-controlled cars. I got someone to buy one for me when I was a kid, but I started feeling like crap as soon as I played with it. I puked my guts out. I thought it was just cold, but my friends said the same thing happened to them.
Were the toys cursed?
No, there was a problem with the audiocom frequency. The input data was supposed to be sent using inaudible frequencies, but by some mistake, they used a frequency that kids could hear. So many kids were affected that the toys eventually got recalled. I even returned mine and got a different toy.
How come only kids could hear it?
Kids have a wider audible range than adults. Their ears can pick up more frequencies.
Oh, that makes sense.
I visualized the waveform of the sound file, and yeah, something's definitely there.
Just two sounds, huh?
It could be binary.
Can you convert it?
Give me a sec.
Cross used his input device like ADJ.
1000101 100. Converting it to ASCII code gives you EGG. Egg.
Whoa! That's awesome! We got our next hint! Why egg, though?
No idea.
When's Cicada gonna quit it with his goddamn codes?
Our reward for making sense of these codes was just more stupid codes. These siblings had to chill. I drank some 7-Cup to stop myself getting pissed off.
Hey.
Not sure how that works specifically. It is what it is, though.